Infinity's Child by Charles V. DeVette. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Infinity's Child by Charles V. DeVette. The sense of taste was always the first to go. For a week, Buckmaster had ignored the fact that everything he ate tasted like flavorless gruel. He tried to make himself believe that it was some minor disorder of his glandular system. But the 8th day, his second sense, that of feeling, left him, and he staggered to his telephone in blind panic. There was no doubt now but that he had the dread plague. He was glad he had taken the precaution of isolating himself from his family. He knew there was no hope for him now. They sent the black wagon for him. In the hospital, he found himself herded with several hundred others into a ward designed to hold less than 100. The beds were crowded together, and he could have reached to either side of him and touched another ravaged victim of the plague. Next to go would be his sense of sight. Hope was a dead thing within him. Even to think of hoping made him realize how futile it would be. He screamed when the walls of darkness began to close in around him. It was the middle of the afternoon, and a shaft of sunlight fell across the grimy blankets on his bed. The sunlight paled, then darkened, and was gone. He screamed again, and again. He heard them move him to the death ward then, but he could not even feel their hands upon him. 3 days later his tongue refused to form words. He fought a nameless terror as he strove with all the power of his will to speak. If he could say only one word, he felt, the encroaching disease would have to retreat and he would be safe. But the one word would not come. 4 horrible days later, the sounds around him, the screams and the muttering, became fainter, and he faced the beginning of the end. At last it was all over. He knew he was still alive because he thought. But that was all. He could not see, hear, speak, feel, or taste. Nothing was left except thought. Stark, terrible, useless thought. Strangely, the awful horror faded then, and his mind experienced a grateful release. At first he suspected the outlet of his emotions had somehow become atrophied, as had his senses, and that he was peaceful only because his real feelings could not break through the numbness. However, some subtle compulsion within him, some power struggling in its birth throes, was beginning to breed its own energy, and he sensed that it was the strength of that compulsion that had subdued the terror. He was at peace now, as he had never been at peace before. For a time he did not question, was entirely content to lie there and savor the wonderful feeling. He had lost even the definition of fear. No terror now from the slow closing of the 5 doors. No regrets, no forebodings. Only a vast happiness as he seemingly viewed life, suffering, and death as a man standing on a cliff looking out over a great misty valley. But soon came wonder and analysis. He looked backward and thought, "It was a world, but not my world. These are memories, but not my memories. I lived them and knew them, yet none of them belongs to me. Strange, this soul fiber with which I think, the last function left to me, is not a soul fiber I have ever known before." And he knew, "I have never existed before this moment." He could not prove it, nor explain it there in the dark house of his thinking, but he knew it was true. He wondered if he had taken over the body and mind, complete with all the mental trappings of some other being, or whether he had been just now conceived, full-blown and with memories of a synthetic past, perhaps implanted also in the minds of those with whom he was supposed to have come in contact. He did not know. He was only sure that before this moment he had not been. With the realization came the certainty that he would not die. The force he felt within him, he was not certain whether it was a part of himself or the evidence of an outside control, was too powerful. The inner spontaneity gathered strength until it became a striving, persistent, vital force, a will of imperious purpose. It moved him, and he moved his tongue and spoke. "I will not die," he shouted. Some time later he grew aware that his sense of hearing had returned. He heard a voice say, "He was in the last stages about an hour ago before he spoke. I thought I'd better call you." "You did right," a second voice answered. "What's his name?" "Clifford Buckmaster." "They're talking about me," he thought. Like a burst of glory, sight returned. He looked up and saw two men standing beside his bed. The older man wore a plain black suit. The younger was dressed in the white uniform of a doctor. "He can see now," the older man said. He was a voice Buckmaster disliked. "It looks as if he's going to recover," the doctor said. "That's never happened before. Do you want me to leave him here with the dying ones?" "No. Wheel him into your office and leave us alone there. My name is James Wagner. You have, of course, heard of me. I am the director of security." Buckmaster still rested in his hospital bed. They had screwed up the back until he sat almost straight. In his mouth there was a slight tang, and he knew the sense of taste returned. When he was able to feel again, he would be entirely well. Yes, he had heard of Wagner before. He nodded. "And I know who you are," Wagner said. "You are one of the underground that is trying to overthrow the general. That is correct, is it not?" Almost with surprise, Buckmaster felt Wagner's words register in his mind. His implanted memories were still strange to him, but he recalled them quickly. 20 years before, in 1979, the Great Atomic War had ended. In the beginning, the two giants faced each other across the separating oceans. No one was certain who sent the first bomb across in its controlled rocket. Each side blamed the other. The methods of each were terrible in their efficiency. The great manufacturing cities were the first to go. After them went the vital transportation centers. Striving mightily for an early advantage, each country forced landing armies on the enemy's shores. The armies invaded with their hundreds of thousands of men, and the bombings continued. The Colossus of the Western Hemisphere had set up autonomous launching stations, so that if and when their major cities had all been bombed, their ruling bodies decimated and scattered, even if there were no longer any vestiges of a central authority, the launchings would continue. The autonomous units had been a stroke of master planning, so ingenious that it was logical the giant of Eurasia had devised a similar plan. By the time the bombs had all been used, or their stations rendered incapable of functioning, the major cities were blackened, gutted, inoperative masses of destruction. Soon the invading armies no longer received orders or supplies of rations and arms. When this happened, they knew governments they represented had ceased to exist. They were forced to live by the ingenuity of their commanders and their ability to forage. They could not even capitulate. There was no one to whom they could surrender. Those armies with weak commanders fell apart, and one by one their men died at the hands of hostile natives or hunger. The armies under strong commanders, like General Andrei Koski of the Eurasian Command, carved themselves a place in their new environment. Koski had landed with a force of 70,000 on the east coast of Old Mexico. His army was different from the other invaders, only in a secret weapon which they brought with them. The weapon's appearance was simple, but it carried the potentiality of destruction for a world. Acting under previous orders from his government, Koski began moving northward, and was soon cutting a swath 100 miles wide up the west bank of the Mississippi. By the time he reached the southern border of Minnesota, he realized from what he saw on all sides that, for all practical purposes, the war was over. His only choice now was to find a means of survival for himself and his men. When Koski reached Duluth, he circled the city. Almost miraculously, it had escaped the bombs. Its population was only a little over 200,000, and Koski still retained nearly 50,000 hardened fighting men. However, Duluth, Koski found, was governed by Earl Olson, an ex-brigadier, and a man equally as strong as himself. The city was fortified and garrisoned by a force of well-trained civilians who would fight to their death to defend their city and families, and they were well led by Olson. Koski knew he could capture the city if he decided to, but the price would be too dear. He moved on along the lakeshore and took over the city of Superior. Here he entrenched himself solidly and set up an efficient military government. By law, every woman in the city still capable of bearing children was forced to take 2 husbands, at least one of which must be a Ruski, as the invaders were called by the natives. In this way, Koski ensured a plentiful supply of children, most of whom would be loyal to him. A bonus of $10,000 was offered to any woman from the outlying districts who would move to Superior and take 2 of its citizens in marriage. After the first hesitation, the girls and young women and widows flocked in from their barren farms and hamlets. By the end of 20 years, the city had grown to nearly 150,000. Duluth, in the meantime, grew to 300,000. Earl Olson ruled absolutely but wisely and well. Between the 2 cities, an alert truce held through the years, and mutually advantageous trade flourished. Koski and his city held all authority in his own tight grip, administered by his former officers and backed by the undeviating loyalty of his soldiers. His rule was stern when necessary, bloody. It might have been bloodier except for the threat of intervention by Olson. There are always men who fret under the hand of tyranny, and the underground had gradually risen until it grew into a powerful organization. Its demands were for a representative government chosen by vote of the people. This, of course, Koski refused. As a consequence, the underground formed an active resistance, with the avowed purpose of killing Koski. A retaliatory bloodbath was prevented only by the threat of intervention by Olson, who had many friends in the underground, especially his brother-in-law, Lester Oliver. But right now, none of this seemed very important to Buckmaster, not important enough for him to bother answering. "Answer when you're spoken to," Wagner roared. For a moment, Buckmaster deliberated, not replying. Just how unusual was the difference he had discovered in himself? Could he be hurt by someone like Wagner? He decided to wait until later to put it to the test. "What do you want me to say?" he asked. "I'm going to lay my cards on the table," Wagner said. "I want you to come over to our side." Still not very interested, Buckmaster asked, "Why should I?" "I think I can give you some very good reasons. In fact, unless you're a bigger fool than I think you are, I can convince you that it is the only wise thing to do. Because of your relatively smaller numbers, the plague has caused havoc in your underground." "Yes," Buckmaster answered, "but we will have a vaccine before long." He knew this was purely bluff. "Possibly." Wagner pulled his cheeks up, but his eyes remained chilled and cold. He had the trick of smiling mirthlessly. "But even if I were to grant you that, we estimate that already nearly half of your organization is dead from the plague. There will be more before you can do anything. The rest we can hunt down at our leisure. So you see, even if we let you live, you'd soon be a man without a party." "We could start all over again if we had to." The first signs of feeling came back with a twinge of pain at the tip of the little finger on his left hand. "I doubt it very much." "What would I be expected to do?" Buckmaster asked. "Simply this. Go back among your former comrades and act normal, but let me know what they're planning. In time, we'd get them anyway, but with your help, the job will be easier. Cleaner, let us say." "In other words, you want me to act as the Judas ram?" "Call it what you like." Wagner's eyes narrowed. "Just remember that you've nothing to lose." "And after?" "You can name your own price. Within reason, of course." "And if I refuse?" Wagner laughed. It wasn't necessary for him to answer. Buckmaster had seen the results of Wagner's sadism in the past. Whatever else might be mystifying to him, he knew one thing. The instinct of self-preservation was still as strong as ever. He did not want to take the chance that the extraneous will he felt within him would be strong enough to combat what Wagner would try to do to him. "Let's say I agree," he said. "What comes next?" "Can you move your limbs yet?" Wagner asked. Buckmaster flexed his fingers and lifted his arms. "I believe I'm strong enough to walk," he said. "By the way," Wagner inquired, "have you any idea why you didn't die?" Buckmaster shook his head. "Well, no matter. Lie back and relax. Now look into my eyes. Concentrate on the right one." Buckmaster knew what was coming now. Mind contact. Subtly, he felt the first tentative probe of Wagner's thought antenna. One part of his brain accepted it passively, but another part used the probe as a bridge. Wagner's thoughts seemed unguarded. Buckmaster could easily read everything there. He had to hide his surprise at what he learned, things that Wagner, by no process of logic, would ever reveal to him. Reflections concerning the plague, remembrances of snatches of conversation with the general, Wagner's relations with women. Sex occupied many of his thoughts. The fear of Olsen was there, in spite of Wagner's brave words earlier. Then Buckmaster read about himself in Wagner's mind and was certain something was wrong here. He saw that Wagner had no intention of ever letting him live, no matter how useful he might be. There was death for himself as soon as that usefulness was over. "Damn it," Wagner cursed. "Relax. Let your mind open up to me. Are you deliberately trying to get yourself back in trouble by being stubborn?" Then he knew. The contact had been one way. He had read Wagner's mind because Wagner had not realized he could do it, and had not thrown up a guard. Cautiously, Buckmaster let fragments of careful thoughts escape. The moment he lowered the barriers of his mind, he felt Wagner's power beat against him, wave upon wave. The sensation was frightening. Wagner seemed satisfied. Buckmaster could read very little in his mind now. "Done," Wagner said. "Now, one last warning. Don't try to double-cross me, or you'll regret the day you were born." Buckmaster's choices of action were very few. He doubted that he could make it, but at least he should try to get to Duluth. At the toll bridge across the arm of the lake, he bought a ticket. Nobody bothered him. He breathed easier as he rested against the iron railing waiting for the gate to open, then stopped breathing as a tall man, one of the Ruskies, leaned over beside him and said, "It won't work, friend." Buckmaster tore up his ticket. Strangely, there was a sense of relief. The force, the presence within him, whatever it was, wanted him to return to his friends. It didn't compel him, it used no coercion, it merely presented good reasons for doing so. He could do more good there than by fleeing, it suggested. And so, strongly as almost to blot out all other emotions, was the implanted desire, an urgent, compelling command, to stay and kill Koski. As Buckmaster started back, the thought struck him. Was he merely a pawn being moved by this inner power? Did he no longer have freedom of action? Was his will still his own? Wagner was annoyed to receive the summons from Koski. He fumed inwardly as he mounted the stairs to the general's second-floor receiving room. It was always humiliating to be summoned like a common officer when he was, in fact, the ruler of the city. Koski had slipped baldly during the past few years, but Wagner knew better than to put the old figurehead out of the way. He needed the power of that prestige until he had made his own position impregnable. Originally, Wagner had been an unlettered lad from the steppes. When he had been made Koski's orderly, he had used his native cunning and slyness to ingratiate himself with the old commander. Soon Koski had made him his personal adjutant. From that advantageous position of trust, it had been relatively simple for him to use his insidious talents to secure advantages for himself. During the process of organizing Superior's government, Wagner had used his influence to get his own adherents appointed to key posts. By the time Koski began to succumb to the ravages of senility, Wagner held the most powerful position in the city, that of security administrator. By now Koski was so far gone that he did not even realize he did not rule, that the city's functions had come under the control, direct and indirect, of Wagner. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Wagner asked. "Yes," the general answered, the shaggy hairs of his eyebrows meeting in a frown. "Have the doctors found a remedy for the plague yet? It has gone so far now that soon the manpower we must have for the campaign will be threatened." "Not yet, sir, but they are within sight of it." Wagner was always careful to keep the scorn he felt from his voice. The old dodderer was useful and must be pampered, for a while. The general still clung to his dream of the campaign. His ultimate plan from the time he had taken over Superior had been to use the city as a base from which to spread his rule, until he had control of the entire continent, in the name of the mother country, of course. He had never let himself see that it was but a dream. He was certain that he would find other pockets of his fellow men who, like himself, had set up autonomous governments. With their aid, he still hoped for an ultimate victory over the enemy. This would always remain enemy territory to him.
"If we don't stop the plague before it spreads to our own men, I'll be forced to use the weapon,"
Koski growled. His great bony features had lost all power of expression except their habitual scowl, but his voice was still deep and vibrant.
"I'll kill every man, woman, and child in the country."
Wagner had to admire the will to destruction that still rode the old man. He may have weakened in his mind, but he had never softened. And the weapon? It was the one secret that Wagner had not been able to learn.
"Yes, sir,"
Wagner agreed.
"If you should ever feel the need to use the weapon, I ask you to remember that my only wish is to be of aid to my general."
Koski's washed blue eyes grew crafty.
"I fully realize that. But I will need no help. You may accept my compliments and withdraw."
Wagner muttered a soft oath under his breath as he bowed humbly. "As you can see, I didn't die," Buckmaster said. The 2 chairs in the small room were occupied by the men he faced. He sat on a steel-framed bed.
"Now,"
Lester Oliver was thoughtful,
"I'm wondering why you didn't. Do you have an explanation?"
"Only something that you wouldn't understand unless it happened to you," Buckmaster answered. "I couldn't explain it."
"Try."
Oliver spoke softly, but Buckmaster knew that behind that softness Oliver hid a bulldog tenacity. Carefully, patiently, Buckmaster told about the Force, trying to make them sense it as he had.
"You feel it, then,"
Cecil Cuff, the other man in the room, said.
"That you're in the grip of something over which you have no direct control."
"Yes."
"Are you certain that it is not the contact Wagner imposed on you?"
"It came before Wagner was present," Buckmaster replied. Cuff turned to Oliver.
"I know he believes what he is saying," he said, "but it's obvious that his mind has been tampered with. If we let him live, we'll be taking the risk that the General and Wagner are getting at us through him."
"That's right," Oliver answered.
"I think he should be killed,"
Cuff said. Oliver was thoughtful for a moment. "What do you think, Clifford?" he asked gently. He always called Buckmaster by his first name. Buckmaster breathed deeply. "Naturally, I want to live," he answered. "But from the viewpoint of the underground, I suppose Cuff is right."
"You say that you feel that this force is a protective one," Oliver said. "Does it seem to you that perhaps we couldn't kill you, that it would prevent us?"
Buckmaster searched for words to express his thoughts. "I feel," he said, "that it won't let me be killed. It seems that I have a mission to fulfill and that it won't let me die. At least, not until I accomplish what it desires. However, I feel also that it will or can do nothing concrete to prevent my being killed. It will probably aid me by convincing you that it would be better to let me live."
"Do you feel that its purpose might be the same as ours? That it will attempt to convince us of that?"
Oliver asked. "Something like that," Buckmaster answered. "At least the urge to kill Koski is so strong within me that I know I would not hesitate if I had the chance, even if it meant my own life."
"Would you attempt to stop us if we tried to kill you?"
"No." Oliver closed his eyes. He was silent for so long that it seemed he must be sleeping. But Buckmaster knew that Oliver's brain worked with lightning speed while his body reposed. Oliver was the most intelligent man he had ever known. He was head of the underground solely because he was the fittest man for the job. Finally, Oliver spoke.
"We'll come back to it later," he said. "Did you learn anything that might help us, Clifford?"
"I learned that the plague is spread by contact only after the first symptoms show themselves. I read that in Wagner's mind before he realized that I was reading his thoughts."
"That will help. You say you made contact before you became en rapport with Wagner. Can you control what you let him learn through you?"
"I believe I can, but I can't be certain."
"If you could be certain, we wouldn't have to kill you," Oliver said.
"You would be taking a chance," Buckmaster replied.
"We can't afford to take any chances," Cuff said.
"You're forgetting one thing, Cecil," Oliver interrupted. "As things stand right now, we're a lost cause. The plague has killed many of our best men. The only thing that keeps Koski from staging a bloodbath is his fear of Governor Olson in Duluth. And pretty soon he won't have to fear that. We have only to lose another key dozen, and Olson will have no friends here to aid. "May I offer a compromise?" Buckmaster asked. "As matters stand now, our only chance of winning freedom from Koski's savage rule is to kill him. And to do that, we will have to kill Wagner first, am I correct?" "Yes." Oliver raised his head. "What do you have to suggest?" "Let me try to kill Wagner. If I succeed, our cause will have taken a big step. If he kills me first, then you've lost nothing more than if you'd killed me yourselves." After a barely perceptible hesitation, Oliver nodded in agreement. For the rest of the day, Buckmaster improvised a simulated course of action to let seep through to Wagner whenever he felt a probe. He kept his mind blank otherwise, and was quite certain that he carried on the deception well. He caught nothing from Wagner in return that was not deliberately let through. He suspected that his own control was as good, though he had not had the practice at this that Wagner had. Toward evening, he improvised a crisis. The underground was plotting something big, he transmitted. He made the need for action imperative and asked for a personal interview. At first, Wagner demurred. He wanted Buckmaster to stay on and give first-hand reports. Buckmaster gave hints in return that he was suspected by the other members, and indicated that he must leave while he was still able to. Finally, Wagner agreed. "You realize the risk you're taking, coming with me, Cecil?" Buckmaster asked.
"I do,"
Cuff said with his unchangeable reserve.
"But you'll need my help."
Buckmaster wished he himself could remain as cool. His own nerves felt like wires that had been drawn too tightly. Cuff was tall and robust, with a pessimistic outlook on life. He seemed to sit back and watch life and its peoples as a spectator, willing to fight ruthlessly for what he believed was right, but never expecting to discover anything fine enough in his fellow man to hope for anything better from them. He had touched the borders of an existence that was mean and hard and dirty, and he had long ago despaired of finding anything else. Yet there was nothing apathetic about his personality. Life's illusions were gone, but its fascination remained. "I didn't think you trusted me too much," Buckmaster said. Cuff acknowledged the statement by nodding his head. "I believe that you might be under Wagner's power. Wagner is a brute trying to break us. On this trip you're going to make your own heaven or hell, and if you've got the courage to face it, I'll back you up." In the administration building, the girl at the information desk told them, "The director will see you in a moment." She led them into a waiting room. 3 hard-faced men, all wearing black shirts, came in. They had the mark of killers about them. "Stand up." They checked Buckmaster and Cuff for weapons. None was found. All 5 took the elevator to the 6th floor. Wagner was seated at his desk waiting for them when they walked into his office. He smiled his mirthless smile.
"I see you brought company," he said. "We'll get 2 birds with 1 stone."
Buckmaster knew then that there was little use trying any further deception. Wagner knew. If he were able to squeeze through just a short 10 seconds, the job could still be done. The 3 bodyguards stood a few yards behind them. "I have something here that will interest you," Buckmaster said. Slowly, unhurriedly, but wasting no motion, he unbuttoned one flap on his shirt and reached a hand inside. He peeled back the long strip of adhesive tape covering the cavity below his ribs. He pulled out the small single-shot Derringer concealed there. He aimed from the waist and put the bullet into the middle of Wagner's smile. The smile cracked, and the crack became a shatter, spreading in all directions. Buckmaster saw the trap then. He had shot at a reflection of Wagner. It had been a cleverly arranged mirror deception. Cuff turned to run through the door they had entered, but Buckmaster was so certain any attempt to escape would be in vain that he did not even move. Cuff found the 3 guards blocking the doorway. Buckmaster watched Wagner enter from opposite the cracked mirror. There were 2 more of his bodyguards with him. When the guards closed in, Cuff struggled until they spun him back against the wall where his head crashed with a dull crunch. All the fight went out of him, and he slumped in the arms of the men who held him. 2 of the guards held Buckmaster's arms.
"A couple of fine birds," Wagner said as he stood in front of them.
Cuff straightened with an effort of will and shook his head until his vision cleared. He leveled his glance at Wagner.
You're a mongrel cur, he said unemotionally, licking at the general's boots. He'll throw you another scrap for this day's work. Both he and Buckmaster knew that he sealed his own fate with the words. The one thing Wagner could not tolerate was ridicule, worse in the presence of his own men. Buckmaster caught the hard, flat explosion in his face, and pain in his eardrums as the gun that appeared in Wagner's hand went off. As he watched Cuff slump, he knew the man was beyond torture. He suspected that this was what Cuff had wanted. He had taken the easy way out. Buckmaster leaned his shoulders back, and then with sudden violence pulled his arms free from the guard's grip. He slapped Wagner across the mouth with his left hand, and brought his right fist around in a short arc that crushed the bone in Wagner's nose. He made no resistance as the guards grabbed him and twisted his arm cruelly behind his back. The hurt from Wagner's shattered nose brought a bright glisten of pain into his eyes. "That was a mistake," Wagner said, the depth of his anger making his voice soft and husky. "I'm going to make you whine like a dog." The general was suffering the tragedy of a strong man whose mind was turning senile, and who realized it. Only the two alternative objectives remained virile: the campaign, and, that failing, the weapon. The weapon gave him his only solace in times of trouble. Now going down into the basement of his house, he sought it out again. Letting himself through two thick concrete doors, which he opened with a key that he wore about his neck at all times, he entered the room that held his potentially terrible secret. The outer contour of the weapon was a rectangular frame of rough lumber. Inside was a metal box, and in this reposed a semi-glutinous mass of liquid. Nothing more. On the shelf above rested a bottle of aqua fortis. Quite simple substances. Apart. Together, they could spell the destruction of a world. The dictator himself had given Koski his instructions long before, back in the homeland.
"General, you are being sent with an army, but its purpose is to protect your weapon, and to bring it into a position of maximum effectiveness, rather than to fight. You fully understand, I hope, that if you ever have to use it, your mission will certainly be fatal to yourself."
"I understand, sire," Koski answered. "I'm thankful for the honor you've done me."
"Your mission is to carry the weapon to a central location on the North American continent. I believe you have the force necessary to accomplish that."
Koski nodded but said nothing.
"The component ingredients of the weapon I know no better than you yourself. It was developed at the Institute. Its special faculty is its ability to free hydrogen from the moisture in the air and to start a chain reaction. The physicists tell me that it will sear most of the continent once it starts reacting. About the only spots that would be spared are the dry regions, and maybe not even those. Just one thing you must remember. Do not use it unless you are certain that the war is definitely lost. Do you understand the importance of that command?"
"I do," Koski answered. "But wouldn't it be better to use it as soon as possible? The lives of my men and myself would be a small price to pay for victory."
"True, except for one big question," the dictator replied. "The explosive is so deadly that it was impossible to experiment. There is no such thing as a little bit of it. Consequently, we are not certain of its effects. We expect and hope that it will dissipate itself as it spreads too far from its initial explosion point, but we cannot be certain. It is possible that, once released, it will devastate the entire world. You will see now why it must be used only as a last resort."
Many times since, Koski had gone over that conversation in his mind. Had the war been lost? Neither side had come through with functioning governments. Therefore, what course should he take? Perhaps the invaders even now ruled the homeland. Would he gain or would he lose the chance for ultimate victory by setting off the explosive? During the rare moments when his mind cleared, Koski realized the small chance the campaign would have. At such times the weapon beckoned. He knew then that the campaign would never be completed in his lifetime. Wagner, however, was a very good man. With all the ideals of his country, he would carry on. It needed only slight variation in the trend of events to tip that scale one way or the other. Even now the general held the bottle of aqua fortis in his hand, undecided. The fate of the world teetered.
"You aren't so pretty anymore,"
Wagner said.
"Neither are you,"
Buckmaster answered through battered, bloody lips. He wondered where he found the strength to keep taunting Wagner. He could feel that his face was a lumpy mess. One eye was closed, and blood, running down into the other, kept blinding him. Every muscle in his body ached from the pounding it had taken, and he suspected that his left arm was broken. He sagged in his bonds. Wagner, he knew, was deliberately gauging the punishment. He meant to torture him to the verge of death, but he did not intend to let him die without further torment. Buckmaster wondered how much more he could stand. Long ago he had despaired of any help from the Force. He had felt nothing since the torture started. It was evident that it couldn't do anything, or would not, to stop this orgy of sadism, and he knew that any subtle attempts to divert Wagner from his sadistic pleasure would be useless. Wagner had all the instruments required for refined torture here. It was evident that he had used them many times in the past. He strapped Buckmaster's wrists to a waist-high wooden rack.
"You'll be pleased to know that I have made a thorough study of the human anatomy," Wagner said. "Therefore, when I begin cutting off your limbs one joint at a time, you won't have to worry. I'll see that you do not die, and also that you retain consciousness. I wouldn't want you to miss the exquisite delicacy with which I perform the operations. You'll be a basket case when I get through."
Wagner picked up a short scalpel with an edge honed to a fine razor sharpness.
"This is a delicate little experiment that I find very effective," he said.
He lifted Buckmaster's right index finger and cut deeply through the flesh of its tip. The intense acuteness of the sensitive nerves made the agony unbearable. Wave after wave of shock sensations struck at his nerve fibers as the blade traced a raw red path through another fingertip. Sickness gathered in his stomach and retched up into his throat to gag him. He sucked in great gulps of air until at last he could stand no more pain, and welcome oblivion blanked him out. He returned to consciousness to find Wagner still there, waiting.
"Tisk, tisk," Wagner chided. "So you're not so tough after all, and just when it was getting interesting."
This time Buckmaster did not have the strength to defy him. He was beaten. He prayed that Wagner would tire of his pleasure before he had to stand any more. He wanted to go out still a man, and not a broken hulk, tearful, pleading, begging for mercy.
"I think you're ready for something a bit more subtle," Wagner said.
He concentrated his gaze on Buckmaster's eyes and slowly, cruelly built up a mental strain. The mind contact still held. Buckmaster realized that Wagner had been keeping this until he was too mentally whipped to fight back. He was surprised then to feel that he fought off the pressure with little strain to himself. Still lurking there in his mind was the Force. Quiet, hardly felt but virile, with a sense of dynamic quiescence potency. Hope came where all hope had been dead. Something within him throbbed like electricity, and he sent a bolt of mental energy at Wagner's head. The shock of the emotional concussion brought blood bursting from Wagner's nostrils and eye sockets. A red tide poured from his lips. His head dropped loosely, and Buckmaster knew that Wagner was dead even before he fell from his chair. Buckmaster sat astounded at the demonstration of power. He sat for a moment listening to the inner voice that sent up its answers to his silent questions. No, it hadn't been able to help him before. Its power was not physical. No, it could not help him escape. From here he was on his own. The only satisfaction he received was the closer entity he had found between himself and the Force. It seemed to him now that it did not come from the outside. Rather, it was an essential part of himself, or more exactly, he was a part of that Force. Buckmaster worked his wrists backward in their thongs until he forced the leather straps over the bases of his hands. Thus he was able to bend his wrists. Slowly, painfully, he brought up his right leg until his foot rested next to his right hand. The left foot next. Once he almost lost his balance. But at last he stood with his feet straddling his hands. He extended all the strength of his leg, arm, and trunk muscles. The pain from his broken arm was a sickening thing, but slowly the leather bands began to tear loose from the rivets that held them. A last mighty exertion, and he was free. Wagner had a private elevator. Buckmaster entered and went to a ground floor. He walked out of the building through a tradesman's entrance into a dusky alley. Keeping his good arm in front of his face, he staggered around the corner and into a drugstore and reached a phone booth without being observed. He put in a call and crouched in the phone booth for 10 long minutes it took Oliver to come for him.
2 weeks aren't very long to get you well, Clifford, Oliver said, but I'm afraid it's all the time we have. I'm sorry.
You did your best, Buckmaster answered. At least you've got me pretty well patched up.
The last reports were that the police have drawn a ring around this district, and they're closing in.
Do we have any way out?
I hate to have to say this, Oliver said slowly, but the rest of us can get out if we don't take you with us.
Buckmaster had expected this. It seemed that he had known from the beginning that he would never live to see the end of this adventure. It's all right. Is there anything I can do to help?
No, they won't stop us if you aren't along. You're the man they're after. If there were any way I could help you by staying, I'd never leave. But I'd only be captured with you and nothing gained.
Of course, I understand. Buckmaster rested his hand for a moment on the old leader's shoulder. Don't feel bad about it, Lester. The men need you. You owe it to them to get out if you can. Oliver gripped his hand.
Before I go, I want you to know how grateful we are for the help you've given us. Without Wagner, the general won't be nearly as hard to handle. And one other thing. I don't want you to hope too much, but there's still a chance we may be able to get you out. I'm trying a long shot. So if someone comes for you, go with him. In the meantime, keep your chin up.
They shook hands again. Buckmaster surmised that Oliver was trying to give him something to cling to while he waited for the end. Then he was alone. 3 hours later, Buckmaster spotted the first of his executioners, one of the Ruskies that walked with studied unconcern across the street. Almost at the same time, he heard a rap on the rear door of the apartment. He drew the gun Oliver had left with him and walked slowly to the door. "Who is it?"
"My name is August Gramour,"
the man said. Somehow the name was familiar. He should recognize it, Buckmaster thought. Abruptly, he did. "What are you trying to do?" Buckmaster asked harshly. "Make a small-time hero of yourself with this grandstand play?"
"Not at all,"
Gramour answered.
"I'm the long shot Oliver mentioned."
"You're lying."
"Then how would I know what Oliver said?"
"It may be a lucky guess. Why should I trust you?"
"Mainly because you have no choice. What have you got to lose?"
He was a cool character. Buckmaster shrugged. He hated this playing it blind, but the fellow was right. "Okay," he said. "You might as well take your hands down. Let's go." They went down the stairs. At the rear exit, Gramour looked out. He wore no hat. The wind from the alley fluffed the hair on the side of his head.
"All clear," Gramour said. "Make a dash for it. When you get in the carriage, lie low. Now!"
The die was cast, Buckmaster decided. He'd play it to the hilt now, all or nothing. He sprinted across the dirt of the alley and jerked open a door of the carriage. He threw himself inside and hugged the floor. Soon the carriage began to roll. When they had traveled about half a block, it stopped. Buckmaster drew in his breath. This was the critical point. If Gramour could bluff his way through now, the rest would be comparatively easy.
"Give me an escort, Captain," he heard Gramour say. "I don't want to get tied up here. I understand there's going to be some shooting soon."
"That's right, sir," a crisp military voice answered. "It's best that you get out fast. I'll send one of my men with you." The carriage started forward again. A half-hour later, it stopped once more.
"You may get up now," Gramour said. "We're going inside. Stay close to me."
Buckmaster was not surprised when he alighted and found himself near a side door to the general's private residence. "I don't get all this," Buckmaster said. "You've had me here for 6 days now, and I've only seen you twice. Why should the general's son be hiding me?"
"Quite simple. I don't like his methods, or his government, any more than you do. Oliver knew that when he sent his message to me asking for help."
"Do you mean to say that you'd help us kill your own father?"
"As to that," Gramour said, "if you'll notice, my hair and eyes are brown."
So, Koski's eyes and my mother's are blue. You probably know that it is genetically impossible for two blue-eyed people to have a brown-eyed son.
Then you're not his son. Buckmaster was silent for a minute. That's why you took the name of your mother's other husband, he mused.
If you remember when the law was passed that each woman must have two husbands, the general set the example by marrying a woman who already had a husband. He knows that I am not his son biologically, but I am legally, and I have full inheritance rights. He was too smart, as well as legally exact, to disown me.
That means you'd automatically become the government head if the general died?
Yes, but you're wrong if you think that I am doing this from any selfish motive. If I succeed, I'll institute a democratic form of government at my first opportunity.
I'll wait until I see it, Buckmaster answered cynically. But if it's true, are your ideals strong enough to help us kill him? For the first time, Gramour seemed uncertain of himself.
Why is it necessary to kill him, especially now that Wagner is dead? We both know that Wagner did the actual ruling, and the general is an old man without much longer to live. We'll win if we do more than stand by.
He must die, and soon, Buckmaster exclaimed, surprised at the vehemence of the words. So vital had been the command that he knew what he had said was true. Koski must die in the very near future, though he himself was not certain of the need for such urgency.
I suppose I understand, Gramour said a trifle uneasily. You have to act in self-defense. If you don't kill him, he will probably be able to kill many more of your men before he dies. But try to see his side. He is the representative of a cause that is just, to his way of reasoning, so right and so just that he will do anything to advance it. Whatever we may think of him, his conscience is clear. I only ask you this: if you can see your way clear to attain your ends without killing him, will you let him live?
For another 9 days, Buckmaster stayed with Gramour. He had nothing to occupy his time. In idle curiosity, he went through the books in Gramour's library. The young man owned many good books. Before long, Buckmaster's idle browsing turned to an intent search. For the first time, he began finding clues to the mystery that rode within him. His first clue, he thought, was a passage he read in a physics book, entitled The Limitations of Science, by Sullivan. Research has changed our whole conception of matter. The first step was the experimental demonstration that there exist little electrified bodies, very much smaller than a hydrogen atom, called electrons. Measurement was made with the result that the whole mass of the electron was found to be due to its electric charge. This was the first indication that the material universe is not the substantial, objective thing we had always taken it to be. Matter began to thin away into the completely spectral thing it has now become. The notion of substance had to be replaced by the notion of behavior. He passed readily from physics to the more fertile field of philosophy with the groping statement of Voltaire. I have seen that which is called matter, both as the star Sirius and as the smallest atom which can be perceived with the microscope, and I do not know what this matter is. He pursued this quest readily with the philosopher Schopenhauer, and passed almost imperceptibly into metaphysics. I will never believe that even the simplest chemical combination will ever admit of mechanical explanation, much less the properties of light, heat, and electricity. These will always require a dynamical explanation. If we can ferret out the ultimate nature of our own minds, we shall perhaps have the key to the external world. Let us say, then, that repulsion and attraction, combination and decomposition, magnetism and electricity, gravity and crystallization are will. Will, then, is the essence of man. Now, what if it is also the essence of life in all its forms, and even of inanimate matter? What if will is the long sought for, the long despaired of, the thing in itself, the ultimate inner reality and secret essence of all things? Buckmaster perceived that these men were catching glimpses of something which they called will, order, thing, absolute, and other names, but which were all very probably the same thing, and also that which he sought. Eagerly he read on. His next clue came from Bergson. Thought may begin with its subject, and at last its consistency
be driven by the apparent necessities of logic to conceive all things as forms and creatures of mind. Quickly he passed on to Spinoza, where he found a wealth of food for thought. Is the body merely an idea? Is all the mentality that is scattered over space and time a diffused consciousness that animates the world? There is but one entity, seen now inwardly as mind, now outwardly as matter, but in reality an inextricable mixture and unity of both. Eternal order, that betokens the very structure of existence, underlying all events and things and constituting the essence of the world. Substance is insubstantial, that it is form and not matter, that it had nothing to do with that mongrel and neuter composite of matter. Bruno said, all reality is one in substance, one in cause, one in origin. Mind and matter are one. Descartes' conception of a homogeneous substance, underlying all forms of matter, intrigued him for a time, and he wrestled mentally with the classical quotation, I think, therefore I am. Berkeley wrote, a thing is merely a bundle of perceptions, i.e., classified and interpreted sensations. Hegel, the absolute transcending the individual limitations and purposes, and catching underneath the universal strife, the hidden harmony of all things. Reason is the substance of the universe. Leibniz, although the whole of this life were said to be nothing but a dream, and the visible world nothing but a phantasm, I should call this dream or phantasm real enough, if, using reason well, we were never deceived by it. For a time Buckmaster left the philosophers and read poetry. He found germs of what he sought in some of them, as Goethe's "The force which draws the lover and the force which draws the planets are one." He found it beautifully in a stanza of Wordsworth's. Something whose dwelling is the light of the setting suns, and the round ocean, and the living air, and the blue sky, and the mind of man, a motion and a spirit, all objects of thought, and rolls through all things. In the main, however, he found in the poets that the grains of wheat were too few amidst the chaff, and returned to philosophy. Most of these excerpts, he felt, were clues to the enigma of himself. He knew that these great minds had touched on the very mystery that puzzled him. Once again he felt on the verge of understanding. Did he have all of the pieces? Could he fit them into the pattern, if he but knew how? Or must he need to learn more? Suddenly he found the explanation in a book of essays by, the incongruity of it struck him as ironical, an anonymous writer. He read, for a time during the Middle Ages, the theory that all the world, and even the universe, were figments of one giant imagination swayed the thinkers of the world. The intellect in which this imagination centered was focused in one man, and one man only, in the whole of existence. That man was the one man who thought. All the other men, all other matter, were but imagined props with no actual existence. That man is the one who thinks. You, and only you, the person who is reading this, in the whole world. It does not matter what your name might be. It might be. Clifford Buckmaster knew then the mystery of life, who he was, and why. He no longer concentrated, but his eyes read on. At first glance, it would seem that there is a concerted conspiracy to avoid acknowledging this fact. Learned men, acquiring wisdom, come to the brink of the great discovery, and then deftly skirt it, blinding themselves to its evidentness. However, on second thought, the reason is obvious. The theory is anarchistic. It carries the seeds of its own futility. If they were ever to admit the truth of it, all reason for everything, their very discovery, their very thoughts, would be futile. So they refuse to recognize it. Your obvious question is, how can I tell you this? Who am I, the writer of this essay? The answer is quite simple. I am merely a figment of your imagination, as is everything else about you. At last he knew. His first sensation was one of awful empty solitude. He was one creature, alone in a universe. He was an entity living in a dream world. All about him were the figments of an imagination, presumably his own, and even knowing he still had no control of events, like a dream that cannot be halted or changed. The people about him were automatons. In fact, they possessed no actual substance.
Even his own body was but a figment. But he could be hurt. He had experienced the most acute pain, and very probably he could be killed. He had, however, little time to brood on it. At that instant in his reflections, Gramour jerked open the library door and walked in. "The worst has happened," he exclaimed. "The security police have caught Oliver." "What can we do?" Buckmaster still could not regard Gramour or Oliver and his friends as non-entities. "I hate to say this," Gramour said, "but you will have to get out. I may be able to help Oliver escape, but I'll be powerless if they learn that I'm connected with the underground." "They probably wouldn't hesitate to kill you also," Buckmaster said. "Oh, that wouldn't be too important if my dying would accomplish anything," Gramour said. "But the underground's only hope seemed to be my keeping clear." Slowly, almost unobtrusively, a vision rose up before Buckmaster's eyes. Gramour's features clouded, became vague, and were gone. In his place stood the general. In the general's hand was a bottle, and before him a wooden frame holding a metal box with its lid open. Buckmaster realized that what he was seeing was happening in some other part of the building. He could see cement walls in the room in which the general stood. Probably the basement, he thought. Within him the force commanded. He must get to the general and kill him. The world was on the brink of disaster, and time was running out. Gradually the whole composite vision vanished, and he saw the handsome features of Gramour again. He knew what he had to do now. "I'm leaving immediately," he said. Closing the library door behind him, he walked unhesitatingly down a long hall. To either side of him, painted on the walls, were murals depicting peasants in the fields, harvesting grain. Idly he observed the painted figures as he walked, with his brain chilled and numbed of almost all emotion. The painted figures possessed as much reality as anything else about him, he thought disinterestedly. He walked down steps and across an inner courtyard, his legs moving stiffly, lifelessly. He continued up the steps on the far side of the courtyard, his mind shutting out everything around him except the door ahead. When he reached there, he stopped. Here, he knew, he was at the crossroads. He could move straight ahead through the door, or he could walk around the house and enter the basement through the back. That was the longer way, but probably the safer. And the force urged the second choice. A mood of black frustration swept over him, and some perverse stubbornness of his human nature rebelled at this supine abnegation. He knew that he was going to die, and his one last defiant act would be to die in a way of his own choosing. He walked straight ahead. As he opened the door and stepped into a long green-carpeted room, he found himself facing 3 guards. They held guns, and the guns were all aimed at him. Even before he observed that the guards were firing, he felt the killing slugs enter his body. He knew the bullets had reached vital organs and that he was about to die. Within him he felt the force, angry and rebuking. He felt a wrench at the core of his body structure, and he was walking endlessly down a long corridor. On the walls to either side of him were the figures of harvesters painted on yellow murals. His body was alive and vital. He walked on through a doorway and out into a courtyard before he realized what had happened. The force had turned time backward. He was once more on his way to shoot Koski. He was exactly the same as he had been the last time, but with the addition of his memories of having been shot. And the silent warning that came to him never to expect another second chance. That could not be repeated. This time, when he came to the fatal door, there was no surge of rebellion, and he did not hesitate. He walked around the house until he came to the basement entrance. Cement steps led downward. 2 guards were waiting for him there. One guard fell as Buckmaster fired, but he knew with a terrible certainty that he would not be able to kill the other in time to save himself. The guard's bullet crashed into Buckmaster's diaphragm, and his body jerked once, but it did not stop its determined pacing forward. Buckmaster fired again, but even as he did, he felt a second bullet enter his body. It pierced his heart, and he knew that he was dead. With dimming vision, he watched the guard fall over on his side as his own bullet found its mark. Even as Buckmaster realized that the bitter fever of life was over for him, he knew that his body would not stop. Without any directive from the brain, it was using the last of the suspended energy in its blood and muscles to walk forward, driving with an awful exertion. On he walked into the cement-lined room. The general stood there, oblivious to the noise about him. The hair on the crown of his head parted violently as the bullet from the gun in Buckmaster's hand hit its mark. The gun became a weight too heavy for Buckmaster's lifeless fingers and dropped to the floor. The last spark of life flickered for a brief moment where it had fled in some inner recess of his brain, and he felt the force for the last time. 2 words it spoke. Well done. And he knew that at last his job was finished. Now he would return home. Buckmaster had reasoned well considering his natural limitations. But the truth he had discovered was, like most truths, only a part of a greater truth. In the far reaches of infinity, beyond the outermost boundaries of space, a thought voice spoke. "Am I going to die?" it asked. "Not now," a second entity answered. "The crisis is past." "Will the sickness come again?" "Not this particular form of malevolent psychosis," the second entity replied. "But perhaps you had better tell me all the facts you know, so that I can advise you about the future." "My project, I still believe, was magnificent," the sick entity began. "From the energy of my essence, I materialized a world of infinitesimal creatures. I gave them time and space, and built a background of a universe for their wonderment and speculation. They dwelt on their world, lived their lives, and made their tiny, though admirable advances as they saw their destiny. And then suddenly, when all seemed beautiful, something went wrong, and I was ill until death. What did I do that was not right?" "I believe you made your mistake when you gave your creatures free will. They developed their malignancies as well as their admirabilities. When they developed a malignancy of such virulence that they were in a position to destroy themselves, you made yourself vulnerable to death through them. The shock of that devastation to you would have killed you. Tell me, were your creatures aware that they were figments of your mind?" "Some grasped inklings of it, though none were certain. One, a Baruch Spinoza, came as close to the truth as it was possible for their finite minds. He wrote, 'We are the flitting forms of a being greater than ourselves, and endless while we die. Our bodies are cells in the body of the race. Our race is an incident in the drama of life. Our minds are the fitful flashes of an eternal light. Our mind, in so far as it understands, is an eternal mode of thinking, which is determined by another mode of thinking, and this one again by another, and so on to infinity.' That was magnificent. While others who caught inklings of the truth believed that I was an ultimate being, he realized that I, too, had an ultimate being whom I worshipped. Also, if he had been able to perceive how close you were to death," the second entity said, "he would have realized that you were mortal, which no ultimate being can be." "How were you able to circumvent the disaster that so nearly befell me?" "I sent a segment of my own mentality into your conceived world. I gave it a name, implanted a memory of a past into its mind, and that same memory into the minds of those creatures with whom it was supposed to have come into contact in its past. Through that segment, I was able to destroy the awful potentiality, as well as the creature who controlled it. The secret now rests with the dead." "Is there any chance of a similar recurrence?" "That chance will always exist as long as you persist in allowing your creatures to have free will. I would advise you to destroy it." For a time the patient was silent. "No," it said finally. "Without that free will, their existence and my entire project would be futile. I will let the free will remain and bear any consequences." "That, of course, is your own choosing," the other said. And so man kept his greatest possession. End of Infinity's Child by Charles V. Devet.
The Pea Vine Mystery by A.L. Hodges. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alexander. The Pea Vine Mystery by A.L. Hodges. Things all are shadows, shadows all, and ghosts within an idiot's brain. A little while they fade and fall, a little while they come again. There lay the body. The man was known to have been subject to fits which would seize him and render him unconscious for sometimes 2 days at a time. But these were usual with him, and he had been given many more years to live by the doctors. It was practically certain he had not died of one of these seizures. Then what had killed him? He was found where he had fallen, into a mass of tangled roots of the common pea, in a hole which had been recently dug. It was with some difficulty that they disentangled the vines, particularly from around his neck. Strangulation? Possibly, but these seizures were never known to cause the man to struggle when an attack came on. He simply dropped, unconscious. As there was no mark on him and no stones near for his head to hit, the cause had to be either the fit or strangulation by cutting off his air supply. The county farm agent commenced to study the mystery and finally came out with the most astonishing theory. He claimed that at that time of year, pea vines grew very rapidly. He also claimed that not only did they grow rapidly, but that their strength was prodigious, that as they grew they could lift a 300-pound weight for every square inch exposed. He claimed that the heat of the man's body, along with a recent shower, and combined with the trophism of the roots to seek the ground again, caused them to crisscross over the man's throat, swell and strangle him while he was unconscious. This theory was finally accepted. End of the Pea Vine Mystery by A.L. Hodges.
The High Ones by Paul Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. The High Ones by Paul Anderson. Chapter 1. When he first saw the planet, green and blue and cloudy white across many cold stars, Eben Holbrook had a sense of coming home. He turned from the viewport so that Ekaterina Ivanovna should not see the quick tears in his eyes. Thereafter it became a long waiting, but his hope upbore him, and he stayed free of the quarrels which now flared in the ship. Nerves were worn thin, 3 parsecs and 58 years from Earth. Only those who found a way to occupy their hands could endure this final unsureness, because it might not be final. Tau Ceti might have no world on which men could walk freely, and then it would be back into the night of suspended animation, and the night of unending space, for no man knew how long. Holbrook was not a scientist, to examine how safe the planet was for rhesus monkeys and human volunteers. He was a nucleonics engineer. Since his chief, Rakitin, had been killed in the mutiny, he was in charge of the thermonuclear ion drive. Now that the Rurik swung in orbit, he found his time empty, and he was too valuable for Captain Svenstrup to accept him as a guinea pig down on the surface. But he had an idea for improving the engines of the great spaceship's auxiliary boats, and he wrapped himself in a fog of mathematics and made tests and swore and returned to his computations for all the weeks it took. In spare moments, he amused himself with biological textbooks, an old hobby of his. That was one way to stay out of trouble, and to forget the scorn in certain hazel eyes. The report came at last. As nearly as could be told, this world was suitable for humans, safer than Earth, in that so far no diseases had seemed able to attack the newcomers, yet with so similar a biochemistry that many local meats and plants were edible, and the seeds and frozen livestock embryos on the ship could surely thrive. Of course, it was always possible that long-range effects existed, or that in some other region— "To hell with it," said Captain Svenstrup. "We're going down." After such a word, he would face a mutiny himself, had he decreed otherwise. They left the Rurik in orbit, and the boats gleamed through a high blue heaven, with just the faintest tinge of purple, in this slightly redder sunlight, and to land on grass, twin-bladed, but soft and green, near trees which swayed almost like poplars, above a hurried, chill river. Not far away lifted steep, darkly forested hills, and beyond them a few snow peaks haunted the sky. That night fires blazed among temporary shelters, Folk danced and sang, accordions mingled with banjos, the vodka bottle worked harder than the samovar, and quite likely a few new human lives were begun. There were 2 moons, one so close that it hurtled between constellations not very different from those of home, what was 10 light years in this god-sized cosmos, and one stately in a clear crystal dark. The planet's period of rotation was 31 hours, its axial tilt 11 degrees. Seasons here would not be extreme. They named it New Earth in their various languages, but the Russian majority soon had everyone else calling it Novaya Zemlya, and that quickly became a simple Novaya. Meanwhile, they got busy. There had been no sign of aborigines to dispute paradise, but one could never be certain, nor learn too much. Man had had a long time to familiarize himself with old Earth. The colonists must gain equivalent information in months, so small aircraft were brought down and assembled and ranged widely. Holbrook was taking a scout turn with Ilya Fyodorovich Grushenko and Solomon Levine when they found the aliens. It was several hundred kilometers from the settlement, on the other side of the mountains. Suddenly the jet flashed over a wooded ridge, and there was the mine pit and the machines and the spaceships. "Judas Priest!" gasped Holbrook. He crammed back the stick. The jet spurted forward. Grushenko picked up the mic and rattled a report. Only a tape recorder heard it. They had too much work to do in camp. He slammed the mic back down and looked grimly at the Americans. "We had best investigate on foot, comrades," he said. "Hadn't we better get back? Maybe they didn't see us go over?" stammered Holbrook. Grushenko barked a laugh. "How long do you expect them not to know about it? Let us learn what we can, while we can." He was a heavy-muscled man, affecting the shaven pate of an army officer. He made no bones about being an unreconstructed Sovietist. He had killed 2 mutineers before they overpowered him, and since then his cooperation was surly. But now Levine nodded a bespectacled head and put in, "He's right, Eben. We can take a walkie-talkie, and the jet's transmitter will relay back to camp." He lifted a rifle from its rack and sighed. "I had hoped never to carry one of these again." "It may not be necessary," said Holbrook in a desperate voice. "Those creatures, they don't live here. They can't. Why couldn't we make an agreement, perhaps?" A faraway light flickered in Grushenko's pale eyes. "Yes, once we learn their language, it might very well be possible. Mutual interest, and after all, their level of technology implies they have reached the Soviet stage of development." "Oh, come off it," said Levine in English. Holbrook used a downblast to land the jet in a meadow, a few kilometers from the alien diggings. If the craft had not been noticed, and it had gone over very quickly, its crew should be able to steal up and observe. He was glad of the imposed silence as they slipped among great shadowy trees. What could he have said, even to Levine? That was how it always went, he thought, in a curious, irrelevant anguish. He was not much more nervous than the next man, but he had no words at the high moments. His tongue knotted up, and he stood like a wooden Indian under the gaze of Ekaterina Ivanovna. At the end of their walk, they stood peering down a slope through a screen of brush. The land was raw and devastated. It must have been worked for centuries. Holbrook remembered a survey report. Curious formations, spotted all over the planet. Pits hundreds of meters deep. Yes, they must be the grass-grown remnants of similar mines, exhausted and abandoned. How long had the aliens been coming here? The automatons which purred about, digging and carrying, grinding, purifying, loading into the incredibly big and sleek blue spaceships, were such as no one on Earth had ever built. Levine's voice muttered to a recorder beyond the mountains. "Looks like rare earth ores to me. That suggests they've been civilized long enough to use up their home planet's supply, which is one hell of a long time, my friends." Holbrook thought, in a frozenness, that it would be very hard to describe the engines down there. They were too foreign. The eye saw them, but the mind wasn't yet prepared to register. "They heard us! They're coming!" Grushenko said it almost exultantly. Holbrook and Levine whirled about. 6 forms were moving at a trot up the slope, directly toward the humans. Holbrook had a lurching impression of creatures dressed in black. with purplish faces muffled by some kind of respirator snout, 2 legs, 2 arms, but much too long and thin. He remembered the goblins of his childhood in a lost Maine forest, and a primitive terror took him. He fought it down just as Grushenko stepped out of concealment. "Friends!" cried Grushenko. He raised both hands. "Friends!" The sun gleamed on his bare head. An alien raised a tube. Something like a fist struck Holbrook. He went to his knees. A small hot crater smoked not 2 meters from him. Grushenko staggered back, shooting. One of the aliens went on its unhuman face. They deployed, still running to the attack. Another explosion outraged the earth. Fire crawled up a tree trunk, and another. "Let's go!" yelled Holbrook. He saw Levine fall. The little man stared, surprised, at the cooked remains of a leg. Holbrook made a grab for him. A gray face turned up. "No," said Levine. He cradled his rifle and thumbed it to full automatic. "No heroics, please. Get the hell back to camp. I'll hold him." He began to shoot. Grushenko snatched at Holbrook's wrist. Both men pounded down the farther hillside. The snarl of the terrestrial rifle and the boom of the alien blast guns followed them. Through the racket, for a second, as he ran, Holbrook heard Levine's voice into the walkie-talkie mic. 4 of them left. A few more coming out of the spaceships. I see 3 in green clothes. The weapons seem... Oh, Sarah, help me, the pain. Packaged energy, a super dielectric, maybe. The officers of the Rurik sat at a long, rough table under trees whose rustling was not quite like that of any trees on Earth. They looked toward Holbrook and Grushenko, and they listened. "So we got the jet aloft," finished Holbrook. "We took a long route home. We didn't see any pursuit." He swore at himself and sat down. "That's all, I guess." Captain Svenstrup stroked his red beard and said heavily, "Well, ladies and gentlemen, the problem is whether we hide out for a while in hopes of some lucky chance, or evacuate this system at once. You forget that we might fight." Ekaterina Ivanovna Saburov said it in a voice that rang. The blood leaped up in her wide, high-boned face, under her battered cap. Tau Ceti tinged the short, wheaten hair with copper. "Fight?" Svenstrup skinned his teeth. 100 humans, 1 spaceship against a whole planet? The young woman rose to her feet. Even through the baggy green tunic and breeches of her uniform, she had clung to it after the mutiny, red star and all. She was big and supple. Holbrook's heart stumbled, rose again, and hurried through a dark emptiness. She clapped a hand to her pistol and said, "But they do not belong on this planet. They must be strangers too, as far from home as we. Shall we run just because their technology is a little ahead of ours? My nation never felt that was an excuse to surrender her own soil." "No," mumbled Domingo Jimenez. "Instead, you went on to plunder the soil of everyone else." "Quiet there!" roared Svenstrup. His eyes flickered back and forth, down the table, and across the camp. Just inside the forest, a log cabin stood half erected, but the Finnish couple who had been making it now crouched with the rest of the crew among guns and silence. The captain tamped tobacco into his pipe and growled, "We are all here together, reds and whites alike. We cannot even return to Earth without filling the ship's reaction mass tanks, and we need a week or more just to refine enough water. Meanwhile, non-humans are operating a mine and have killed one of us without any provocation we can imagine. They could fly over and drop 1 nuclear bomb, and that would be the end of man on Novaya. I'm astonished they haven't so far." "Or haven't even been aware of us," murmured Ekaterina. "Our boats were coming and going for a pair of months or 3. Did they not notice our jet trails above the mountains? Comrades, it does not make sense." Jimenez said very low, "How much sense would a mind which is not human make to us?" He crossed himself. The gesture jarred Holbrook. Had the government of the United World SSR been that careless? Crypto-libertarians had gotten aboard the Rurik, yes, but a crypto believer in God? Grushenko saw the movement too. His mouth lifted sardonically. I would expect you to substitute word magic for thought, he declared, to Svenstrup. Captain, somehow we have alarmed the alien. Possibly we happen to resemble another species with which they are at war, but their reasoning processes must be fundamentally akin to ours, simply because the laws of nature are the same throughout the universe, including those laws of behavior first seen by Karl Marx. Pseudo-laws for a pseudo-religion. Holbrook was surprised at himself, the way he got it out. Ekaterina lifted one dark brow and said, You do not advance our cause by name-calling, Lieutenant Holbrook dryly, especially when the epithets are not even original. He retreated into hot-faced wretchedness. But I love you, he wanted to call out. If you are Russian and I am American, if you are red and I am white, is that a wall between us through all space and time? Can we never be simply human, my tall darling? That will do, said Svenstrup. Let's consider practicalities. Dr. Sugimoto, will you give us the reasons you gave me an hour ago for assuming that the aliens came from Zolotoi? Holbrook started. Zolotoi, the next planet out, gold-colored in the evening sky. The enemy belonged to this same system? Then there was indeed no hope, but another plunge into night. The astronomer rose and said, in sing-song Russian, It is unlikely that anyone would mine the planets of another star on so extensive a scale. It does not appear economically feasible, even if one had a spaceship which could travel nearly at right velocity. Now, long-range spectroscopy has shown Zolotoi to have a thin but essentially terrestrial atmosphere. The aliens were not wearing air suits, merely some kind of respirator. I think probably it reduces the oxygen content of their inhalations, but at any rate they must use that gas, which is only found free on Zolotoi and Novaya in this system. The high, thin, bipedal shape also suggests life evolved for a lower gravity than here. If they actually heard our scouts, such sensitive ears probably developed in more tenuous air. He sat down again and drummed on the tabletop with jittery fingers. I suppose we should have sent boats to all the other planets before landing on this one, said Svenstrup heavily. But there was too much impatience. The crew had been locked up too long. The old captain would not have tolerated such indiscipline, said Ekaterina. I won't tolerate much more from you either. Svenstrup got his pipe going. Here is my plan. We must have more information. I am going to put the Rurik into an orbit skewed to the ecliptic plane, as safe a hiding place as any. A few volunteers will stay hidden on Novaya, refining reaction mass water and maintaining radio contact with the ship. Everyone else will wait up there. One boat will go to Zolotoi and learn what it can. Its crew will not know the Rurik's orbit. They'll report back here. Then we can decide what to do, he finished grayly. If the boat returns at all, of course. Grushenko stood up. Something like triumph blazed in him. As a political military specialist, I have been selected and trained for linguistic ability, he said. Furthermore, I have had combat experience in suppressing the Brazilian capitalist uprising. I volunteer myself for the boat. Good, said Svenstrup. Ekaterina Ivanovna Saburov smiled and said in her low, oddly gentle voice, If a Ukrainian like Comrade Grushenko goes, a great Russian must also be represented. Her humor faded, and she went on earnestly, overriding the captain. My sex has nothing to do with it. I am a gunnery officer of the World Soviet Space Fleet. I spent 2 years on Mars, helping to establish a naval outpost. I feel myself qualified. Somehow, Holbrook was standing up. He stuttered incoherently for a moment. Their eyes speared him, a big, square-faced young man with rumpled brown hair, brown eyes, nearsighted behind contact lenses, his body drab in coveralls and boots. He got out, finally. Let Bunin take my post. I can find out something about their machinery, or die with the others. We need you here. Ekaterina spoke quietly. Let him come, Captain. Shall not an American also have the right to dare? Chapter 3. The boat ran swiftly, accelerating on iron drive until Novia was only one blue spark of beauty and Zolotoy became an aureate shield. There was much silence aboard. Watching his companion, Holbrook found time to think. Grushenko said at last, there must be some point of agreement with them. It is impossible that they could be imperialists. Ekaterina curved her lips in a sad little grin. Was it not impossible that disloyal elements could get onto the Rurik? There were traitors on the selection board, said Grushenko. His voice darkened. They were to choose from many nations. Man's first voyage beyond the sun was to be a symbol of the brotherhood of all men in the world Soviets. And who did they pick? Svenstrup, Jimenez, Bunin, Golbrook. Enough, said the woman. Now we have only one cause, to survive. Grushenko regarded her from narrowed glacial eyes. Sometimes I wonder about your own loyalty, Comrade Saburov. You accepted the mutiny as an accomplished fact without even trying to agitate. You have fully cooperated with Svenstrup's regime. This will not be forgotten when we get back to Earth. 50 years hence, she jibed. 50 years is not so long when one has frozen sleep. Grushenko gave Holbrook a metallic stare. It is true, we have a common interest at the moment, but suppose the aliens can be persuaded to aid one of our factions. Think of that, Comrade Saburov. As for you, ami, consider yourself warned. At the first sign of any such attempt on your part, I shall kill you. Holbrook shrugged. I'm not too worried by that kind of threat, he said. You Reds are a small minority, you know, and the minority will grow still smaller every year as people get a taste for liberty. So far, there has been nothing the loyal element could do, said Ekaterina. The frigidity of her tone was a pain within him, but he could not back down, even in words, when men had died in the spaceship's corridors, that other men might be free. Our time will come. Until then, do not mistake enforced cooperation for willingness. Svenstrup was clever. He spent a year organizing his conspiracy. He called the uprising at a moment when more whites than reds were awake on duty. We others woke up to find him in charge and all the weapons borne by his men. What could we do but help man the ship? If anything went wrong with it, no one aboard would ever see daylight again. Holbrook fumbled after a reply. If the government at home is so wonderful, how did the selection board let would-be rebels like me into the crew? They must have known. They must have hoped. Someday the mutineers, or their descendants, would come back at the head of a liberating fleet. No, she cried. Wrath reddened her pale skin. Your filthy propaganda has had some results among the crew, yes, but to make them all active traitors, the stars will grow cold first. Holbrook heard himself speaking fluently. The words sprang out like warriors. Why not be honest with yourself, he challenged. Look at the facts. The expedition was to have spent a total of perhaps 50 years at the most, getting to Alpha Centauri, surveying, planting a colony if feasible, and returning to glory, to Earth. Suddenly, because of a handful of rebels, every soul aboard found himself headed for another sun altogether. It would be almost 6 decades before we even got there. Not one of our friends and kin at home would be alive to welcome us back if we tried to return. But we wouldn't. If Tau Ceti had no suitable planet, We were to go on, maybe for centuries. This generation will never see home again. So why did all of them not heed the few fanatics like Grushenko, rise up and throw themselves on our guns? Was death too high a price, even the death of the whole ship? Or if so, you still had many years in which to engineer a counter mutiny. All of you were awake from time to time to stand watches. Why didn't you even conspire? You know very well why not. You saw women and grown men crying with joy because they were free. Bitterness seared his tongue. Even you noisy red loyalists have cooperated under protest, but you've done your assigned duties. Why? Why not set the crew an example? Why haven't you ever gone on strike? Isn't it because down inside you're not admitting it to yourself? You also know what a slave pen Earth has become? Her hand cracked across his face. The blow rang in him. He stood gaping after her, inwardly numbed, as she flung from the control cabin into the passageway beyond. Grushenko nodded, not without compassion. They may claim all the equality they will, Eben Petrovich, he said. It was the first time he had offered that much friendship. But they remain women. She will make a good wife. For the first man who fully comprehends this is true, in her own case, too, which I don't, mumbled Holbrook. Grushenko shook his head. And the world Zolotoy grew. They decelerated, backing down upon it. A few whirling electrons piloted them. They stared through telescopes and held up photographs to the light, hardly believing. One city? Whispered Ekaterina. One city? Holbrook squinted at the picture. He was not a military man and had no experience with aerial photographs. Even greatly enlarged, it bewildered him. A city over the whole planet, he exclaimed. Grushenko looked through the viewport. This close, the golden shield was darkly streaked and mottled. Here and there lay a metallic gleam. Well, perhaps 20% of the total area, he replied. But the city forms a continuous webwork like a net spread over the entire oceanless globe. It is obviously a unit, and the open spaces are all used. Mines, landing sites, transmission stations, I suppose. It is hard to tell. They are so different from any designs we understand. I imagine their food is synthetic, said Ekaterina. Her snub nose wrinkled. I should not like that. My folks have been peasants too many centuries. There are no more peasants on earth, said Grushenko stiffly. Then he shook his hairless skull and clicked his tongue in awe. But the size of this, the power, how far ahead of us are they? 1,000 years? 10,000? 1,000,000? Not too far ahead to murder old Solomon Levine, said the woman raggedly. Holbrook stole a glance at her. Sweat glittered on the wide, clear brow, so she was afraid too. He felt the fear knocking under his own ribs would be less if he could have been warding her, but she had been bleak toward him since their quarrel. Well, he thought, I'm glad she liked Sully. I guess we all did. There was some mistake, said Grushenko. The same mistake could kill us, said Holbrook. It is possible. Are you wishing you had stayed behind? The engines growled and grumbled. Fire splashed a darkness burning with sun. At 7,800 kilometers out, they saw one of the Sputniks already identified on photographs. It was colossal, bigger than the Rurik, enigmatic with turrets and lights and skeletal towers. It swung past them in a silence like death. The sense of instruments, unliving eyes upon him, prickled in Holbrook's skin. Down and down. It was not really surprising. When the spaceship came, they were larger than the boat, sleekly aerodynamic. Presumably the Zolotyans did not have to bother about going into orbit and using shuttle rockets. Even their biggest vessels landed directly. The lean blue shapes maneuvered with precision blasts, so close to absolute efficiency that only the dimmest glow revealed any jets at all. Automatic or remote control, decided Holbrook in wonder. Live flesh couldn't take that kind of acceleration. Fire blossomed in space, dazzling their eyes as they sat half blind for minutes afterwards. Magnesium flares, croaked Grushenko, in a perfect circle around us. Precision shooting. To warn us they can put a nuclear shell in our airlock if they wish. He blinked out the viewport. Zolotoy had subtly changed position. It was no longer ahead, but below. He chuckled in a parched way. We are not about to offer provocation, comrades. Muted clanks beat through the hull and their bones. Holbrook saw each whale shape as a curve in the ports, like a new horizon. "Two of them," said Ekaterina. "They have laid alongside. There is some kind of grapple." She plucked nervously at the harness of her chair. "I think they intend to carry us in." "We couldn't do that stunt," muttered Holbrook. A day came back to him. He had been a country boy, remote even from the collective farms. But once, when he was 7 years old, he sent in a winning party slogan, he didn't know better then, and was awarded a trip to Europe. Somehow he had entered alone that museum called Notre Dame de Paris, and when he stood in its soaring twilight, he realized how helplessly small and young he was. He cut the engines. For a moment, free fall clutched at his stomach. Then a renewed pressure swiveled his chair about in the gimbal. The scout boat was being hauled around Zolotoy, but downward. They were going to some specific place on the planet for some specific purpose. He looked through his loneliness at Ekaterina and found her staring at him. Angrily, she jerked her face away, reached out, and grasped the hand of Ilya Grushenko.
Chapter 4. On the way, the humans decompressed their atmosphere until it approximated that of Zolotoy. There was enough oxygen to support lethargic movement, but they donned small compression pumps, capacitor-powered, worn on the back and feeding to a nosepiece. Their starved lungs expanded gratefully. Otherwise, they dressed in winter field uniforms and combat helmets. But when Ekaterina reached for her pistol, Grushenko took it from her. "Would you conquer them with this, Comrade Saburov?" he asked. She flushed. Her words came muffled through the tenuous air. "It might give us a chance to break free if we must escape. They could overhaul this boat in 10 seconds. And escape where? To interstellar space again? I say, here we stop, live or die. Even from here, it would be a weary way to Earth." "Forget about Earth," said Holbrook, out of tautness and despair. "No one is returning to Earth before Novaya is strong enough to stand off a Soviet fleet. Maybe you like to wear the party's collar. I don't." Ekaterina regarded him for a long time. Even through the dehumanizing helmet and nosepiece, he found her beautiful. She replied, "What kind of freedom is it to become the client state of an almighty Zolotoy? The Soviet overlords are at least human." "Watch your language, Comrade Saburov," snapped Grushenko. They fell back into silence. Holbrook thought that she had pierced him again, for surely it was true. Men could never be free in the shadow of gods. Even the most benign of super creatures would breed fear and envy and hatred by their mere incomprehensible existence, and a society riddled with such disease must soon spew up tyrants. No, better to flee while they had a chance, if they still did at all. But how much longer could they endure that devil's voyage? The linked vessels fell downward on micrometrically controlled blasts. When a landing was finally made, it was so smooth that for a moment Holbrook did not realize he was on Zolotoy. Then he unbuckled himself, went to the airlock controls, and opened the boat. His eardrums popped as pressures equalized. He slipped out into a still, cold air, under deep violet sky and a shrunken sun. The low gravity made it wholly dreamlike. Unthinkingly, the three humans moved close together. They looked down kilometers of glass-slick blackness. A spaceship was landing far off. Machines rolled up to attend it, but otherwise there was no sign of life. Yet the emptiness did not suggest decay. Holbrook thought again of the bustle around a terrestrial airport. It seemed grubby beside this immense quietude. The space field reached almost to the near horizon. At one end clustered several towers. They must be 2 kilometers high, thought Holbrook, in the depths of an overwhelmed brain. Half a dozen titanic leaps of metal, but blended into a harmony which caught at his heart. There! He turned around. The Zolotoyans were approaching. There were 10 of them, riding on 2 small platforms. The propulsive system was not clear, and Holbrook's engineering mind speculated about magnetic field drives. They stood up, so rigid that not until the flying things had grounded and the creatures disembarked could the humans be quite sure they were alive. There was about them the same chill beauty as their city bore. 2.5 meters tall they stood, and half of it was lean, narrow-footed legs. Their chests and shoulders tapered smoothly. The arms were almost cylindrical, but ended in eerily man-like hands. Above slender necks poised smooth, mask-faced heads, a single slit nostril, delicately lipped mouths, immobile above narrow chins, fluted ears, long amber eyes with horizontal pupils. Their skins were a dusky, hairless purple. They were clad identically in form-fitting black. They carried vaguely rifle-like tubes, the blast guns, Holbrook remembered. He thought between thunders. Why? Why should they ignore us for months and then attack us so savagely when we dared to look at them, and then fail to pursue us or even search for our camp? What are they going to do now? Grushenko stepped forward. "Comrades," he said, holding up his hands. His voice came as if from far away. The bare black spaces ate it down, and Holbrook saw how a harshly suppressed fear glistened on the Ukrainian's skin. But Grushenko pointed to himself. "Man," he said. He pointed to the sky. "From the stars." One of the Zolotoyans trilled a few notes, but it was at the others he looked. A gun prodded Holbrook's back. Ekaterina said with a stiff smile, "They are not in a conversational mood, Ilya Fyodorovich. Or perhaps only the Commissar of Interstellar Relations is allowed to speak with us." Hands closed on Holbrook's shoulders. He was pushed along, not violently, but with firmness. He mounted one of the platforms. The others followed him. They rose without sound into the air. Looking back, Holbrook saw no one, no thing on all the fused darkness of the spaceport, except the machines unloading the other ship, and a few Zolotoyans casually departing from it. And yes, the craft which had borne down the terrestrial boat were being trundled off, leaving the boat itself unattended. "Have they not even put a guard on our vessel?" choked Ekaterina. Grushenko shrugged. "Why should they? In a civilization this advanced, there are no thieves, no vandals, no spies. But," Holbrook weighed his words, "look, though, if an alien ship landed on your front step, wouldn't you at least be curious about it?" "They may have a commissar of curiosity," said Ekaterina slyly. "Her humor shows up at the damnedest times," thought Holbrook. Grushenko gave her a hard glance. "How can you be sure, comrades, they do not already know everything about us?" he answered. Ekaterina shook her blonde head. "Be careful, comrade. I happen to know that speculations about telepathy are classified as bourgeois subjectivism." Did she actually grin as she spoke? Holbrook, unable to share her gallows mirth, lost his question, for now he was flying among the towers, and so into the city beyond. There was no earth language for what he saw. Soaring, many-colored pride, hundreds of meters skyward, stretching farther than his eyes reached, looped between the clean heights, were elevated roadways. He saw pedestrian traffic, Zolotyans in red and blue and green and white, as well as black. There seemed to be an association between the uniform and the physical appearance. The reds were shorter and more muscular. The greens had outsized heads, but he could not be sure in his few bewildered glimpses. Down below were smaller buildings, domes or more esoteric curves, and a steady flow of noiseless traffic. "How many of them are there?" he whispered. "Billions, I should think." Ekaterina laid a chilled hand on his. Her hazel eyes stretched open with a sort of terror. "But it is so still." Great blue-white flashes of energy went between kilometer-high spires. Now and then a musical cymbal quivered over the metal reaches of the city. But no one spoke. There was no loitering, no hesitation, no disorder, such as even the most Sovietized city of Earth would know. Grushenko shook his head. "I wonder if we can even speak with them," he admitted in a lost voice. "What does a dog have to say to a man?" Then, straightening himself, "But we are going to try." At the end of a long flight, they landed on a flange, dizzyingly far above the street. Watching Zolotyan hands on the platform controls, Holbrook found the steering mechanism superbly simple. But then he was urged through an arched doorway and down a dim corridor of polished blue stone. He saw faint grooves worn in the floor. This place was old. Ekaterina whispered to him, "Ibn Petrovich," she had never so called him before, "have you seen even one ornament here?" one little picture or calendar or anything? I would give a tooth for something humanly small. The city is its own ornament, said Grushenko. His words came louder than required. They reached a dead-end wall. One of the black figures touched a stud, and the wall dilated. Beyond was a room so large that Holbrook could not make out its ceiling through the sourceless, muted radiance. But he saw the machine that waited, tier upon tier, where tiny red lights crawled like worms, and he saw 100 silent, green-clad Zolotyans move through the intricate rituals of servicing it. A computer, he mumbled. In 10,000 years, we may be able to build a computer like that. A guard trilled to a technician. The technician waved calmly at some others who hurried to him. They conferred in a few syllables and turned to the humans with evident purpose. Gospodnie pomiluj, breathed Ekaterina. It is a routine. How many like us have come here? Holbrook felt himself shoved onto a metal plate in the floor. He braced himself for death, for enlightenment, for God, but the machine only blinked and muttered. A technician stepped up with an instrument, touched it to Holbrook's neck, and withdrew an unfelt few cubic centimeters of blood. He bore it off into the twilight. Holbrook waited. The machine spoke. It was hard to tell its voice from the sweet Zolotyan trill. The guards leveled their guns. Holbrook gasped and ran toward Ekaterina. 2 black giants caught and held him. By heaven, he found himself howling. Foolish and futile melodrama in the twilight. If you touch her, you bastards! Wait, Ebin Petrovich, she called. We can only wait. Hands felt over his garment. An instrument buzzed. A Zolotoyan reached into Holbrook's pocket and took out a jackknife. His watch was pulled off his wrist, the helmet off his head. Judas Priest, he exclaimed. We're being frisked. Potential weapons are being removed, said Grushenko. You mean they don't bother to look at our spaceship, but can't tell a watch isn't a deadly weapon? Hey! Holbrook grabbed at a hand which fumbled with his air compressor. Submit, said Grushenko. We can survive without the apparatus. He began to point at objects, naming them. He was ignored.
Chapter 5. Beyond the chamber was another hall, and at its end was another room. It was a small, bare, windowless cell of the same blue stone. Dull light came from the walls themselves, and a waste disposal hole opened downward. A porous circle in the ceiling breathed fresh air. Otherwise the place was featureless. When the black guards had urged the humans through, and the dilated wall had returned to a blank barrier, they were alone. They felt drained and lightheaded in the thin atmosphere. Its dryness caught at their throats, and its cold gnawed toward their bones. But most terrible, perhaps, was the silence. Holbrook said at last, for them all, now what? Unhelmeted, Ekaterina's sunlight-colored hair seemed to crackle with frost. Suddenly his living universe had narrowed to her, though he could do worse, he thought in the dimness, with Grushenko hovering on its fringes. Beyond, mystery. The stone walls enclosed him like the curvature of space. The woman said with a forlorn boldness, the breath smoking from her lips, I suppose they will feed us, else it would have been most logical just to shoot us. But they do not seem to care if we die of pneumonia. Can we eat their food? Muttered Holbrook. The odds are against it, I'd say. Too many incompatible proteins. The fact that we can live on Novia is nearly a miracle, and Zolotoy isn't that Earth-like. They are not stupid, snorted Grushenko. On the basis of our blood samples, they can synthesize an adequate diet for us. And yet they took our metallic possessions, even the most harmless. Ekaterina sat down, shivering. And that computer, did it not give them orders? Is the computer the most powerful brain on this planet? No, Holbrook joined her on the floor. Oxygen lack slowed his thoughts, but he plowed doggedly toward an idea. No, I don't believe in robots with creative mind. That's what intelligence itself is for. You wouldn't build a machine to eat for you, or make love, or any truly human function. Machines are to help, to amplify, to supplement. That thing is a gigantic memory bank, a symbolic logic manipulator. What you like, but it is not a personality. But then, why did they obey it? She cried. Grushenko smiled wearily. I suppose a clever dog might wonder why a man obeys his slide rule, he said. Good enough analogy, said Holbrook. Here's my guess. It's obvious the Zolotoyans have been civilized for a very long time. So I imagine they visited all the nearer stars ages ago, maybe. They took data home with them. That computer is, as Ekaterina said a few hundred years back, the Commissar of Interstellar Relations. It has all the data. It identifies us, our home planet. Yes, of course, exclaimed Grushenko. At this moment, the rulers of Zolotoy, whatever they have, perhaps the entire population, they are studying the report on us. Ekaterina closed her eyes. And what will they decide? She asked in a dead voice. They will send someone to learn our language or teach us theirs, said Grushenko. A lift of excitement came to him. He paced up and down, his boots clacked on the floor, and his face became a harsh mask of will. Yes, the attack on us at the mine was a mistake of some kind. We must assume that, comrades, because if it was not, we are certainly doomed. Now, we have a chance to reason with them, and they can restore the rightful captaincy to the Rurik. Holbrook looked up, startled. What makes you so sure they will? There is much we can offer them. It may be necessary to conceal certain elements in the interests of the larger truth. But do you expect to fool a Superman? I can try, said Grushenko simply, assuming that there is any need to. Actually, I think they are sure to favor the red side. Marxist principles would seem to predict that much. However, a minute longer, he rubbed his jaw, pondering. Then he planted himself, big and heavy, in front of Holbrook. He looked down from his height and snapped, I will be the only one who talks to them. Do you understand? The American stood up. The motion made his head swim. But he cocked his fists and said in anger, Just how do you expect to prevent me, comrade? I am the better linguist, said Grushenko. I am sure to be talking to them while you still flounder about trying to tell the syllables apart. But there are two Sovietists here. Between us, we can forbid you even to attempt it. Holbrook stared at the woman. She rose too, but backed away, one hand lifted to her mouth. Ilya Fyodorovitch, she whispered, we are three human creatures. Comrade Saburov, said Grushenko in an iron tone, I make this a test of your loyalty. If you wish to commit treason, now is your time. Her gaze was wild upon Holbrook. He saw the tides of blood go through her skin, until they drained and she stood white and somehow empty. Yes, she said. Yes, comrade. Good. Warmth flowed into the deep voice. Grushenko laid his hands upon her shoulders, searched her eyes, suddenly embraced her. Thank you, Ekaterina Ivanovna. He stepped back, and Holbrook saw the heavy, hairless face blush like a boy's. Not for what you do, breathed Grushenko. For what you are. She stood quiet a long time. Finally, she looked at Holbrook with eyes gone cat green, and said like a mechanism, You understand? You will keep yourself in the background. Say nothing, and make no untoward gestures. If necessary, we two can kill you with our hands. And then suddenly she went to a corner, sat down, and hugged her knees, and buried her face against them. Holbrook lowered himself. His heart thuttered, wild for oxygen. He felt the cold strike into his throat. He had not been so close to weeping since the hour his mother died. But he avoided Grushenko's hooded stare. He retreated into himself and buckled on the armor of an engineer's workaday soul. There were problems to solve. Well, let them be solved as practical problems in a practical universe. For even this nightmare planet was real. Even it made logical sense. It had to, if you could only see clearly. He faced a mighty civilization, perhaps 1,000,000 years old, which maintained interplanetary travel, giant computers, all the intricacies of a technology he did not begin to comprehend. But it ignored the unhidden human landings on Novia. But it attacked senselessly when 3 strangers appeared, and then did not follow up the attack. It captured a space vessel with contemptuous ease, did not even bother to look at the booty, shoved the crew through an obviously cut and dried routine, and then into this cell. But cosmos crack open. Visitors from another star could not be an everyday affair. And it was understandable that Zolotoyans would remove a prisoner's knife. But why his watch? Well, maybe a watch could be turned into, a hyperspatial lever. Maybe they knew how to pull some such stunt and dared not assume the strangers were ignorant. But if so, why didn't they take some precautions with the Outworld spaceship? Hell, it could be a nuclear time bomb for all they knew. The uniforms, the whole repulsive discipline suggested a totalitarian state. Could the humans only have encountered a few dull-witted subordinates so far? That would fit the facts. No, it wouldn't either, because the overlords, who were not fools, would certainly have been informed of this and would have taken immediate steps. Or would they? Holbrook gasped. God in heaven! What? Grushenko trotted over to him. What is it? Holbrook struggled to his feet. Look, he babbled. We've got to break out of here. It's our death if we don't. The cold alone will kill us. And if we don't get back soon, the others will leave this system. You will keep silent when the Zolotyans arrive, said Grushenko. He raised a fist. If they do plan to terminate us, we must face it. There is nothing we can do about it. But there is, I tell you. We can. Listen. The wall dilated. Chapter 6. 3 guards stood shoulder to shoulder, their guns pointed inward, their lovely inhuman faces blank. A red-clad being, shorter than they, set down a bowl of stew and a container of water. The food was unidentifiable, but its odor was savory. Holbrook felt sure it had been manufactured for the terrestrials. For the zoo, he said aloud, and then wildly, no, for the filing cabinet. File and forget. Lock us up and throw away the key, because there is nothing else they can do with us. Ekaterina caught his arm. Back, she warned. Grushenko stood making gestures and talking under the golden eyes of the guards. They loomed over him like idols from some unimaginable futurism. And suddenly, the hatred which seethed in Holbrook left him. He knew nothing but pity. He mourned for Zolotoy the Damned, which had once been so full of hope. But he must live. His eyes turned to Ekaterina. He heard the frosty breath rattle in her nostrils. Already the coryza viruses in her bloodstream were multiplying. Chill and oxygen starvation had weakened her. Fever would come within hours, death within weeks. And Grushenko would spend weeks trying to communicate. Or, if he could be talked around to Holbrook's beliefs, it might be too late. That electronic idiot Sama might decide at any moment that the prisoners were safest if killed. I'm sorry, said Holbrook. He punched Ekaterina in the stomach. She lurched and sat down. Holbrook sidestepped the red Zolotoyan, moved in under the guards, and seized a blast gun with both hands. He brought up his foot in the same motion against a bony, black-clad knee and heaved. The Zolotoyan reeled. Holbrook staggered back, the gun in his hands. The other 2 guards trilled and slewed their own weapons about. Holbrook whipped the blaster up and squeezed its single switch. Lightning crashed between blue walls. A signal hooted. Automatic alarms. There would be guards coming, swarming all over, and their only reaction was to kill. The computer, bawled Holbrook. We've got to get the computer. 2 hideously charred bodies were collapsing. The stench of burnt flesh grabbed his gullet. You murdering fool! Grushenko roared it out, leaping at him. Holbrook reversed his blaster and struck with the butt. Grushenko fell to the floor, dazed. The 3rd black Zolotoyan fumbled after a dropped gun. Holbrook destroyed him. The computer, he shouted. It's not a brain, only an automaton. He reached down, caught Ekaterina by the wrist, and hauled her up. His heart seemed about to burst. Rags of darkness swirled before his eyes. But it is the interstellar commissar, he groaned. It's the only thing able to decide about us, and now it's sure to decide on killing. You're insane, shrieked the woman from light years away. She clawed after his weapon. He swayed in black mists, batted her away with his own strengthless hands. I haven't time now, he whispered. I love you. Will you come with me? He turned and staggered through the door, past the scuttering red servitor, over the corpses and into the hall. The sirens squealed before him, around him, through him. His feet were leaden clogs. Christ, what had become of the low gravity? Help me! Help me! Hands caught his arm. Lean on me, Eben Petrovich, she said. They went through a vaulted corridor full of howling. His temples beat as if her brain were trying to escape the skull, but vision cleared a little. He saw the wall at the end. He stopped by the control stud. Let me go through first, he said in his burning throat. If the guards get me, remember the computer must be destroyed. We're safe if it can be destroyed. Wait now. The wall gaped for him. He stepped through. The green technicians moved serenely under the huge machine, servicing it as if he did not exist. In a way, he thought, I don't. He sped across the floor. His boots resounded hollowly on the stone. He came up to the machine and opened fire. Thunder roared in the chamber. The technicians twittered and ran around him. One of them posted himself at a board whose pattern of signaling lights was too intricate for men to grasp, and called out orders. The others began to fetch replacement parts, and the siren yammered. It was like no alarm on earth. Its voice seemed almost alive. 4 guards burst in from the outer hall. Holbrook sprang behind a technician, who kept stolidly by his rank of levers. The guards halted, stared around, and began to cast about like sniffing dogs. Holbrook shot past the green Zolotoyan, dropped 1, dropped 2. A human would have sacrificed the enemy's living shield to get at the enemy, but no black had ever fired on a green. Another guard approached and was killed. But where had the 4th gotten to? Holbrook heard the noise and whirled around. The gaunt shape had been almost upon him from the rear. Ekaterina had attacked. They rolled about the floor, she snarling, he with a remote, godlike calm even as he wrestled. He got her by the throat. Holbrook ran up behind and clubbed his blaster. After more blows than a man could have survived, the guard slumped. The woman crawled from beneath, gasping. Holbrook's strength was fled. His lungs one enormous agony. He sank to the floor beside her. Are you all right? He forced. Are you hurt, my dearest? Hold. They crouched side by side and turned faces which bled from the nose back toward the machine. Ilya Grushenko stood there. A blaster was poised in his hands. Drop your gun or I shoot, he said. You and her both. Holbrook's fingers went slack. He heard the remote clatter of his weapon as it struck stone. Thank you, Eben Petrovich, said Grushenko. Now they have it proven to them. Which of our factions is their friend? You don't understand, choked Holbrook. Listen to me. Be still. Raise your hands. Ah, there. Grushenko flicked eyes toward a pair of guards trotting into the room. I have them, comrades, he whooped. Their fire converged on him. He ceased to be. Holbrook had already scooped up his own blaster. He shot down the 2 black Zolotoyans. He stood up, swaying and still scrabbling after air. Ekaterina huddled at his feet. You see, he said wearily, we are in the ultimate collectivist state. She clung to his knees and wept. He had not fired many bolts into the computer when its siren went quiet. He assumed that the orders it had been giving were thereby canceled. He took the woman, and they walked away from the pathetically scurrying greens, out into the hallway, past a few guards who ignored them, and so to a flying platform. Chapter 7. Under the tall, fair heaven of Novaya, Holbrook spoke to the chief of the human outpost. You can call them back from the Rurik, he said. There is no more danger. But what are the Zolotoyans? Asked Jimenez. His eyes went in fear toward the mountains. If they are not intelligent beings, then what created their civilization? Their ancestors, said Holbrook. A very long time ago. They were great once, but they ended up with a totalitarian government, a place for everyone and everyone in his place. The Holy Society, whose very stasis was holy. Specialized breeds for the different jobs. Some crude attempts at it have been made on Earth, too. Egypt didn't change for thousands of years after the pyramids had been built. Diocletian, the Roman emperor, made all occupations hereditary. The Soviets are trying that sort of thing at this moment. If they haven't been overthrown since we left, the Zolotoyans were unlucky. Their attempt succeeded. He shrugged. When one individual is made exactly like another, when independent thought is no longer needed, is actually forbidden, what do you expect? Evolution gets rid of organs which have stopped being useful. That includes the thinking brain. But all that you saw, space travel, police functions, chemical analysis and synthesis, maintaining those wonderful machines, it is all done by instinct? Protested Jimenez. No, I cannot believe it. Instinct isn't completely rigid, you know, said Holbrook. Even a simple one-loop homeostatic circuit is amazingly flexible and adaptive. Remember ants or bees or termites on Earth. In their own way, they have societies as intricate as anything known to me. They even have a sort of stylized language, as do our neighbors here. Actually, I suspect the average ant faces more variety and challenge in his life than does the ordinary Zolotoyan. Remember, they have no natural enemies anymore, and for tens of thousands of years, all the jobs on that highly automated planet have been stereotyped. The mine guards on Novia ignored our rocket trails beyond the mountains because, to their perception, it couldn't have been very different from lightning, say. But they had long ago evolved an instinct to shoot at unknown visitors simply because large Novian animals could interfere with operations. At home, They have little or no occasion to fight, but apparently they, like the green technicians, have an inborn obedience to the computer signals. Yes, said Jimenez. The computer, what was it? Holbrook sighed. I suppose it was built in the last dying age of reason. Some atavistic genius, how lonely he must have been, realized what was happening. Sooner or later, visitors from space were sure to arrive. He wanted to give his descendants at least a little defense against them. He built that machine, which could try to identify them, could give a few simple orders about their disarmament and care and feeding, that sort of thing. He used some controlled mutation process to breed the technicians that serviced it and the obedience of the guards. Or perhaps it was enough to institute a set of laws. There'd be natural selection toward an instinct. It really wasn't much he could do. A poor, clumsy protection against diseases we might have carried, or wanton looting, or Holbrook lifted his head into the wind. Sunlight streamed through summer leaves. It felt like a benediction on him and on the young woman who held his hand. Now, when the technical problem was disposed of, his voice came more slowly and awkwardly. I could pity the Zolotoyans, except that they're beyond it. They are as empty of selfhood as insects. But the one who built the computer, can't you almost hear him back in time asking for our mercy? Jimenez nodded. Well, he said, I do not see why we should not let the fauna live. We can learn a great deal from them, including this, said Holbrook, that it shall not happen to our race. We've a planet now and a whole new science to master. Our children, or our grandchildren, will return to Earth. Ekaterina's hand released his, but her arm went about his waist, drawing him close, as if he were a shield. Her eyes ranged the great, strange horizon, and she asked very low, After all that time here, do you think they will care about Earth? I don't know, said Holbrook. He tasted the light like rain on his uplifted face. It was not the sun he remembered. I don't know, dearest. I don't even know if it matters. End of The High Ones by Paul Anderson. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
Cosmic Crash by Bob Olson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmic Crash by Bob Olson. $300 prize contest. First honorable mention awarded to Cosmic Trash by Bob Olson, 215 South Ladue Road, Beverly Hills, California. We present this story as our choice for the first honorable mention in the cover contest because it has a quality which is all too rare in science fiction stories, namely humor. Mr. Olson, who is well known to our readers, never loses his perspective or sense of humor, and this has enabled him to take a theme that might have been hackneyed and put it into a new form and give it a new dress. This story is not only well written but has adequate science, and by the medium Mr. Olson uses. The cover theme is simply and convincingly explained. Preposterous enough was the sight which Rodney Close saw on that momentous day, but even more astounding to him was the utter unconcern of the other people who witnessed it. To Close it looked as if something dreadful was about to happen. If not that, it certainly was an event of grave portent. Yet the only ones besides himself who seemed even remotely interested in the dire happenings were the officious-looking individual in a green uniform and 7 loafers, the kind of bipeds who sometimes stand for hours watching a steam shovel excavating a hole. What Close saw was this. Hovering directly overhead was a formidable-looking monster, reminding him of a discus, such as are used in athletic contests, but of colossal proportions. So enormous was this outlandish contrivance that even in its almost vertical position it shrouded several blocks of the city below with its dense and ominous shadow. As Close watched in open-mouthed astonishment, 4 long, sinuous, tapering arms like the tentacles of an octopus glided out from a protuberance at the side of the disk and quickly wrapped themselves around a towering edifice just under the machine. Close recognized it as the Woolworth Building. With no more effort than an elephant tugging at a sapling, the metal tentacles grasped the building and tilted it gently to one side. There was a splintering noise as the edifice was ripped loose from the pavement in front of it. Like something alive, one of the tentacles writhed through the crack formed between the wall and the sidewalk. Then 2 shafts of greenish rays shot out from tubes near the center of the disc, and the machine began to rise. When the flexible arms holding the building became taut, the upward motion ceased for a moment. Then, with a mighty heave, accompanied by the deafening sounds of cracking concrete, the entire edifice was wrenched from its foundation and lifted into the air. Swiftly and silently it continued to ascend until it was a mere speck in the sky above. The 7 loafers languidly ambled on their way, leaving Close standing there. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets as he gazed dizzily at the great hole from which he had just seen the large building yanked out like a decayed tooth. The man in the green uniform jotted something in his notebook and was just about to walk away when Close accosted him. "Excuse me, brother, but this contraption I just saw, this building that was jerked out by the roots, do you know anything about it?" "Why, certainly," the official replied. "I'm the ground supervisor in charge of this job. Here's my card." Close read, "Cosmic Disposal Company, New York, Paris, Shanghai, a junker, 7th Vice President." "Thank you," said Close. "I hope you will pardon me for not being familiar with your work, but you see I've been out of touch with the world for some time. Haven't read a newspaper or seen a televisor for 10 years. "For 10 years?" Junker echoed. "Where in the world could you have been for that length of time without learning about our cosmic disposer?" "That's a painful subject, and if you don't object, I'd prefer to talk about something else. This marvelous machine of yours, for instance. Would you mind telling me about it?" "Glad to. It was invented in order to furnish a quick economic way to get rid of large structures of various kinds which have become obsolete and useless. You probably know that with the quick, easy methods of transportation now in vogue, our industries and other business establishments have become decentralized and our large cities have been almost depopulated. This left an immense number of buildings and other structures which were not only worthless, but in some cases menaces to public safety. It was imperative that most of these edifices be removed in order to make room for aviation fields, parks, and similar desirable developments. To tear down a structure like the Woolworth building piece by piece would be a terrific task. It would take too long and cost too much money. So we conceived the idea of lifting the buildings bodily and carrying them off into space. To do this, we simply applied the familiar principles used in space flyers. Did you notice the tubes which projected greenish rays in 2 different directions? Yes. Well, those rays furnish the guiding force. They may be directed toward any planet or star in space. All they do is to intensify tremendously the gravitational attraction of that particularly heavenly body for the cosmic disposer. You can readily see how this principle may be used for steering the machine in any desired direction and with whatever power it requires." "I could understand that all right, but what about the mechanism that operates those 4 tentacles or whatever you call them?" "Tentacles is right. If you paid close attention to the appearance of the concave mirror near the center of the disc, this reflects the beams of the sun, focusing them on the tube which protrudes from the center of the machine. A small but powerful device inside this tube converts the sun's heat into electrical energy. This not only provides the motive power for the tentacles, but is also used for generating the gravitational rays which you saw coming out of the 2 projectors." "Sounds plain enough," Close interposed. But I still can't imagine what you do with a building after you've removed it from its foundation.
That's the easiest part of the whole performance. All we do is carry it out into space until it is free from the gravitational attraction of the Earth. Then we turn it loose, and it either shoots into the sun or is captured by whatever planet happens to exert the most attraction for it.
And can you get rid of anything that way?
Sure. For instance, today our European plant is removing the Eiffel Tower. It ought to be on its way just about now. Suppose we take a squint through my portable telescope.
He produced a tube about 10 inches long and in a twinkling had it mounted on a slender tripod. After a moment of adjusting and focusing, he said, "Here, have a look." Close peeped through the eyepiece and was astounded to see a clear image of a disc-shaped machine. Gripped in its tentacles was a steel structure which he recognized unmistakably as the Eiffel Tower. He could also make out the more or less distinct outlines of the machine he had just seen a few minutes previously with the Woolworth building clutched in its mechanical embrace. Even as he gazed in rapt fascination, he saw the tentacles unwind and release the great structure. Within a few minutes, the building was lost in the dazzling glare of the noonday sun. "That is certainly marvelous," he enthused. "But are you sure you can use it to get rid of anything?"
Never been stumped yet. We've carried as many as 6 battleships in one trip. I had to laugh at a friend of mine the other day. He was complaining because he didn't know what to do with an old gadget his grandfather left on his place long ago. I believe he called it a flivver. Funniest contraption you ever saw. Used to crawl along the ground like an ant. I happened to have a job removing a factory building near his home, so I told him to tow the flivver to the plant and run it inside. It gave us more trouble than the whole building. Our disposer had hardly gotten outside the Earth's atmosphere before the flivver crashed through a window and started back towards Earth. Luckily, our men noticed it and gave chase. They caught it just in time to prevent it from dropping right into the middle of a fashionable bathing beach.
"That puts an idea into my head," Close remarked. "I, too, have something I'd like to dispose of. Something I've been accumulating for about 40 years. Something I'd give anything to get rid of. However, it would be a very unusual job. I'm afraid it couldn't be done."
You mean the expense would be too great?
"No, not that. I have plenty of money, and I'm willing to pay almost any sum. What's bothering me is whether you will be able to handle the job."
Junker became offended. As I told you before, we've never yet tackled a job we couldn't handle. We've disposed of the Brooklyn Bridge, the Chrysler Building, and many similar structures without the slightest trouble. Just what is it that you want to get rid of?
"Well, if you must know," Close replied, "a package of old safety razor blades." The end. End of Cosmic Trash by Bob Olson.
Testing by Sam Merwin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Gurzynski. Testing by Sam Merwin. A terrestrial journalist once described the plight of a space pilot on a solo interstellar trip as being similar to that of a flea on one of the great stone dogs of Planet 6, Betelgeuse. All that vast expanse to plunder and no way of getting at it. To Echelon leader Hannibal Pryor, the simile was apt. It was aggravated by the fact he was an unwilling flea. If his chief and sponsor, Star Marshal Stefan Lopez, had not backed the losing side on the last Sirius 9 plebiscite, Pryor would have been piloting the immense star battleship Erebus, from which the Planet Buster was to be dropped. Instead, he had been assigned this miserable chore of checking Rigel 4, the planet scheduled for blasting. It was a job that should have gone to a mere ensign, not a veteran echelon leader with 3 comets on his breast. There was nothing to do. His survey route had been plotted in advance by the calculators that crammed the deck below, and precision instruments did all the checking. If Rigel 4 were habitable or inhabited, it would not have been selected for the test. The flying laboratory in which he sat would circle it twice, then return under automatic control to the dot in space 3 million kilometers away, 5 o'clock vector, where ships of half the inhabited planets were gathering to watch the test. Wellington Smith, the new chief star marshal, had his own pet pilot for the big job. Hannibal Pryor, as one of Lopez's top men, was out of the big picture. Flying the preliminary milk run, it made acid flow in his veins, and he was getting fat from punching out weird gastronomic combinations on the food board. There was nothing to do but eat, and swill up the non-intoxicating drinks available through the dispenser. The way things stood, Pryor knew he'd be lucky if he made Wing Chief in 10 years Earth time. Once you were out of the big picture, it took a miracle to pull you back into focus. Idly, Pryor lowered his long, dark-skinned body into the observer's bucket and watched the small golden dot that was Rigel 4 swiftly enlarge itself on the screen. It took on a bluish tinge and acquired the fuzzy halo that denoted an atmosphere. The scientists, prodded by the political leaders of Sirius sector, had selected for the sake of thoroughness a planet known to be habitable, though uninhabited, at least by human beings. The Planet Buster had already been tested on the airless satellites of one of the dark stars. Without much interest, Pryor watched Rigel 4 fill the screen, gradually becoming convex. He had landed on far too many worlds to be frightened by the effect of its falling upon him as he neared it. Half subconsciously, he noted that the star brakes were working perfectly. He felt a faint jar as the atmosphere engines took over from the star drive. The little lights on the panel flared and flickered in proper sequence as the flying laboratory began its first circuit of a world that was soon to be blasted to stardust. Later, he realized that he must have dozed off. At any rate, he missed the flicker of green light at the left of the panel, and it took the rasping electronic voice that unexpectedly called, "Pilot control, pilot control, pilot control," to awaken him. He muttered, "Daimidi," in sheer disbelief as he pushed the button that turned off the voice and took over the controls. It couldn't possibly have happened, and yet the instruments were never wrong. Rigel 4 was inhabited by humans. As he brought the ship in along an ever-slowing parabola, Pryor pulled the outspeaker over in front of his mouth and said, "Lab Able calling Erebus. Lab Able calling Erebus. Locator shows humanity on Rigel 4. Locator shows humanity on Rigel 4. Over." He held course and watched the seconds tick by on the call chronometer. 11, 12, 13, 35, 36. A burst of gibberish emerged from the in-speaker until he tuned the unscrambler and heard, "I hear you, Lab Able. Check for inhabitants and arrange immediate evacuation. Check for inhabitants and arrange immediate evacuation. Report when assignment complete. Report when assignment complete. Time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. Over and out. Over and out." Pryor wrestled with temptation. If he put another message through, unscrambled, stating the situation, interstellar control monitors would inevitably pick it up. Interstellar control was death on any interference with inhabited planets. Interstellar control was already on record as being against the Planet Buster test on a usable world. And not even the new Chief Star Marshal was strong enough to buck IC. Pryor smiled and hummed a little Antarian tune as he slowed Lab Able to hovering speed. If he handled the situation adroitly, he should be able to get Marshal Lopez out of the doghouse, and quite as important, one echelon leader Hannibal Pryor back in the big picture. According to the instruments, the humans on Rigel 4 lived in a single small settlement on the south temperate zone of the planet, surprisingly close to the forbidding Antarctic ice cap. Pryor cut in distance detail vision and blinked unbelievingly at a cluster of thatched roofs about a strangely familiar structure with a tall white-pointed spire. The fields about the settlement, where they did not show cultivation, bore an odd pale purple hue. Beyond the village lay a long, narrow, twisting body of pale blue water. Pryor spotted a level spot that looked suitable for landing, clear of the tilled fields. His mocha-colored fingers played the panel buttons like the fingers of an organist ringing in stops as he prepared Lab Able for its descent. Emerging from his ship, Pryor discovered that the pale purple fields were actually covered with a sort of low, tough shrubbery. It covered the sparsely treed hills beyond the lake and seemed to fade into the deep, misty blue of the afternoon sky. Although he had never seen a landscape like it in all his roving over scores of planets, Pryor found it pleasant. A strong, cool wind whipped his weatherproof coverall against the backs of his legs. After the artificial atmosphere of Lab Able, the fresh air stung his nostrils pleasantly, and the smell of the pale purple shrubbery was sweet. He scrambled over a low barrier of uncut gray stone that marked the boundary of the field in which he had landed and found himself on a narrow road of ochre-hued dirt. He trudged along it toward the village, and around a dipping bend met two men riding in a surface car of fantastically ancient vintage. If Pryor had not seen similar vehicles in his histofilm course at the Academy, he would scarcely have known what it was. It actually ran on wheels with plastic rims. It pulled to a halt alongside him, and the red-bearded patriarch sitting next to the young man at the controls leapt spryly out and said in odd, thick accents, "Welcome to Lethon Nevis, sir." The older man had to repeat the greeting before Pryor found words. There was so much that was astonishing about him. First, his clothing. It consisted of stout shoes of what looked like real leather, long woven socks and brilliant diamond checks, a brief black jacket, and a sort of skirt woven in a complex pattern of blue and green checks, and kept from flaring in the wind by a heavy pouch of some sort of fur. A sort of blanket that matched the skirt was slung over his left shoulder, and an odd-looking flat black bonnet, turned up on one side by an elaborate metal clip, had a headband of the same bright material. Second, his beard. For centuries, all male human children were given facial depilation shortly after birth, and as a result, the old man's luxurious red growth looked both alarming and unsanitary. Third, his skin. It was like that of the young man engaged in turning the vehicle awkwardly about, a pale reddish pink that made Pryor conscious of his own dark normality. When he had recovered from his surprise at encountering such a strange specimen, Pryor returned his greeting and asked to be taken to the chief or leader of the community. The younger man, who had pulled up alongside again, but facing the other way, said, "You're speaking to the Dominie now, sir." His accent was as alien and thick as that of the man with the beard, and his costume was similar, save for minor details. On the way to the village, they had to halt while a flock of bay and gray sheep, tended by a husky-looking youngster and a long-haired black-and-white dog, crossed the dirt road. Pryor, who had never seen anything like them before, asked what they were for. The older man smiled and said, "Their wool supplies us with the clothing we wear. Their hides provide us with light leather. Their flesh provides us with meat for the table." Pryor nodded, wishing he hadn't asked. The idea of eating the flesh of living creatures, or recently living creatures, appalled him. He had an idea he wasn't going to enjoy his dinner. The village, with its stone houses and thatched roofs, reminded Pryor of a village in a fairy tale vidifilm. He noted with growing amazement that all the inhabitants seemed to be fair of hair and skin. All wore the gay skirts and bonnets, regardless of sex. He was asked to alight in front of the largest house, one close by the stone church with its white wooden spire. The Dominie led him into a room of wholly unexpected comfort and applied flame to a pile of cut logs in a wide stone fireplace. This done, he produced 2 earthenware mugs and a stone bottle and said, "I doubt not but that your mission to Leith on Nevis is important. It is only fitting we indulge in a drop before we come to such matters." The Dominie drained his mug without changing expression, but the innocent-looking amber liquid made Prior gasp. It seemed to burn his gullet, and seconds later start a warming fire in his veins. When he could talk, he gasped, "What was that, Dominie?" "That," said the older man, smiling through his beard, "is Usquebaugh, the water of life, known to the less ancient as whiskey." "I've heard of it," Prior managed. He wondered if he weren't dreaming the whole business, and shook himself mentally in an effort to awaken in the prosaic surroundings of Lab Abel. But nothing changed. "I'm afraid," he said, "I've brought you a problem, Dominie." He wondered what the word meant. "I've got orders from headquarters, Sirius Sector, to have this planet evacuated at once." Courteously, the older man refilled Prior's mug, then poured more liquid fire into his own. He said, "And what is the alternative?" "There is no alternative," Prior replied bluntly. "In a matter of 36 hours Earth time, this little world is going to be blown to smithereens." "I'll say one thing for you, young man," said the Dominie. "You don't believe in beating about the bush." He drained his mug once more and added over its rim, "Is the universe at war?" "Not at present, I'm happy to say," said Prior. "Then I fear your errand is wasted," said the other. "If there is no war, then we shall not evacuate. Even if there were, I should hesitate to uproot my people. They would have to leave so much of what they have wrought and love behind them." "I assure you," said Prior, wondering just how stupid the patriarch was, "that you will receive ample compensation." "Can you then arrange ample compensation for human hearts?" the old man asked. Prior braced himself and drained his mug. To his surprise, the whiskey, or whatever it was, went down smoothly. He said, "I'm afraid you don't understand the situation, sir. This planet, Rigel 4, is the subject for testing of the deadliest new bomb ever made. The experiment is already underway. You and your people must evacuate. Of course, if our plotters had known of your existence, they'd have selected another world to blow up." The Dominie finished for him. "I fear they'll have to make the change anyway. Our title to this planet is quite clear and above board. Allow me to show you." He rose, crossed to a lovingly carved and polished cabinet, and withdrew not a videroll, but some actual ancient documents, handed them to Prior. Prior looked at them with growing excitement. It was a planet charter, beyond question, granted some 2 centuries before by interplanetary control, the predecessor of interstellar control. It stated that Arnold Mokurai, Ian Stevenson, and Alexandra Hamilton had purchased in goods, cash, and services the full rights to Rigel 4, hereafter to be known as Nevis. It added that the rights were to run in perpetuity, save only in the case of interstellar war, and then only during the existence of a state of war. Somebody had slipped when Marshal Wellington Smith selected Rigel 4 for this planet-busting test. Prior suspected that the listing of this world under Nevis among the titled planets, rather than as Rigel 4 among the untitled, plus the antiquity of the deal and the small size and isolation of the settlement, had caused the error. He stood up, noting that the floor seemed to slant where it had been level when he entered. He said, "There's been a serious error, I fear. Can you have me driven to my ship at once? I must report it while there is still time." "Certainly, young man," said the Dominie, rising. Back in Lab Abel, Prior ran his hands over his face, which felt unreasonably hot. He punched in the outspeaker, called the Erebus, and explained the situation. At its conclusion, he added innocently, "Shall I call in Interstellar for checking and aid? Over." He had to wait almost half an hour, Earth time, for the reply to come through. In the meantime, he could picture the consternation among the smug brass hats on the flagship. He hummed the Antarian ditty again, feeling strangely relaxed and comfortable. Finally, it came through. When he got it unscrambled, it was orders to sit tight while higher authority dealt with the situation. He signed off, chuckling, and went back outside to the ancient surface car, where the young man and a young woman were waiting for him. He had left the message recorder on, resolved to return in 2 hours for further orders. If there were none, he was going to call in IC. Come what might, he was back in the big picture with a vengeance. When they reached the Dominie's house, the girl said, "When you're through eating, perhaps you'll come to the kirk vestry. We'll be having a small dance." He looked at her more closely and, in spite of the rosy and unnatural whiteness of her skin, noted that she was comely. He resolved to visit the kirk vestry as soon as politeness would permit, whatever a kirk vestry might be. He drank more of the Dominie's usquebaugh before dinner and found himself asking, "Pardon me, sir, but would you answer one question?" And at the older man's nod, "Why are you so few?" "We are few by choice," was the reply. "Our forefathers long ago left Earth for Proxima Centauri 7 in one of the earliest migrations to escape overcrowding. My people and I like room to breathe in, room to roam and work without restriction. When PC-7 grew too crowded, we pooled our resources and purchased this world. In those days, planets such as this were cheap enough. The Control was glad to have them settled. Since then, we have limited our numbers to avoid a repetition of what went before." Thinking of a life spent in the crowded cities of crowded planets or in the cramped quarters of starships, Pryor understood. It had been in search of space and freedom that he had joined the service, only to exchange urban jamming for the prisons of strict discipline and limited space. "You've created a dream," Pryor said. The Dominie put down his empty mug and said gravely, "Don't think it's been easy. Adapting to the most hospitable alien world is a back-breaking job, but we've never been afraid of work." "I can see that," said Pryor, feeling oddly useless. He wondered how he would fare without buttons to push, circuits to serve him. The Dominie's wife, a tall, handsome woman with the frame of a Percheron, appeared and announced that dinner was ready. Thanks to the whiskey, or perhaps to his absorption in his exotic surroundings, Pryor found himself actually eating meat and actually enjoying it. The mutton was crisp and black on the outside, tender and pink in the center, and the vegetables and fruits served with it constituted a rich new experience. During the meal, the Dominie's wife said, "Tell me, Mr. Pryor, if the universe is not at war, why do they wish to blow up our planet?" Pryor explained as best he could, and unexpectedly, he seemed to be thinking and expressing himself more clearly than ever before. He told them about the rise of the aggressive elements in Sirius Sector, about the plebiscite that had put Wellington Smith in power. "They're fretting under the restrictions of IC," he said, "and they're seeking to gather sufficient strength to obtain concessions. As long as they remain within IC limits, they can't be touched." The Dominie said quietly, "It's the same dreadful story, Mary. Too many people, too many unhappy people, restlessness, conspiracy, war. This time the whole universe will suffer." Then to Pryor, "But if your Star Marshal obliterates an inhabited IC planet, he'll be in trouble, will he not?" "If he should dare do such a thing, and I feel sure he won't," said Pryor, "he'll be as good as ruined." For some reason, he added as an afterthought, "That is, if IC hears of it." "I see," said the patriarch, nodding thoughtfully. His wife said, "There's a dance in the kirk vestry this evening, Mr. Pryor. I hope you'll be in attendance. Naturally, you'll honor us by being our guest overnight." Pryor found the Kirk vestry without trouble. It was an extension of the big building with the white spire and less than 50 meters from the Dominie's house. He intended merely to get someone to drive him to his ship and get his message out. But when he heard the shrill, rhythmic combination of bagpipes and fiddle, something stirred deep in his ancestral memory, and he forgot about all else. He danced with the girl of the surface car, and she showed him the steps of the strange dances, and his feet had magic in them. He laughed with the men and drank more of the whiskey, and the night became a golden whirl of primitive excitement such as he had never known. He needed the help of 2 of the young men to get him back to the Dominie's house, where he was undressed and put into a soft, warm object they called a bed. He knew no more until the concussion of the explosion brought him sharply out of his drunken slumber. Although his tongue was thick with fur and his head rattled as if it were filled with dried pebbles, he woke up sober. Through the bedroom window, he saw the flickering brilliance of the exploded bomb mounting slowly toward the stars. He turned and, with a strange sickness in his stomach, scrambled into his clothing. Outside, he could hear the little community coming to life. He hadn't believed they would do it. When he got out of the vehicle, he saw an odd little mound of molten metal where Lab Abel had stood in silver serenity a few minutes earlier. Silently, he cursed the ruthless militarists who were going to blast Rigel 4 to dust, and cursed his own irresponsibility for not sending the message that would have put a halt to their plans. Somebody said in the odd accent that was already becoming familiar, "What happened, Mr. Pryor?" Pryor thought fast, though his head ached badly. He said, "I hear the drive fuel reached critical mass. It happens once in 100,000 times." It hadn't. It couldn't. But how could he tell them they were as good as dead? And himself with them, of course. He didn't waste time thinking about that. When he got back to the Dominie's house, the wife greeted him gravely. She wore a soft wool robe, and her hair was in odd wisps of paper, and he could tell by the way she looked at him that she knew. "Where can I find the Dominie?" he asked. "He's in the basement of the kirk," she said, in her soft, untroubled voice. "He asked me to ask you to join him there." "Thanks, ma'am," Pryor replied. There was nothing more to say. The light was dim in the basement. The place smelled of age and dampness, but there was machinery there, a vast pile of it, and the Dominie was hussing around it, wearing a frown. "Ho there, Pryor," he said. "So they blew up your ship?" "They blew her up," said Pryor grimly. "I never thought they'd dare. If only I hadn't made an idiot of myself at that dance, I'd—" The Dominie cut him off with, "It's a bit late for regrets, young man. Come see if we can get this blasted communicator working." Pryor's heart leapt for a moment. He thought he was gaining a reprieve. Then he saw the age and condition of the old set. It was at least a century old, and realized they'd be lucky to get a message out at all before the big one blew them to nothingness. "Come on, Dominie," he said. "Let's have that wrench." They worked through the short night and into the morning that followed. The Dominie's wife brought them a strange herb brew she called tea that reinvigorated them. She said to Pryor, "Sheila and the other girls are very excited. They believe you'll be staying a while now. You'll be the first stranger in many years." Pryor wiped his brow grimly and said, "Well, I'll be here as long as any of them, I guess." "Then there's no hope?" the Dominie asked quietly over his tea. "Oh, we'll get a message out to the IC," said Pryor. "We're almost ready to send, but it will be too late. The bomb is already on its way." "Come on, then," said the Dominie, handing his tea back to his wife. "Let's waste no time." They got the message out before the reddish sun reached the meridian, and Pryor said grimly, "That makes their second mistake. They should have blasted the town last night, not just my ship. Their first mistake was in selecting this planet." He looked about him at the placid, happy scene and suppressed a heaving sob. The Dominie put a firm hand on his shoulder and said, Perhaps it's best this way. Perhaps this is why we're here, to prevent the most terrible war of all. After all, there aren't many of us against those who would die if your marshal got his way. Prior said, his eyes shining with admiration, "You're a great man, Dominie, and a brave one." "Let's just say an old one," said the patriarch. "And now, since we have so little time, let's you and I walk to the edge of the loch and look at the hills on the other side. It's a lovely view." End of Testing by Sam Merwin.
The Mystery of Professor Brown by A.L. Hodges. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alexander. The Mystery of Professor Brown by A.L. Hodges. Professor Yarborough Brown was a man in the prime of life, healthy, husky and strong, yet they found him sprawled out on the floor of his classroom, dead. Dead without a mark on him. There was no slightest mark on his body, and he had certainly been living 10 minutes before the discovery, for he died between the dismissal of one class and the coming of another. The professor was one of the really big men in electrical science, and his death was so mysterious that its solution challenged and received the best efforts of the city and state authorities. The police investigated his life and found only that he had served in the war, receiving a slight scalp wound, that he had no enemies whatsoever, that he was constantly experimenting. The coroner ordered an autopsy. The internal organs were found in excellent condition. There was no poison in the stomach. There was no evidence of heart trouble. The body was embalmed and interred. The mystery remained a mystery. Yet Dr. Willie Jones, assistant to Professor Brown, decided that he was not through with the case. He determined to take it up as a research problem and solve it. He set about interviewing members of the last class instructed by the professor and found that he had been lecturing on and demonstrating a new induction furnace, the new electrical furnace for metals. The one he had was an experimental one. He showed the class how he could hold his hand in this furnace without discomfort, provided there were no rings on his fingers, but that if he held a nail in the furnace, it soon became red hot. Iron and that furnace apparently didn't agree. Jones decided to look over this furnace. He found that it was insecurely fastened to the wall and, looking down, saw a screwdriver that had evidently been dropped on the floor. As the furnace was going when the body was found, Jones was satisfied that it was connected in some way with the death of the professor. He therefore picked up the screwdriver and started to tighten the screw that was loose, which was outside the furnace. He found that the most convenient position for him to assume in tightening the screw placed the top of his head in the mouth of the furnace itself. And here he was more mystified than ever. This should not cause any discomfort, much less death. So temporarily, Jones gave up trying to solve the mystery of the death of Professor Brown. When, however, he saw the police report, he thought over the matter harder than ever, and finally arrived at an astounding conclusion. He went to see the coroner, stated that he was absolutely certain that the old scalp wound suffered by the professor during the war had contained a fragment of metal, that this metal had become red hot when the professor poked his head into the induction furnace and had killed his chief. After some persuasion, the coroner agreed to disinter the body and take an X-ray of the head. This was done and disclosed that Jones was correct, and that the fragment of iron had burned a clean hole from just under the top of the skull down through the brain, as its weight caused it to sink down into the hole which it had burned for itself. Professor Brown had forgotten that the surgeon had told him there might still be a small fragment of iron left in his skull. End of the Mystery of Professor Brown by A.L. Hodges.
The Ring Bonanza by Otto Binder. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cindy Morton. The Ring Bonanza by Otto Binder. The rings of Saturn stretched like a level sheet in all directions, though actually composed of millions of tiny bodies. Homer Timken carefully braked with the nose rockets till he floated motionlessly with respect to the ring's own rotary motion around its primary. Then he eagerly donned his vac suit. Had he struck it rich this time? Through his binoculars a moment ago, he had seen the glint of one small jagged lump among the ring debris, and it had glinted like gold or silver. There was vast treasure among the rings if one could find it. In his vac suit, he used his reaction pistol to propel him down toward the glinting mass. In his eagerness, he almost failed to see the other ring body, which now hurtled up, pursuing its own independent orbit within the grander sweep of the rings. Timken braked with his reaction pistol, only in time to let the marauder lumber past, scraping his foot. He let out his breath with a hiss. That had been close. Many a ring prospector never returned to the Titan docks because of some such accident as this, creeping up on you unawares. More than prospecting in Earth's out-of-the-way spots had ever been, it was a hazardous occupation among Saturn's rings. But it had its enticing rewards and lures. Some prospectors returned with a load of precious metals or uncut virgin diamonds that made them rich for life. Timken reached the glinting body he had previously spied. It was irregular in shape, some 5 feet in its greatest diameter, and it had a yellow tinge in the soft light shed by huge Saturn over his shoulder. Timken permitted himself wild hope as he chipped off a piece with his belt pick. He held the chip up to his glassine visor, squinted at the grain. His face fell slack. "Fool's gold," he muttered, flinging the piece away in a small fury. It was just pyrites, worth a few cents a pound in the market and not worth the hauling. Timken sat down on the miniature worldlet and cursed all the gods of luck and ill luck. He'd been out a month now and no bonanza. Of course, it had been so for the past 10 years. Each year, the old prospector hoped for his big find, and each year he only eked out a precarious living, picking up odd bits from the rings. He looked with bleary eye over the plain of the rings, stretching vastly in all directions. Timken was not young anymore. His lean, spare body could not stand the rigors of space much longer. His leathery, seamed face showed the strain of countless near escapes from death. If he didn't strike it rich this trip, he'd have to retire. Poor. He'd be one of those derelicts haunting the Titan docks and mooching meals. He shuddered. Hopelessly, he watched the endless parade of the rings. By far the most of their expanse was just worthless rock. Then he saw a jet-black lump not far off. It was coal. Timken grinned mirthlessly. Coal had been used as an industrial fuel and chemical storehouse some 200 years ago. Today, it was no more than a curiosity in the museums. That was his luck, spotting things in rings that would barely pay the expenses of his trip. As he sat, he also saw the whitish mass further along, fossil bones, and nearby a dully shining angular object, probably a bit of machinery. Sighing, Timken got up. "Gotta make expenses," he muttered. "Might as well collect those odds and ends." His reaction pistol took him to the lump of coal. It was 4 feet in diameter, but in weightless space, it was no strain for Timken to push it toward his ship and stow it through the back lock in the hold. Then he went back for the space-bleached bones. Theory had it that there had once been a moon of Saturn within 2.5 diameters of the giant planet. Gravitational stresses had then exploded the moon into countless fragments, which took up the same orbit after spreading out, and thus came to be the unique rings. Seemingly, there had once been life and civilization on the destroyed moon. Fossil bones once buried within the moon's crust now floated within the ring debris, and bits of machinery of some vanished and unknown race. There was no oxygen or moisture in space to rust them, and thus the metal remained perfectly preserved through eons of time. Timken looked musingly at the bones as he shoved them to his ship. They made up part of the skeleton of an ancient creature that possibly resembled an earthly tiger. The Saturn Archaeological Museum would pay 5 SS dollars for this. Solar system dollars, the standard currency. Not too bad. Finally, Timken got the bit of machinery. It consisted of a broken portion of a huge cogged wheel with dangling wires and bits of other enigmatic mechanical devices. Timken wondered just how advanced the people had been who once inhabited the first moon. That was something even the experts didn't know with the few poor clues they had collected. For a moment, Timken's imagination wandered. He pictured life on the first moon before the debacle. Towering cities, humming wheels, busy, industrious people. Then abruptly their world cracking apart into billion bits. And now only this remained, the rings of Saturn. As Timken brought the broken wheel to his ship, he took one last look around and saw another museum item. It had circled in slow gyrations and come into view from the back of his ship. Timken got that too, perhaps the most intriguing find of the lot, for it was a stone with mysterious writing on it. The museum had quite a collection of such stones, evidently parts of temples or buildings. Seemingly, the people of the first moon had inscribed most of their stone walls with their writings. But these writings had never been translated. They were a riddle that baffled the best archaeological minds of the system. He also put this carved stone in the hold. "Huh," he grunted. "I'm just a scavenger for the museum. That's what I am." Timken looked over the things crammed in his hold, gleaned from the rings for a month. Their total value would possibly pay for the trip with a few SS dollars to spare. Get one find of gold or precious stone, and he would dump the whole mess out and be far the richer. Growling to himself, Timken took off his vac suit and went to the controls. He debated. He still had food and fuel enough for 3 days before he had to return to the Titan docks. What should he do? "I'm going to the crepe ring," he finally told himself. "I had no luck in rings A and B, so why not try C just to play it out to the finish?" Timken had started a month ago at the outer ring, Ring A. This portion of the rings had an outer diameter of 171,000 miles and extended inward toward Saturn for 11,100 miles. Then there was a separation of 2,200 miles between rings A and B, named Cassini's division, when first seen through earthly telescopes centuries ago. Ring B was 145,000 miles outer diameter and some 18,000 miles wide. Another space of 1,000 miles, and then came Ring C, or the Crepe Ring, 11,000 miles wide. So had the rings of Saturn distributed themselves under the laws of gravitation when the first moon exploded ages before. The first moon had not been large, for the total mass of all the rings was estimated at no more than a quarter of the Earth's moon. Timken urged his old rattletrap jet about, up from the plane of the rings till he had a clear path before him, then jetted straight toward mighty Saturn, which hung in the sky like a bloated, vari-colored marble. He crossed the narrow empty space between rings B and C and finally cruised over the outer edges of the Crepe Ring. Saturn was only 17,000 miles distant, and Timken could feel the faint tug of its powerful gravitation. "Now," Timken said between set teeth, "let's see if I have any luck. I've got 3 days to nose around through Cratebring, searching. I know there's gold or diamonds ahead if I could just stumble on them. As he slowly cruised above the Cratebring, with his binoculars to his eyes, Timken munched a sandwich and now and then took a swig of coffee. In all their explorations of other worlds, Earthmen had never found a beverage better than time-honored coffee, though the Martians tried hard to sell a green-tinted product called tukka. Timken's hand gave a little jerk, and his binoculars wavered. Watching him, one would have thought he'd spied something exciting like gold. But it was something else, almost equally as startling. "Another jetabout," Timken murmured. "Gave me a start seeing it so suddenly." It was a rare event when two wandering jetabouts happened to cross paths in the vast area of the rings, almost like two explorers in the heart of Africa meeting each other. Timken grinned humorously. Another chump, he thought. He wouldn't have a bonanza or he'd be streaking back for Titan. He's cruising and looking for something like me. Timken flashed his heliograph, reflecting the light of Saturn at the other ship. An answering greeting flashed back. Timken watched it as it kept going on its course and slowly faded into distance. He felt less lonely for a moment. Timken went back to his scanning of the ring bodies with his glasses. He saw another lump of coal, but he was too weary at the thought of donning his vac suit for it and let it go by under him. It was not till a minute later that he snapped to attention, for now he remembered, belatedly, that he had also seen a yellow glow near the black coal. "Daydreaming! That's what I was!" he yelled, hastily breaking and spinning the jetabout around. "If that was gold and I don't find it again, I'll—" It was not easy to backtrack in the rings and find a certain spot you had passed over. The rings were constantly in motion in their orbit around Saturn, and each body in the rings had its own private motion in respect to the others. Some gyrated fantastically around others. A huge body might in turn exert enough gravitation of its own to hold smaller bodies in its grip and force them to become its moons. And these satellites then perturbed nearby bodies, causing them to weave and shuttle within the ring. In short, any body in the ring might shift position enough in the space of a minute or two to be lost forever. Timken shot back to the coal lump. Yes, the coal lump was there, having not a complicated private motion. But where was the yellow lump that his blind eyes had seen and ignored? There were 100 other little bodies around the coal lump, and to look them all over one by one, Timken's heart sank to its lowest ebb before suddenly he saw the yellow glint again. Then thankfully he shot the jetabout over it and hovered, locking the controls. Minutes later in his vac suit, he was propelling himself down to the yellow lump via reaction pistol. "It's only fool's gold, of course," he told himself to calm his wildly racing pulse. "Just think of it as fool's gold so you won't be disappointed again. Or it could be cheap copper, so don't get excited yet." Timken reached the yellow body, fumbled with his pick, and finally chipped off a piece. He noticed it sheared off under the hard pick rather than chipped. He dared to hope it was soft gold, and when he held the bit to his visor, "Gold!" He said the one word quietly. Then he sat down on the lump, shaken. "Gold," he repeated. "I hit it. Gold. My bonanza, my dream for 10 years. It was minutes before he could control his shaking nerves and allow the warm glow of exultation to spread through him like wine, giving him new strength. He arose and, like a bird, made a circle around the lump using his reaction pistol. He estimated its weight at 1,000 pounds earth measure. Then he stopped to stand on it again, a king on an island. Of course, it ain't pure gold, Timken told himself, but it looks about 50% pure. They say the first moon before it exploded didn't have many seas to dissolve and thin out ore deposits, so I can figure about 500 pounds of gold, and the pegged rate of 37 SS dollars an ounce? Timken's head was too light and buzzy to reach the total. But I'm rich, he exulted. Filthy rich! Gold is even more valuable today than it used to be on Earth in the old days. Timken was right. Contrary to all fanciful and unfounded predictions, gold had never lost its value. True, the nations of Earth had all gone off the gold standard in the 20th century, and for a while gold was a forgotten metal buried in vaults. But then it came into its own as one of the most non-corrodable metals. When space travel came into being, an alloy of gold became the standard coating for all equipment used on other worlds, some of which had noxious atmospheres that could rust iron or copper in days to worthless dust. But gold in its alloy-hardened form defied the worst other worlds had to offer. Thereupon gold became a metal of commerce, and its value rose even higher than its one-time value as a money standard. And so, with his find of gold, Homer Timken was as suddenly wealthy as any Spanish explorer of the New World back in Earth's past. It's sure going to be a pleasure, crowed Timken, to drag this lump of gold back to Titan. Yeah, it is. For me. Timken jumped at the sound of the voice behind him coming out of nowhere. He turned, gaping, to see another man in a vac suit slowly approaching with a reaction pistol. Timken could see the newcomer's jetabout now, parked alongside his own. Timken had been too engrossed in his find to see the approach of the ship. Huck Larso, said Timken in recognition, for he knew all the other prospectors back at the Titan docks. Yeah, Timken, returned Huck Larso, grinning. I was the jetabout that passed you a while ago. Just before you went out of my sight, I saw your ship suddenly scoot on a backtrack. That spelled a find to me, so I turned and came back and followed you up. Timken didn't like it. Huck Larso was a younger man and filled out his vac suit with a powerful, hulking body. His stubble of unshaven black beard formed an unkempt fringe to the hard-bitten face that peered out of the visor. There was something in his cold gray eyes that froze Timken. There was such a thing as claim jumping here in the lawless territory of the Rings. You sure struck it rich, Huck Larso went on. But maybe you didn't hear me before. I said it was lucky for me. You can't take this from me, Timken began, his voice tinny as it came out of the chin transmitter to impinge on the radio vibrators at Larso's ears. It's mine. I found it. Sure, you found it, agreed Larso, but I'm taking it away from you, see? No, shrilled Timken. That's plain robbery, piracy. I'll tell the police back at Titan. Larso leered. And what witnesses have you got? You and me are the only two humans around for 50,000 miles. It'll be your word against mine back at Titan. If I say I found it myself and you're trying to cut in on it, they'll have to believe me because I'll have the gold. Timken had no weapon. The reaction pistol was not a weapon at all, merely a device for moving in space by means of short, harmless rocket blasts. He struggled against the bigger man. Larso laughed as he gave the slighter man a shove that sent him spinning off the lump and almost into another ring body with jagged edges. Then, still laughing, Huck Larso shoved the mass of gold to his own ship, his reaction pistol streaming red flame behind him. He turned his mocking face. I ain't even gonna kill you, Timken, like I could. No need going to the trouble. It's still your word against mine back at Titan. You ain't got a ghost of a chance to prove this is your find. Slowly, Timken rocketed back to his own ship. He watched Larso stow the gold in his hold and cast out a mess of fossil bones, lumps of coal, bits of machinery, and pieces of carved stone. Here, Timken, Larso chortled. You can have this other junk of mine now. It'll help pay you for your trip anyway, see? I ain't such a bad guy at heart. And with a mocking laugh, Larso slipped into his cabin lock. A moment later, his ship rocketed away and was lost in black space, leaving a broken old man behind. Timken floated beside his ship for long, bitter minutes without the energy to do anything. 10 years of searching and hope wasted. 10 years of hardship and toil. Fate had at last rewarded him with a magnificent bonanza, and then had kicked him in the teeth. Timken was on the verge of madness. For a moment, he thought of opening his reaction pistol wide, gunning straight for the ring bodies and seeking peace and eternal rest there. But then, shudderingly, he brought himself back to sanity. The will to live triumphed, as it did in all living creatures in the universe. He looked at the stuff which Larso had cast from his ship, which was slowly drifting away, scattering. Rousing himself, Timken began collecting it and stowing it in his hold. No need to let the stuff go. Even if it was a mocking gift from the hated thief, he still had to make a profit on the trip. Timken held one carved stone in his hand for a moment, staring at its ancient writings. It was a triangular piece and seemed to have 2 sets of writing on it. To keep his mind from plunging into black despair, Timken tried to picture again the ancient civilization of the first moon. But a slight huddled figure sobbed aloud at the controls as the jetabout left the rings and aimed for Titan. At the Titan docks 2 days later, Homer Timken was calm and resigned. There was nothing he could do. No use to put a complaint against Huck Larso to the police. As Larso had said, it was one man's word against another. With no witnesses, the legal battle could only end with Larso the winner. Sighing, Timken hired a rocket truck and piled the museum stuff aboard and drove to the center of Titan City. Here the Saturn Archaeological Museum reared, stately and imposing on its marble pillars. Timken drove to the service entrance and rang the bell. An elderly man answered and flashed a smile of greeting. "Well, Timken again," he said. "Back with another load of relics from the rings? I take it you didn't hit any bonanza then, eh?" "Well, Timken stopped. No need to go into his story and broadcast his shame and misery to the universe. "No, Professor Blick, no bonanza. But I've got a load of stuff for you to look over for your museum." Professor Blick, adjusting his thick glasses, came out and looked over each item as Timken took it off the truck. "Our prices are still standard, Timken," he said. $2 SS for a specimen of coal, 3 for fossil bones, 5 for bits of machinery, and 10 for the carved stones. "Why," asked Timken curiously, "do you pay more for the stones than anything?" "Because if they could speak, they would tell us far more about the ancient civilization of the first moon than any of the other items. We have a sizable collection now. We can't translate the writing yet. But someday we're going to find the Rosetta Stone that will give us the clue and open up the whole vast story." "Rosetta Stone?" Timken was puzzled. The professor went on conversationally. "Yes. You see, back on Earth many centuries ago, the archaeologists of that time also found carved writings, the ancient records of the Egyptians, and they too were a riddle. But one day a stone was found with not only Egyptian hieroglyphics on it, but another language. The text on this stone had been written in Egyptian and then copied into the other language. And that second language, ancient Greek, was known. So this enabled all the Egyptian writing to be translated and—" The professor's voice stopped with a queer gurgle. Timken stared. He had just handed him the triangular stone, which had been among Larso's gifts. "Timken!" screeched the professor. "This is it! This stone has 2 sets of writing on it. One is the unknown script of the first moon, and the other is, oh, thank the stars, it's Early Rian, which is a language we know." It was all rather confusing for Timken after that. The professor bawled at the top of his voice, and more men came rushing out. They all fell to, talking as if the greatest event in the history of the universe had taken place. Timken hovered on the outskirts of the group, forgotten for the time being. But then all the men turned to him. They looked at him as if he were some king or some awesome potentate from another star. "And there, gentlemen," said Professor Blick, waving at him, "is the man who brought the stone back." Timken was in an agony of embarrassment as one by one the archaeologists came up and shook his hand silently with reverent respect in their eyes. "Professor," pleaded Timken when the ordeal was over, I want to get away. Just pay me for this stone and let me go. If it's so important to you, maybe you could up the price a little, eh? Maybe $100? Timken was amazed at his own audacity. The professor looked at him queerly, almost pityingly, and said slowly, $100? Timken, you don't realize the value of this stone. The museum will make you out a check for 100,000 SS dollars. Timken stood stunned, unbelieving. The professor smiled. "Yes, that's what I said. 100,000. If we could afford it, we'd pay you 10 times that. Actually, you see, this stone is priceless. The check will be sent to you. You can go now, Timken." Timken drove the rocket truck back in a dream and passed a red light. The traffic cop wrote him a ticket. "That'll cost you $25, bud," he growled. Timken burst out laughing and kept laughing all the way back to the garage. He was fined $25. It would have been an economic tragedy before. Now it was a joke. He could pay 100 fines like that and still laugh. The next day, when the check arrived at his room, Timken knew it was not a dream. The amount was $150,000. They'd even upped the price voluntarily. Timken went out with the check in his pocket and headed for the spaceman's nook. He had one more piece of unfinished business to do. He knew he would find Huck Larso there and saw him at a corner table. Strangely, he seemed depressed. Not at all like a man who'd just brought in a fortune in gold. "Hello, Huck." Larso looked up sourly as Timken sat down cheerfully. "Listen, punk, you got nothing on me," he growled. "I know," said Timken, "but why so glum? What did you get for your gold bonanza when you cashed it in?" Larso smashed his fist down on the table, spilling his drink. "Don't talk to me about that blasted bonanza," he roared. "You know what it was? It was just plain rock with a film of rich gold ore over it. A fake, a flop. I just got enough out of it to pay expenses, that's all." "Too bad," Timken grinned, feeling his cup running over. "Oh, don't go gloating," said Larso. "I still put one over on you. Took the thing away from you, didn't I?" "Sure," agreed Timken. "But you gave me something back, which was worth—" At this moment, Larso sat up as something came over the tavern radio, working through the hum. An announcer was saying, "Biggest news of the day. The Saturn Museum has just announced the find of a carved stone from the rings which will allow them to translate all the hitherto unknown writings of the first moon. And in honor of the man who brought it back from the rings, they have named it the Timken Stone." Timken was shocked himself. His name would reverberate down through the ages now, attached to a stone as famed as the Rosetta Stone of Earth. But the effect on Huck Larso was like that of a knife in his heart. He turned slow, stunned eyes to his companion. The Timken Stone?" he mumbled. "What?" Timken drew the check out of his pocket and showed it to Larso. "Yes, I brought it in. Look, they paid me $150,000 for it. And Huck, I hope you have a strong heart. Huck, that stone was among the stuff you gave me after stealing my bonanza." "Then I made the find," yelled Larso. "It's me they should name the stone after. And you've got to turn over that money to me, Timken. It's mine. I found the stone and—" Timken looked him straight in the eye and said quietly, "Any witnesses, Huck?" End of the Bonanza Ring by Otto Binder.
Transfer Point
by Anthony Boucher. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mokurai. Transfer Point by Anthony Boucher.
There were 3 of them in the retreat, 3 out of all mankind, safe from the deadly yellow band. The great Kurth Laborie himself had constructed the retreat and its extraordinary air conditioning, not because his scientific genius had foreseen the coming of the poisonous element, agnoton, and the end of the human race, but because he itched. And here Verco sat, methodically recording the destruction of mankind, once in a straight factual record, for the instruction of future readers, if any, he added wryly to himself, and again as a canto in that epic poem of man, which he never expected to complete, but for which he lived. Lavra's long golden hair fell over his shoulders. It was odd that its scent distracted him when he was at work on the factual record, yet seemed to wing the lines of the epic. But why bother, she asked. Her speech might have been clearer if her tongue had not been more preoccupied with the savor of the apple than with the articulation of words. But Verco understood readily. The remark was as familiar an opening as pawn to king 4 in chess. It's my duty, Verco explained patiently. I haven't your father's scientific knowledge and perception. Your father's? I haven't the knowledge of his humblest lab assistant, but I can put words together so that they make sense, and sometimes more than sense, and I have to do this. From Lavra's plump red lips, an apple pip fell into the works of the electronic typewriter. Verco fished it out automatically. This, too, was part of the gambit, with the possible variants of grapeseed, orange peel. But why? Lavra demanded petulantly. Won't father let us leave here? A girl might as well be in a convent, Verco suggested. He was a good amateur paleolinguist. There is an analogy, even despite my presence. Convents were supposed to shelter girls from the perils of the world. Now the whole world is one great peril outside of this retreat. Go on, Lavra urged. She had long ago learned, Verco suspected, that he was a faintly over-serious young man with no small talk, and that she could enjoy his full attention only by asking to have something explained, even if for the nth time. He smiled and thought of the girls he used to talk with, not at, and of how little breath they had for talking now in the world where no one drew an unobstructed breath. It had begun with the accidental discovery in a routine laboratory analysis of a new element in the air, an inert gas which the great paleolinguist Larkish had named agnoton, the unknown thing, after the pattern of the similar nicknames given to others: neon, the new thing; xenon, the strange thing. It had continued, the explanation ran off so automatically that his mind was free to range from the next line of the epic to the interesting question of whether the presence of earlobes would damage the symmetry of Lavra's perfect face. It had continued with the itching and sneezing, coughing and wheezing, with the increase of the percentage of agnoton in the atmosphere, promptly passing any other inert gas, even argon, and soon rivaling oxygen itself. And it had culminated, no, the lines were cleaner without load, on that day when only the 3 of them were here in this retreat, with the discovery that the human race was allergic to agnoton. Allergies had been conquered for a decade of generations. Their cure, even their palliation, had been forgotten, and mankind coughed and sneezed and itched and died. For while the allergies of the ancient past produced only agony to make the patient long for death, agnoton brought on racking and incessant spasms of coughing and sneezing, which no heart could long withstand. So, if you leave this shelter, my dear, Verco concluded, you too will fight for every breath and twist your body in torment until your heart decides that it is all just too much trouble. Here we are safe because your father's eczema was the only known case of allergy in centuries and was traced to the inert gases. Here is the only air conditioning in the world that excludes the inert gases, and with them, agneton. And here, Lavra leaned forward, a smile and a red fleck of apple skin on her lips, the apples of her breasts touching Verko's shoulder. This, too, was part of the gambit. Usually, it was merely declined. Tirsa stood between them. Tirsa, who sang well and talked better, whose plain face and beautiful throat were alike racked by agneton. This time the gambit was interrupted. Kurth Laborie himself had come in unnoticed. His old voice was thin with weariness, sharp with impatience. And here we are, safe in perpetuity, with our air conditioning, our energy plant, our hydroponics, safe in perpetual siege, besieged by an inert gas. Verko grinned. Undignified, isn't it? Keith Laborie managed to laugh at himself. Damn your secretarial hide, Verko. I love you like a son, but if I had one man who knew a meson from a metazoan to help me in the laboratory, you'll find something, Father, Lavra said vaguely. Her father regarded her with an odd seriousness. Lavra, he said, your beauty is the greatest thing I have wrought, with a certain assistance, I'll grant, from the genes so obviously carried by your mother. That beauty alone still has meaning. The sight of you would bring a momentary happiness, even to a man choking in his last spasm, while our great web of civilization, he absently left the sentence unfinished, and switched on the video screen. He had to try a dozen channels before he found one that was still casting, when every erg of a man's energy goes to drawing his next breath.
He cannot tend his machine.
At last, Kurth Laborie picked up a New York newscast. The announcer was sneezing badly. The older literature, Verko observed, found sneezing comic, but still contriving to speak, and somewhere a group of technicians must have had partial control of themselves. 472 planes have crashed, the announcer said, in the past 48 hours. Civil authorities have forbidden further plane travel indefinitely because of the danger of spasms at the controls. And it is rumored that all vehicular transport whatsoever is to come under the same ban. No Rocklipper has arrived from Lund for over a week, and it is 36 hours since we have made contact with the Lund telestation. Europe has been silent for over 2 days, and Asia a week. The most serious threat of this epidemic, the head of the Academy has said in an authorized statement, is the complete disruption of the systems of communication upon which world civilization is based. When man becomes physically incapable of governing his machine, it was then that they saw the first of the yellow bands. It was just that, a band of bright yellow, some 30 centimeters wide, about 5 meters long, and so thin as to seem insubstantial, a mere stripe of color. It came underneath the backdrop behind the announcer. It streaked about the casting room with questing sinuosity. No features, no appendages relieved its yellow blankness. Then, with a deft whipping motion, it wrapped itself around the announcer. It held him only an instant. His hideously shriveled body plunged toward the camera as the screen went dead. That was the start of the horror. Verko, naturally, had no idea of the origin of the yellow bands. Even Kurth Laborie could offer no more than conjecture. From another planet, another system, another galaxy, another universe, it did not matter. Precise knowledge had now lost its importance. Kurth Laborie was almost as indifferent to the problem as was Lavra. He speculated on it out of sheer habit. What signified was that the yellow bands were alien, and that they were rapidly and precisely completing the destruction of mankind begun by the agneton. Their arrival immediately after the epidemic, Kurth Laborie concluded, cannot be coincident. You will observe that they function freely in an agneton-laden atmosphere. It would be interesting, Verko commented, to visualize a band sneezing. It's possible, the scientist corrected, that the agneton was a poison gas barrage laid down to soften Earth for their coming. But is it likely that they would know that a gas harmless to them would be lethal to other life? It's more probable that they learned from spectroscopic analysis that the atmosphere of Earth lacked an element essential to them, which they supplied before invading. Verko considered the problem, while Lavra sliced a peach with delicate grace. She was unable to resist licking the juice from her fingers. Then, if the agnaton, he ventured, is something that they imported, is it possible that their supply might run short? Kurth Laborie fiddled with the dials under the screen. It was still possible to pick up occasional glimpses from remote sectors, though by now the heart sickened in advance at the knowledge of the inevitable end of the cast. It is possible, Verko. It is the only hope. The three of us here, where the agnaton and the yellow bands are alike helpless to enter, may continue our self-sufficient existence long enough to outlast the invaders. Perhaps somewhere on Earth there are other such nuclei, but I doubt it. We are the whole of the future, and I am old. Verko frowned. He resented the terrible weight of a burden that he did not want, but could not reject. He felt himself at once oppressed and ennobled. Lavra went on eating her peach. The video screen sprang into light. A young man with the tense, lined face of premature age spoke hastily, urgently. To all of you, if there are any of you, I have heard no answer for 2 days now. It is chance that I am here, but watch, all of you. I have found how the yellow bands came here. I'm going to turn the camera on it now. Watch. The field of vision panned to something that was for a moment totally incomprehensible. This is their ship, the old young man gasped. It was a set of bars of a metal almost exactly the color of the bands themselves, and it appeared in the first instant like a three-dimensional projection of a tesseract. Then as they looked at it, their eyes seemed to follow strange new angles. Possibilities of vision opened up beyond their capacities. For a moment, they seemed to see what the human eye was not framed to grasp. They come, the voice panted on, from the voice and the screen went dead. Verko covered his eyes with his hand. Darkness was infinite relief. A minute passed before he felt that he could endure once more even the normal exercise of the optic nerve. He opened his eyes sharply at a little scream from Lavra. He opened them to see how still Kurth Laborie sat. The human heart, too, is framed to endure only so much. And as the scientist had said, he was old. It was 3 days after Kurth Laborie's death before Verko had brought his prose and verse record up to date. Nothing more had appeared on the video, even after the most patient hours of knob twirling. Now Verko leaned back from the keyboard and contemplated his completed record, and then sat forward with abrupt shock at the thought of that word, completed. There was nothing more to write. The situation was not novel in literature. He had read many treatments, and even written a rather successful satire on the theme himself. But here was the truth itself. He was that most imagination-stirring of all figures, the last man on earth, and he found it a boring situation. Kurth Laborie, had he lived, would have devoted his energies in the laboratory to an effort, even conceivably a successful one, to destroy the invaders. Verko knew his own limitations too well to attempt that. Vrist, his gay, wild twin, who had been in Lund on yet another of his fantastic ventures when the agnaton struck. Vrist would have dreamed up some gallant feat of physical prowess to make the invaders pay dearly for his life. Verko found it difficult to cast himself in so swashbuckling a role. He had never envied Vrist until now. Be jealous of the dead, only the living are alone. Verko smiled as he recalled the line from one of his early poems. It had been only the expression of a pose when he wrote it, a mood for a song that Tirsa would sing well. It was in this mood that he found the ancient word had no modern counterpart, the pulps. He knew their history, how some eccentric of 2,000 years ago, the name was variously rendered as trees or tiller, had buried them in a hermetic capsule to check against the future. How Tarabal had dug them up some 50 years ago. How Kurth Laborie had spent almost the entire Hartle Prize for them because, as he used to assert, their incredible mixture of exact prophecy and arrant nonsense offered the perfect proof of the greatness and helplessness of human ingenuity. But Verko had never read them before. They would at least be a novelty to deaden the boredom of his classically dramatic situation. He passed a more than pleasant hour with Galaxy and Surprising and the rest, needing the dictionary but rarely. He was particularly impressed by one story detailing with the most precise minutiae the politics of the American religious wars, a subject on which he himself had based a not unsuccessful novel. By one Norbert Holt, he observed. Extraordinary how exact a forecast, and yet extraordinary, too, how many of the stories dealt with space and time travel, which the race had never yet attained and now never would. And inevitably, there was a story, a neat and witty one, by an author named Knight, about the last man on earth. He read it and smiled, first at the story, and then at his own stupidity. He found Lavra in the laboratory, of all unexpected places. She was staring fixedly at one corner where the light did not strike clearly. "What's so fascinating?" Verko asked. Lavra turned suddenly. Her hair and her flesh rippled with the perfect grace of the movement. "I was thinking." Verko's half-formed intent toward her permitted no comment on that improbable statement. "The day before Father died, I was in here with him, and I asked if there was any hope of our escaping ever. Only this time he answered me. He said, yes, there was a way out, but he was afraid of it. It was an idea he'd worked on but never tried, and we'd be wiser not to try it," he said. "I don't believe in arguing with your father, even post-mortem, but I can't help wondering." And when he said it, he looked over at that corner. Verko went to that corner and drew back a curtain. There was a chair of metal rods and a crude control panel, though it was hard to see what it was intended to control. He dropped the curtain. For a moment, he stood watching Lavra. She was a fool, but she was exceedingly lovely, and the child of Kurth Labrie could hardly carry only a fool's genes. Several generations could grow up in this retreat before the inevitable failure of the most permanent mechanical installations made it uninhabitable. By that time, Earth would be free of agnaton and yellow bands, or they would be so firmly established that there was no hope. The third generation would go forth into the world to perish, or he walked over to Lavra and laid a gentle hand on her golden hair. Verko never understood whether Lavra had been bored before that time. A life of undemanding inaction with plenty of food may well have sufficed her. Certainly she was not bored now. At first she was merely passive. Verko had always suspected that she had meant the gambit to be declined. Then, as her interest mounted, and Verko began to compliment himself on his ability as an instructor, they became certain of their success, and from that point on, she was rapt with the fascination of the changes in herself. But even this new development did not totally rid Verko of his own ennui. If only there were something he could do, some positive Vristian, Kurth, Laborian step that he could take. He damned himself for having been an incompetent aesthetic fool, who had taken so for granted the scientific wonders of his age that he had never learned what made them tick, or how greater wonders might be attained. He slept too much. He ate too much. For a brief period, he drank too much until he found boredom even less attractive with a hangover. He tried to write, but the terrible uncertainty of any future audience disheartened him. Sometimes a week would pass without his consciously thinking of agnaton or the yellow bands. Then he would spend a day flogging himself into a state of nervous tension worthy of his uniquely dramatic situation. But he would always relapse. There just wasn't anything to do. Now even the consolation of Lavra's beauty was vanishing, and she began demanding odd items of food which the hydroponic garden could not supply. "If you loved me, you'd find a way to make cheese, or grow a new kind of peach, a little like a grape, only different." It was while he was listening to a film wire of tierces, the last she ever made, in the curious tonalities of that newly rediscovered Mozart opera, and seeing her homely face made even less lovely by the effort of those effortless sounding notes, that he became conscious of the operative phrase. "If you loved me." "Have I ever said I did?" he snapped. He saw a new and not readily understood expression mar the beauty of Lavra's face. "No," she said in sudden surprise. "No." And her voice fell to flatness. "You haven't." And as her sobs, the first he had ever heard from her, traveled away toward the hydroponic room, He felt a new and not readily understood emotion. He switched off the film wire midway through the pyrotechnic rage of the 18th century Queen of Darkness. Virko found a curious refuge in the pulps. There was a perverse satisfaction in reading the thrilling exploits of other last men on Earth. He could feel through them the emotions that he should be feeling directly. And the other stories were fun too, in varying ways. For instance, that astonishingly accurate account of the delicate maneuvering which averted what threatened to be the first and final atomic war. He noticed one oddity. Every absolutely correct story of the future bore the same byline. Occasionally, other writers made good guesses, predicted logical trends, foresaw inevitable extrapolations. But only Norbert Holt named names and dated dates with perfect historical accuracy. It wasn't possible. It was too precise to be plausible. It was far more spectacular than the erratic Nostradamus often discussed in the pulps. But there it was. He had read the Holt stories solidly through, in order, a half dozen times, without finding a single flaw, when he discovered the copy of Surprising Stories that had slipped behind a shelf and was therefore new to him. He looked at once at the contents page. Yes, there was a Holt, and he felt a twinge of irrational but poignant sadness, one labeled as posthumous. This story, we regret to tell you, is incomplete, and not only because of Norbert Holt's tragic death last month. This is the last, in chronological order, of Holt's stories of a consistently plotted future. But this fragment was written before his masterpiece, The Siege of Lund. Holt himself used to tell me that he could never finish it, that he could not find an ending. And he died still not knowing how the last boredom came out. But here, even though in fragment form, is the last published work of the greatest writer about the future, Norbert Holt. The note was signed with the initials MS. Virko had long sensed a more than professional intimacy between Holt and his editor, Manning Stern. This obituary introduction must have been a bitter task, but his eyes were hurrying on, almost fearfully, to the first words of the lost boredom. There were 3 of them in the retreat, 3 out of all mankind, safe from the deadly yellow band. The great Kurth Laborie himself had constructed. Virko blinked and started again. It still read the same. He took firm hold of the magazine, as though the miracle might slip between his fingers, and dashed off with more energy than he had felt in months. He found Lavra in the hydroponic room. I have just found, he shouted, the damnedest, unbelievable. Darling, said Lavra, I want some meat. Don't be silly, we haven't any meat. Nobody's eaten meat except at ritual dinners for generations. Then I want a ritual dinner. You can go on wanting, but look at this. Just read those first lines. Virko, she pleaded, I want it. Don't be an idiot. Her lips pouted and her eyes moistened. Virko, dear, what you said when you were listening to that funny music. Don't you love me? No, he barked. Her eyes overflowed. You don't love me? Not after. All Virko's pent-up boredom and irritation erupted. You're beautiful, Lavra, or you were a few months ago, but you're an idiot. I'm not in the habit of loving idiots. But you. I tried to assure the perpetuation of the race. Questionable though the desirability of such a project seems at the moment. It was not an unpleasant task, but I'm damned if it gives you the right in perpetuity to pester me. She moaned a little as he slammed out of the room. He felt oddly better. Adrenaline is a fine thing for the system. He settled into a chair and resolutely read, his eyes bugging like a cover monster's with amazed disbelief. When he reached the verbatim account of the quarrel he had just enjoyed, he dropped the magazine. It sounded so petty in print. Such stupid, inane bickering in the face of. He left the magazine lying there and went back to the hydroponic room. Lavra was crying, noiselessly this time, which somehow made it worse. One hand had automatically plucked a ripe grape, but she was not eating it. He went up behind her and slipped his hand under her long hair and began stroking the nape of her neck. The soundless sobs diminished gradually. When his fingers moved tenderly behind her ears, she turned to him with parted lips. The grape fell from her hand. I'm sorry, he heard himself saying. It's me that's the idiot. Which, I repeat, I am not in the habit of loving. And you're the mother of my twins, and I do love you. And he realized that the statement was quite possibly, if absurdly, true. I don't want anything now, Lavra said when words were once again in order. She stretched contentedly, and she was still beautiful, even in the ungainly distortion which might preserve a race. Now, what were you trying to tell me? He explained. And this Holt is always right, he ended. And now he's writing about us. Oh, then we'll know everything. We'll know what the yellow bands are, and what became of them, and what happened to mankind. And we'll know, said Lavra, whether it's a boy or a girl. Verko smiled. Twins, I told you. It runs in my family. No less than one pair to a generation. And I think that's it. Holtz already planted the fact of my having a twin named Vrist, even though he doesn't come into the action. Twins. That would be nice. They wouldn't be lonely until we could. But get it quick, dear. Read it to me. I can't wait. So he read Norbert Holt's story to her, too excited and too oddly affectionate to point out that her long-standing aversion for print persisted even when she herself was a character. He read on past the quarrel. He read a printable version of the past hour. He read about himself reading the story to her. Now, she cried, we're up to now. What happens next? Verko read. The emotional release of anger and love had set Verko almost at peace with himself again, but a small restlessness still nibbled at his brain. Irrelevantly, he remembered Kurth Lavery's cryptic hint of escape. Escape for the two of them, happy now? For the two of them and for it had to be according to the odds, their twins. He sauntered curiously into the laboratory, Lavra following him. He drew back the curtain and stared at the chair of metal rods. It was hard to see the control board that seemed to control nothing. He sat in the chair for a better look. He made puzzled grunting noises. Lavra, her curiosity finally stirred by something inedible, reached over his shoulder and poked at the green button. I don't like that last thing he says about me, Lavra objected. I don't like anything he says about me. I think your Mr. Holt is a very nasty person. He says you're beautiful, and he says you love me, or does he? It's all mixed up. It is all mixed up, and I do love you. The kiss was a short one. Lavra had to say, and what next? That's all. It ends there. Well, aren't you? Verko felt strange. Holt had described his feelings so precisely. He was at peace, and still curious, and the thought of Kurth Lavery's escape method did nibble restlessly at his brain. He rose and sauntered into the laboratory, Lavra following him. He drew back the curtain and stared at the chair of metal rods. It was hard to see the control board that seemed to control nothing. He sat in the chair for a better look. He made puzzled grunting noises. Lavra, her curiosity finally stirred by something inedible, reached over his shoulder and poked at the green button. Verko had no time for amazement when Lavra and the laboratory vanished. He saw the archaic vehicle bearing down directly upon him and tried to get out of the way as rapidly as possible. But the chair hampered him, and before he could get to his feet, the vehicle struck. There was a red explosion of pain, and then a long blackness. He later recalled a moment of consciousness at the hospital, and a shrill female voice repeating over and over, but he wasn't there, and then all of a sudden he was, and I hit him. It was like he came out of nowhere. He wasn't there, and all of a sudden, then the blackness came back. At the time, all the time of his unconsciousness, all through the semi-conscious nightmares, while doctors probed at him in his fever sword, his unconscious mind must have been working on the problem. He knew the complete answer the instant that he saw the paper on his breakfast tray. That first day he was capable of truly seeing anything. The paper was easy to read for a paleolinguist with special training in pulps. easier than the curious concept of breakfast was to assimilate. What mattered was the date, 1948. And the headlines refreshed his knowledge of the Cold War and the impending election. There was something he should remember about that election. He saw it clearly. Kurth Labour's genius had at last evolved a time machine. That was the one escape, the escape which the scientist had not yet tested and rather distrusted. And Lavra had poked the green button because Norbert Holt had said she had would poke, the green button. How many buttons could a woodpoke poke if a woodpoke would poke? The breakfast didn't seem to agree with him, Doctor. Maybe it was the paper. Makes me run a temperature every morning, too. Oh, Doctor, you do say the funniest things. Nothing funnier than this case. Total amnesia, as best we can judge by his lucid moments, and his clothes don't help us. He must have been on his way to a fancy dress party. Or maybe I should say fancy undress? Oh, Doctor, don't tell me nurses can blush. Never did when I was an intern. And you can't say they didn't get a chance. But this character here, not a blessed bit of identification on him. Riding some kind of newfangled bike that got smashed up. Better hold off on the solid food for a bit. Stick to intravenous feeding. He'd had this trouble before at ritual dinners, Verco finally recalled. Meat was apt to affect him badly. The trouble was that he had not at first recognized those odd strips of oily solid which accompanied the egg as meat. The adjustment was gradual and successful in this as in other matters. At the end of 2 weeks, he was eating meat easily, and he confessed with a faintly obscene, non-ritual pleasure, and equally easily chatting with nurses and fellow patients about the events which he still privately tended to regard as mummified museum pieces of 1948. His adjustment, in fact, was soon so successful that it could not continue. The doctor made that clear. Got to think about the future, you know. Can't keep you here forever. Nasty, unreasonable prejudice against keeping well men in hospitals. Verco allowed the expected laugh to come forth. But since he said, gladly accepting the explanation that was so much more credible than the truth, I haven't any idea who I am, where I live, or what my profession is. Can't remember anything. Don't know if you can take shorthand, for instance, or play the bull fiddle. Not a thing. Verco felt it hardly worthwhile to point out his one manual accomplishment, the operation of the as yet uninvented electronic typewriter. Behold, he thought, the man of the future. I've read all the time travel stories. I know what should happen. I teach them everything Kurth Labour knew, and I'm the greatest man in the world. Only the fictional time travel never happens to a poor dope who took for granted all the science around him, who pushed a button or turned a knob and never gave a damn what happened or why. Here they're just beginning to get two-dimensional black and white short-range television. We'll have, stereoscopic full-color worldwide video, which I'm about as capable of constructing here as my friend the doctor would be of installing electric light in ancient Rome. The mouse of the future, the doctor had been thinking too. He said, notice you're a great reader. Librarian's been telling me about you. Went through the whole damn hospital library, like a bookworm with a tapeworm. Verco laughed dutifully. I like to write, he admitted. Ever try writing? The doctor asked abruptly, almost in the tone in which he might reluctantly advise a girl that her logical future lay in Port Said. This time Verco really laughed. That does seem to ring a bell, you know. It might be worth trying. But at that, what do I live on until I get started? Hospital trustees here administer a rehabilitation fund. Might wangle alone. Won't be much, of course. But I always say a single man's got only one mouth to feed. And if he feeds more, he won't be single long. A little, said Verco with a glance at the newspaper headlines, might go a long way. It did. There was the loan itself, which gave him a bank account on which, in turn, he could acquire other short-term loans at exorbitant interest. And there was the election. He had finally reconstructed what he should know about it. There had been a brilliant Wheel of If story in one of the much later pulps on if the Republicans had won the 1948 election, which meant that actually they had lost. And here, in October of 1948, all newspapers, all commentators, and most important, all gamblers were convinced that they must infallibly win. On Wednesday, November 3rd, Verco repaid his debts and settled down to his writing career, comfortably guaranteed against immediate starvation. A half-dozen attempts at standard fiction failed wretchedly. A matter of tone, editors remarked vaguely, on the rare occasions when they did not confine themselves to the even vaguer phrases of printed rejection forms. A little poetry sold, if you can call that selling, Verco thought bitterly, comparing the financial position of the poet here and in his own world. His failures were beginning to bring back the bitterness and boredom, and his thoughts turned more and more to that future to which he could never know the answer. Twins. It had to be twins. Of opposite sexes, of course. The only hope of the continuance of the race lay in a matter of odds and genetics. Odds. He began to think of the election bet, to figure other angles with which he could turn foreknowledge to profit. But his pulp reading had filled his mind with fears of the paradoxes involved. He had calculated the election bets carefully. They could not affect the outcome of the elections. They could not, even in their proportionately small size, affect the odds. But any further step, Verco was, like most conceited men, fond of self-contempt, which he felt he could occasionally afford to indulge. Possibly his strongest access of self-contempt when he realized the simplicity of the solution to all his problems. He could write for the science fiction pulps. The one thing that he could handle convincingly and skillfully with the proper tone was the future. Possibly start off with a story on the religious wars. He'd done all that research on his novel, and then it was not until he was about to mail the manuscript that the full pattern of the truth struck him. Soberly, yet half grinning, he crossed out Kurth Verco on the first page and wrote Norbert Holt. Manning Stern rejoiced loudly in this fresh discovery. This boy's got it. He makes it sound so real that the business office was instructed to pay the highest bonus rate, unheard of for a first story, and an intensely cordial letter went to the author outlining immediate needs and offering certain story suggestions. The editor of Surprising was no little surprised at the answer. I regret to say that all my stories will be based on one consistent scheme of future events, and that you must allow me to stick to my own choice of material. And who the hell, Manning Stern demanded, is editing this magazine, and dictated a somewhat peremptory suggestion for a personal interview. The features were small and sharp, and the face had a sort of dark aliveness. It was a different beauty from Labra's, and an infinitely different beauty from the curious standards set by the 1949 film. But it was beauty, and it spoke to Norbert Holt. You'll forgive a certain surprise, Miss Stern, he ventured. I've read Surprising for so many years, and never thought, Manning Stern grinned, that the editor was also surprising. I'm used to it. Your reaction, I mean. I don't think I'll ever be quite used to being a woman, or a human being for that matter. Isn't it rather unusual, from what I know of the field? Please, God, when I find a man who can write, don't let him go all male chauvinist on me. I'm a good editor, said she, with becoming modesty, and don't you ever forget it. And I'm a good scientist. I even worked on the Manhattan Project until some character discovered that my adopted daughter was a Spanish war orphan. But what we're here to talk about is this consistent scheme gimmick of yours. It's all right, of course. It's been done before. But where I frankly think you're crazy is planning to do it exclusively. Norbert Holt opened his briefcase. I've brought along an outline that might help convince you. An hour later, Manning Stern glanced at her watch and announced, End of office hours. Care to continue this slugfest over a martini or five? I warn you, the more implied, the less pliant I get. And an hour after that, she stated, we might get someplace if we'd stay someplace. I mean, the subject seems to be getting elusive. The hell, Norbert Holt announced recklessly, with editorial relation. Let's get back to the current state of the opera. It was paintings. I was telling you about the show at the... No, I remember now, it was movies. You were trying to explain the Marx Brothers. Unsuccessfully, I may add. Unsuccessfully, said Manning Stern ruminatively. 5 martinis, and the man can say unsuccessfully, successfully. But I try to explain the Marx Brothers yet. Look, Holt, I've got a subversive orphan at home, and she's undoubtedly starving. I've got to feed her. You come home and meet her and have potluck, huh? Good, fine. Always like to try a new dish. Manning Stern looked at him curiously. Now, was that a gag or not? You're funny, Holt. You know a lot about everything, and then all of a sudden you go all man from Mars on the simplest thing, or do you? Anyway, let's go feed Raquel. And 5 hours later, Holt was saying, I never thought I'd have this reason for being glad I sold a story. Manning, I haven't had so much fun talking to, I almost said, to a woman. I haven't had so much fun talking since, he had almost said, since the Agneton came. She seemed not to notice his abrupt halt. She simply said, bless you, Norb. Maybe you aren't a male chauvinist. Maybe even you're... Look, go find a subway or a cab or something. If you stay here another minute, I'm either going to kiss you or admit you're right about your stories, and I don't know which is worse editor-author relation. Manning Stern committed the second breach of relations first. Fan mail on Norbert Holt's debut left her no doubt that Surprising would profit by anything he chose to write about. She'd never seen such a phenomenally rapid rise in author popularity, or rather, you could hardly say rise. Holt hit the top with his first story and stayed there. He socked the fans, guest of honor at the Wash Invention, the pros, first president of Science Fiction Writers of America, and the general reader, author of the first pulp-bred science fiction book to stay 3 months on the bestseller list. And never had there been an author who was more pure damned fun to work with. Not that you edited him. You checked his copy for typos and sent it to the printers. Typos were frequent at first. He said something odd about absurd, illogical keyboard arrangement. But just being with him, talking about this, that, and those, Raquel, just turning 16, was quite obviously in love with him, praying that he'd have the decency to stay single till she grew up. And, you know, Maningsita, I am Spanish, and the Mediterranean girls, but there was this occasional feeling of oddness, like the potluck and the illogical keyboard. And that night at SCWA, I've got a story problem, Norbert Holt announced there, an idea, and I can't lick it. Maybe if I toss it out to the literary lions. Story problem? Manning said, a little more sharply than she'd intended. I thought everything was outlined for the next 10 years. This is different. This is a sort of paradox story, and I can't get out of it. It won't end. Something like this. Suppose a man in the remote year X reads a story that tells him how to work a time machine. So he works the time machine and goes back to the year X minus 2000, let's say, for instance, our time. So in now, he writes the story that he's going to read 2000 years later, telling himself how to work the time machine, because he knows how to work it, because he read the story, which he wrote because Manning was starting to say, hold it, when Matt Duncan interrupted with, good old endless cycle gimmick. Lots of fun to kick around, but Bob Heinlein did it once and for all and by his bootstraps. Damnedest tour de force I ever read. There just aren't any switcheroos left. Ouroboros, Joe Henderson contributed. Norbert Holt looked a vain question at him. They knew that one word per evening was Joe's maximum contribution. Austin Carter picked it up. Ouroboros, the worm that circles the universe with its tail in its mouth. The Asgard serpent, too, and I think there's something in Mayan literature. All symbols of infinity, no beginning, no ending, always out by the same door where you went in. See that magnificent novel of Edison's, The Worm Ouroboros, the perfect cyclic novel, ending with its recommencement, stopping not because there's a stopping place, but because it's uneconomical to print the whole text over infinitely. The Quaker Oats box, said Duncan. With a Quaker holding a box, with a Quaker holding a box, with a Quaker holding a... It was standard professional shop talk. It was a fine evening with the boys, but there was a look of infinite remote sadness in Norbert Holt's eyes. That was the evening that Manning violated her first rule of editor-author relationships. They were having martinis in the same bar in which Norbert had, so many years ago, successfully said unsuccessfully. They've been good years, he remarked, apparently to the Olive. There was something wrong with this evening. No bounce, no yumph. That's a funny tense, Manning confided to her own Olive. Aren't they still good years? I've owed you a serious talk for a long time. You don't have to pay the debt. We don't go in much for being serious, do we? No, not so dead earnest, catch-in-the-throat serious, don't we? I've got an awful feeling, Manning admitted, that you're building up to a proposal, either to me or that Olive, and if it's me, I've got an awful feeling I'm going to accept, and Raquel will never forgive me. You're safe, Norbert said dryly. That's the serious talk. I want to marry you, darling, and I'm not going to. I suppose this is the time you twirl your black mustache and tell me you have a wife and family elsewhere? I hope to God I have. No, it wasn't very funny, was it? Manning felt very little, aside from wishing she were dead. I can't tell you the truth, he went on. You wouldn't believe it. I've loved two women before. One had talent and a brain. The other had beauty and no brain. I think I loved her. The damnedest curse of Ouroboros is that I'll never quite know. If I could take that tail out of that mouth. Go on, she encouraged a little wildly. Talk plot gimmicks. It's easier on me. And she is carrying, will carry, my child, my children, it must be, my twins. Look, Holt, we came in here editor and author. Remember back when? Let's go out that way. Don't go on talking. I'm a big girl, but I can't take everything. It's been fun knowing you, and all future manuscripts will be gratefully received. I knew I couldn't say it. I shouldn't have tried, but there won't be any future manuscripts. I've written every Holt I've ever read. Does that make sense? Manning aimed the remark at the olive, but it was gone. So was the martini. Here's the last. He took it out of his breast pocket. Neatly folded. The one we talked about at SCWA, the one I couldn't end. Maybe you'll understand. I've wanted somehow to make it clear before the tone of his voice projected a sense of doom, and Manning forgot everything else. Is something going to happen to you? Are you going to? Oh, my dear, no. All right, so you have a wife on every space station in the asteroid belt. But if anything happens to you, I don't know, said Norbert Holt. I can't remember the exact date of that issue. He rose abruptly. I shouldn't have tried a goodbye. See you again, darling, the next time round Ouroboros. She was still staring at the empty martini glass when she heard the shrill of brakes and the excited upspringing of a crowd outside. She read the posthumous fragment late that night, after her eyes had dried sufficiently to make the operation practicable, and through her sorrow, her mind fought to help her, making her think, making her be an editor. She understood a little, and disbelieved what she understood, and underneath she prodded herself. But it isn't a story. It's too short, too inconclusive. It'll just disappoint the Holt fans, and that's everybody. Much better if I do a straight obit, take up a full page on it. She fought hard to keep on thinking, not feeling. She had never before experienced so strongly the I have been here before sensation. She had been faced with this dilemma once before, once on some other time spiral, as the boys in SCWA would say, and her decision had been its sentimentality, she protested. It isn't editing. This decision's right, I know it, and if I go get another of those attacks and start to change my mind. She laid the posthumous Holt fragment on the coals. It caught fire quickly. The next morning, Raquel greeted her with, Manningsita, who's Norbert Holt? Manning had slept so restfully that she was even tolerant of foolish questions at breakfast. Who? She asked. Norbert Holt. Somehow the name popped into my mind. Is he perhaps one of your writers? Never heard of him. Raquel frowned. I was almost sure. Can you really remember them all? I'm going to check those bound volumes of Surprising. Any luck with your... What was it, Holt? Manning asked the girl a little later. No, Manningsita. I was quite unsuccessful. Unsuccessful. Now, why in heaven's name, mused Manning Stern, should I be thinking of martinis at breakfast time?
End of Transfer Point by Anthony Boucher. Recording by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois.
Accept No Substitutes by Robert Sheckley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Accept No Substitutes by Robert Sheckley. Ralph Garvey's private space yacht was in the sling at Boston Spaceport, ready for takeoff. He was on yellow standby, waiting for the green, when his radio crackled. Tower to G43221, the radio buzzed. Please await customs inspection. Right-o, said Garvey, with a calmness he did not feel. Within him, something rolled over and died. Customs inspection. Of all the black, accursed, triple-distilled bad luck, there was no regular inspection of small private yachts. The department had its hands full with the big interstellar liners from Cassiopeia, Algol, Deneb, and 1,000 other places. Private ships just weren't worth the time and money. But to keep them in line, customs held occasional spot checks. No one knew when the mobile customs team would descend upon any particular spaceport, but chances of being inspected at any one time were less than 50 to 1. Garvey had been counting on that factor, and he had paid $800 to know for certain that the East Coast team was in Georgia. Otherwise, he would never have risked a 20-year jail sentence for a violation of the Sexual Morality Act. There was a loud rap on his port. "Open for inspection, please." "Right-o," Garvey called out. He locked the door to the after cabin. If the inspector wanted to look there, he was sunk. There was no place in the ship where he could successfully conceal a packing case 10 feet high, and no way he could dispose of its illegal contents. "I'm coming," Garvey shouted. Beads of perspiration stood out on his high, pale forehead. He thought wildly of blasting off anyhow, running for it, to Mars, Venus. But the patrol ships would get him before he had covered 1,000,000 miles. There was nothing he could do but try to bluff it out. He touched a button. The hatch slid back, and a tall, thin, uniformed man entered. "Thought you'd get away with it, eh, Garvey?" the inspector barked. "You rich guys never learn." Somehow they had found out. Garvey thought of the packing crate in the after cabin and its human-shaped, not yet living contents. Damning, absolutely damning. What a fool he'd been. He turned back to the control panel. Hanging from a corner of it in a cracked leather holster was his revolver. Rather than face 20 years breaking pumice on Lunar, he would shoot, then try. "The Sexual Morality Act isn't a blue law, Garvey," the inspector continued in a voice like steel against flint. "Violations can have a catastrophic effect upon the individual, to say nothing of the race. That's why we're going to make an example of you, Garvey. Now, let's see the evidence." "I don't know what in hell you're talking about," Garvey said. Surreptitiously, his hand began to creep toward the revolver. "Wake up, boy," said the inspector. "You mean you still don't recognize me?" Garvey stared at the inspector's tanned, humorous face. He said, "Eddie Starbuck? About time. How long's it been, Ralph? 10 years?" "At least 10, Garvey said. His knees were beginning to shake from sheer relief. Sit down, Eddie. You still drink bourbon?" "I'll say." Starbuck sat down on one of Garvey's acceleration couches. He looked around and nodded. "Nice, very nice. You must be rich indeed, old buddy." "I get by," Garvey said. He handed Starbuck a drink and poured one for himself. They talked for a while about old times at Michigan State. "And now you're a customs inspector," Garvey said. "Yeah," said Starbuck, stretching his long legs. "Always had a yen for the law, but it doesn't pay like transistors, eh?" Garvey smiled modestly. "But what's all this about the Sexual Morality Act? A gag?" "Not at all. Did you hear the news this morning? The FBI found an underground sex factory. They hadn't been in business long, so it was possible to recover all the surrogates. All except one." "Oh?" said Garvey, draining his drink. "Yeah, that's when they called us in. We're covering all spaceports on the chance the receiver will try to take the damn thing off Earth." Garvey poured another drink and said, very casually, "So you figured I was the boy, eh?" Starbuck stared at him a moment, then exploded into laughter. "You, Ralph? Hell no. Saw your name on the spaceport out list. I just dropped in for a drink, boy, for old time's sake. Listen, Ralph, I remember you. Hell on the girls, Garvey. Biggest menace to virginity in the history of Michigan State. What would a guy like you want a substitute for?" "My girls wouldn't stand for it," Garvey said, and Starbuck laughed again and stood up. "Look, I gotta run. Call me when you get back." "I sure will." A little light-headed, he said, "Sure you don't want to inspect anyhow, as long as you're here?" Starbuck stopped and considered. "I suppose I should, for the record. But to hell with it. I won't hold you up." He walked to the port, then turned. "You know, I feel sorry for the guy who's got that surrogate." "Eh? Why?" "Man, those things are poison. You know that, Ralph. Anything's possible. Insanity, deformation, and this guy may even have more of a problem." "Why?" "Can't tell you, boy," Starbuck said. "Really can't. It's special information. The FBI isn't certain yet. Besides, they're waiting for the right moment to spring it." With an easy wave, Starbuck left. Garvey stared after him, thinking hard. He didn't like the way things were going. What had started out as an illicit little vacation was turning into a full-scale criminal affair. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? He had been apprehensive in the sexual substitute factory, with its low lights, its furtive, white-aproned men, its reek of raw flesh and plastic. Why hadn't he given up the idea then? The surrogates couldn't be as good as people said. "Tower to 643-221, the radio crackled. "Are you ready?" Garvey hesitated, wishing he knew what Starbuck had been hinting at. Maybe he should stop now, while there was still time. Then he thought of the giant crate in the after-cabin and its contents, waiting for activation, waiting for him. His pulse began to race. He knew that he was going through with it, no matter what the risk. He signaled to the tower and strapped himself into the control chair. An hour later, he was in space. 12 hours later, Garvey cut his jets. He was a long way from Earth, but nowhere near Luna. His detectors, pushed to their utmost limit, showed nothing in his vicinity. No liners were going by, no freighters, no police ships, no yachts. He was alone. Nothing and no one was going to disturb him. He went into the after-cabin. The packing case was just as he had left it, securely fastened to the deck. Even the sight of it was vaguely exciting. Garvey pressed the activating stud on the outside of the case and sat down to wait for the contents to awaken and come to life. The surrogates had been developed earlier in the century. They had come about from sheer necessity. At that time, mankind was beginning to push out into the galaxy. Bases had been established on Venus, Mars, and Titan, and the first interstellar ships were arriving at Algol and Stego II. Man was leaving Earth. Man, but not woman. The first settlements were barely toeholds in alien environments. The work was harsh and demanding, and life expectancy was short. Whole settlements were sometimes wiped out before the ships were fully unloaded. The early pioneers were like soldiers on the line of battle, and exposed to risks no soldier had ever encountered. Later, there would be a place for women. Later, but not now. So, here and there, light years from Earth, were little worlds without women, and not happy about it. The men grew sullen, quarrelsome, violent. They grew careless, and carelessness on an alien planet was usually fatal. They wanted women. Since real women could not go to them, scientists on Earth developed substitutes. Android females were developed, the surrogates, and shipped to the colonies. It was a violation of Earth's morals, but there were worse violations on the way if these weren't accepted. For a while, everything seemed to be fine. It would probably have gone on that way had everyone left well enough alone. But the companies on Earth had the usual desire to improve their product. They called in sculptors and artists to dress up the appearance of the package. Engineers tinkered with the surrogates, rewired them, built in subtler stimulus response mechanisms, did strange things with conditioned reflexes. And the men of the settlements were very happy with the results. So happy, in fact, that they refused to return to human women, even when they had the opportunity. They came back to Earth after their tours of duty, these pioneers, and they brought their surrogates with them. Loud and long they praised the substitute women and pointed out their obvious superiority to neurotic, nervous, frigid human women. Naturally, other men wanted to try out the surrogates, and when they did, they were pleasantly surprised, and spread the word, and the government stepped in, quickly and firmly. For one thing, over 50% of the votes were at stake. But more important, social scientists predicted a violent drop in the birth rate if this went on. So the government destroyed the surrogates, outlawed the factories, and told everyone to return to normal. And reluctantly, everyone did. But there were always some men who remembered and told other men. And there were always some men who weren't satisfied with second best. So Garvey heard movements within the crate. He smiled to himself, remembering stories he had heard of the surrogates' piquant habits. Suddenly, there was a high-pitched clanging. It was the standby alarm from the control room. He hurried forward. It was an emergency broadcast on all frequencies, directed to Earth and all ships at space. Garvey tuned it in. "This is Edward Danzer," the radio announced crisply. "I am chief of the Washington branch of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. You have all heard on your local newscasts of the detection and closure of an illegal sexual substitute factory. And you know that all except one of the surrogates have been found. This message is for the man who has that last surrogate, wherever he may be." Garvey licked his lips nervously and hunched close to the radio. Within the after cabin, the surrogate was still making waking-up noises. "That man is in danger," Danzer said. "Serious danger. Our investigation of the molds and forms used in the factory showed us that something strange was going on. Just this morning, one of the factory technicians finally confessed. The missing surrogate is not an Earth model. I repeat," Danzer barked, "the missing surrogate is not an Earth model. The factory operators have been filling orders for the planet Algol 4. When they ran short of Earth models for humans, they substituted an Algolian model. Since the sale of a surrogate is illegal anyhow, they figured the customer would have no kickback." Garvey sighed with relief. He had been afraid he had a small dinosaur in the packing case, at the very least. "Perhaps," Danzer continued, "the holder of the Algolian surrogate does not appreciate his danger yet. It is true, of course, that the Algolians are of the species Homo sapiens. It has been established that the two races share a common ancestry in the primeval past. But Algol is different from our Earth. The planet Algol 4 is considerably heavier than Earth and has a richer oxygen atmosphere. The Algolians, raised in this physical environment, have a markedly superior musculature to that of the typical Earthman. Colloquially, they are strong as rhinos. But the surrogate, of course, does not know this. She has a powerful and indiscriminate mating drive. That's where the danger lies. So, I say to the customer, give yourself up now while there's still time. And remember, crime does not pay." The radio crackled static, then hummed steadily. Garvey turned it off. He had been taken, but good. He really should have inspected his merchandise before accepting it, but the crate had been sealed. He was out a very nice chunk of money. But, he reminded himself, he had lots of money. It was fortunate he had discovered the error in time. Now he would jettison the crate in space and return to Earth. Perhaps real girls were best, after all. He heard the sound of heavy blows coming from the crate in the after cabin. "I guess I better take care of you, honey," Garvey said, and walked quickly to the cabin. A fusillade of blows rocked the crate. Garvey frowned and reached for the deactivating switch. As he did so, one side of the heavy crate splintered. Through the opening shot a long golden arm. The arm flailed wildly, and Garvey moved out of its way. The situation wasn't humorous anymore, he decided. The case rocked and trembled under the impact of powerful blows. Garvey estimated the force behind those blows and shuddered. This had to be stopped at once. He ran toward the crate. Long, tapered fingers caught his sleeve, ripping it off. Garvey managed to depress the deactivating stud and throw himself out of range. There was a moment of silence. Then the surrogate delivered 2 blows with the impact of a pile driver. An entire side of the packing case splintered. It was too late for deactivation. Garvey backed away. He was beginning to grow alarmed. The Algolian sexual substitute was preposterously strong. That seemed to be how they liked them on Algol. What passed for a tender love embrace on Algol would probably fracture the ribs of an Earthman. Not a nice outlook. But wasn't it likely that the surrogate had some sort of discriminatory sense built in? Surely she must be able to differentiate between an Earthman and an Algolian. Surely. The packing case fell apart, and the surrogate emerged. She was almost 7 feet tall, and gloriously, deliciously constructed. Her skin was a light golden red, and her shoulder-length hair was lustrous black. Standing motionless, she looked to Garvey like a heroic statue of ideal femininity. The surrogate was unbelievably beautiful, and more dangerous than a cobra, Garvey reminded himself reluctantly. "Well there," Garvey said, gazing up at her. "As you can see, a mistake has been made." The surrogate stared at him with eyes of deepest gray. "Yes, ma'am," Garvey said with a nervous little laugh. "It's really a ridiculous error. You, my dear, are an Algolian. I am an Earthman. We have nothing in common. Understand?" Her red mouth began to quiver. "Let me explain," Garvey went on. "You and I are from different races. That's not to say I consider you ugly. Quite the contrary. But unfortunately, there can never be anything between us, miss." She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Never," Garvey repeated. He looked at the shattered packing case. "You don't know your own strength. You'd probably kill me inadvertently. And we wouldn't want that, would we?" The surrogate murmured something deep in her beautiful throat. "So, that's the way it is," Garvey said briskly. "You stay right here, old girl. I'm going to the control room. We'll land on Earth in a few hours. Then I'll arrange to have you shipped to Algol. The boys will really go for you on Algol. Sounds good, huh?" The surrogate gave no sign of understanding. Garvey moved away. The surrogate pushed back her long hair and began to move toward him. Her intentions were unmistakable. Garvey backed away step by step. He noticed that the surrogate was beginning to breathe heavily. Panic overtook him then he sprinted through the cabin door, slamming it behind him. The surrogate smashed against the door, calling to him in a clear, wordless voice. Garvey went to the instrument panel and began to evacuate the air from the after cabin. Dial hands began to swing. Garvey heaved a sigh of relief and collapsed into a chair. It had been a close thing. He didn't like to think what would have happened if the Algolian sexual substitute had managed to seize him. Probably he would not have lived through the experience. He felt sorry at the necessity of killing so magnificent a creature, but it was the only safe thing to do. He lighted a cigarette. As soon as she was dead, he would jettison her, crate and all, into space. Then he would get good and drunk. And at last he would return to Earth a sadder and wiser man. No more substitutes for him. Plain, old-fashioned girls were good enough. Yes, sir, Garvey told himself, if women were all right for my father, they're all right for me. And when I have a son, I'm going to say to him, son, stick with women. They're all right. Accept no substitutes. Insist upon the genuine article. He was getting giddy, Garvey noticed, and his cigarette had gone out. He resisted a tremendous desire to giggle and look at his gauges. The air was leaving the after cabin all right, but it was also leaving the control room. Garvey sprang to his feet and inspected the cabin door. He swore angrily. That damned surrogate had managed to spring the hinges. The door was no longer airtight. He turned quickly to the control board and stopped the evacuation of air. Why, he asked himself, did everything have to happen to him? The surrogate renewed her battering tactics. She had picked up a metal chair and was hammering at the hinges. But she couldn't break through a tempered steel door, Garvey told himself. Oh, no, not a chance. Never. The door began to bulge ominously. Garvey stood in the center of the control room, sweat rolling down his face, trying desperately to think. He could put on a spacesuit, then evacuate all the air from the ship. But the spacesuits, together with the rest of his equipment, were in the after cabin. What else? This is serious, Garvey told himself. This is very serious. His mind seemed paralyzed. What could he do? Raise the temperature? Lower it? He didn't know what the surrogate could stand, but he had a suspicion it was more than he could take. One hinge shattered. The door bent, revealing the surrogate behind it, pounding relentlessly, her satiny skin glistening with perspiration. Then Garvey remembered his revolver. He snatched it out of its holster and flipped off the safeties, just as the last hinge cracked and the door flew open. "Stay in there," Garvey said, pointing the revolver. The Algolian substitute moaned and held out her arms to him. She smiled dazzlingly, seductively, and advanced upon him. "Not another step!" Garvey shrieked, torn between fear and desire. He took aim, wondering if a bullet would stop her. And what would happen if it didn't? The surrogate, her eyes blazing with passion, leapt for him. Garvey gripped the revolver in both shaking hands and began shooting. The noise was deafening. He fired 3 times, and the surrogate kept on coming. "Stop!" Garvey screamed. "Please stop!" Slower now, the surrogate advanced. Garvey fired his 4th shot. Limping now, the surrogate came on, her desire unchecked. Garvey backed to the wall. All he wanted now was to live long enough to get his hands on the factory operator. The surrogate gathered herself and pounced. At point-blank range, Garvey fired his last shot. 3 days later, Garvey's ship received clearance and came down at Boston Spaceport. The landing was not made with Garvey's usual skill. On the final approach, he scored a 10-foot hole in the reinforced concrete landing pit, but finally came to rest. Eddie Starbuck hurried out to the ship and banged on the port. "Ralph! Ralph!" Slowly, the port swung open. "Ralph, what in hell happened to you?" Starbuck cried. Garvey looked as though he had been wrestling with a meat grinder and come out second best. His face was bruised and his hair had been badly scorched. He walked out of the ship with a pronounced limp. "Power line overloaded," Garvey said. "Had quite a tussle before I could put everything out." "Wow," Starbuck said. "Look, Ralph, I'm sorry to put you through this now, but, well, what's up?" "Well, that damn surrogate still hasn't been found. The FBI has ordered inspection of all ships, private and commercial. I'm sorry to ask it now, after all you've been through." "Go right ahead," Garvey said. The inspection was brief but thorough. Starbuck came out and checked his list. "Thanks, Ralph. Sorry to bother you. That power line sure kicked up a mess, huh?" "It did," Garvey said, "but I was able to jettison the furniture before it smoked me out. Now, you'll have to excuse me, Eddie. I've got some unfinished business." He started to walk away. Starbuck followed him. "Look, boy, you better see a doctor. You aren't looking so good." "I'm fine," Garvey said, his face set in an expression of implacable resolve. Starbuck scratched his head and walked slowly to the control tower. Garvey caught a heli outside the spaceport. His head was beginning to ache again, and his legs were shaky. The surrogate's strength and tenacity had been unbelievable. If she had been operating at her full capacity, he would never have survived. But that last shot at point-blank range had done it. No organism was constructed to take punishment like that, not for very long. He reached his destination in the center of Boston and paid off the heli. He was still very weak, but resolutely he marched across the street and entered a plain gray stone building. His legs wobbled under him, and he thought again how fortunate he was to have gotten the surrogate. Of course, the surrogate, with her amazing vitality, had also gotten him. It had been brief, but unforgettable. He had been damn lucky to live through it. But it was his own fault for using substitutes. A clerk hurried up to him. "Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Can I help?" "You can. I want passage to Algol on the first ship leaving." "Yes, sir. Round trip, sir?" Garvey thought of the tall, glorious, black-haired, golden-skinned woman he would find on Algol. Not substitutes this time, the real thing, with the all-important sense of judgment. "One way," said Ralph Garvey with a little smile of anticipation. The End of Accept No Substitutes by Robert Sheckley.
Traumerei by Charles Beaumont. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Traumerei by Charles Beaumont. At the sound, Henry Ritchie's hand jerked. Most of the martini sloshed out over his robe. He jumped up, swabbing furiously at the spots. God damn it! Hank, his wife slammed her book together. Well, what do you expect? That confounded buzzer is a perfectly natural, normal buzzer. You're just terribly upset, dear. No, Mr. Ritchie said. I am not just terribly upset, dear. For 7 years I've been listening to that banshee's wail every time somebody wants in. Well, I'm through. Either it goes— All right, Mrs. Ritchie said. You don't have to make a production out of it. Well? Well, what? Mr. Ritchie sighed ponderously, glanced at his wife, set what was left of the martini down on the table, and went to the door. He slipped the chain. Be this the marster of Halfway House? Mr. Ritchie opened the door. Max, what the devil are you doing up at this hour? A large man, well-built, in his 40s, walked in, smiling. I could ask you the same question, he said, flinging his hat and scarf in the direction of a chair. But I'm far too thoughtful. They went back into the living room. Mrs. Ritchie looked up and frowned. Oh, swell, she said. Dandy. All we need now is a bridge 4. Ruth's just terribly upset, Mr. Ritchie said. Well, the large man said, it's nice to see unanimity in this house for once anyway. Hi, Ruth. He walked over to the bar and found the martini mix and drained the jar's contents into a glass. Then he drained the glass. Hey, take it easy. Max Kaplan turned to face his hosts. He looked quite a bit older than usual. The grin wasn't boyish now. Dear folkses, he said, when I die, I don't want to see any full bottles around. Oh, ha, that's just so deliriously funny, Mrs. Ritchie said. She was massaging her temples. I am glad to see her ladyship amused. Kaplan followed Mr. Ritchie's gaze. Hickory-dickory-dock, the mice looked at the clock. Oh, shut up. Whoops, sorry. The big man mixed up a new batch silently, then refilled the 3 glasses. He sat down. The clock's tick, a deep, sharp bass sound, got louder and louder in the room. Kaplan rested his head on the couch arm. Less than an hour, he said. Not even an hour. I knew it. Mrs. Ritchie stood up. I knew it the minute you walked in. We're not nervous enough. Oh, no. Now we've got to listen to the great city editor and his news behind the news. Very well. Kaplan rose shakily. He was drunk. It showed now. If I'm not welcome here, then I shall go elsewhere to breathe my last. Never mind, Mrs. Ritchie said. Sit down. I've had a stomach full of this wake. If you two insist on sitting up until X hour like a couple of ghouls, well, that's your business. I'm going to bed, and to sleep. What a woman, Kaplan muttered, polishing off the martini. Nerves of chilled steel. Mrs. Ritchie looked at her husband for a moment. Then she said, Good night, dear, and started for the door. See you in the morning, Mr. Ritchie said. Get a good sleep. Then Max Kaplan giggled. Yeah, a real good sleep. Mrs. Ritchie left the room. The big man fumbled for a cigarette. He glanced at the clock. "Hank, for Christ's sake." Henry Ritchie sighed and slumped in the chair. "I tried, Max." Did you? Did you try? I mean, with everything?" "With everything. Might as well face it. The boy's going to burn, right on schedule." Kaplan opened his mouth. "Forget it. The government isn't about to issue a commutation. With the public's blood up the way it is, he knows what it would mean to his vote. We were stupid even to try. Lousy vultures." Ritchie shrugged. "They're hungry, Max. You forget, there hasn't been an execution in this state for over 2 years. They're hungry. So a poor dumb kid's got to fry alive in order for them to get their kicks. Wait a second now. Don't get carried away. This same poor dumb kid is the boy who killed George Sanderson in cold blood and then raped his wife not too very long ago. If I recall, your word for him then was brutal murderer. That was the paper. This is you and me. Well, get that accusatory look off your face. Murder and rape, those are stiff raps to beat, pal." "You did it with Beatty. You got him off," Kaplan reminded his friend. "Luck. Public mood. Beatty was an old man, feeble. Look, Max, why don't you stop beating around the bush?" "Okay," Kaplan said slowly. "They let me in this afternoon. I talked with him again." Ritchie nodded. "And?" "Hank, I'm telling you, it gives me the creeps. I swear it does." "What did he tell you?" Kaplan puffed on his cigarette nervously, kept his eyes on the clock. "He was lying down when I went in, curled up tight, trying to sleep." "Go on." "When he heard me, he came to. 'Mr. Kaplan,' he says, 'you've got to make them believe me. You've got to make them understand.' His eyes got real big then, and, Hank, I'm scared." "Of what?" "I don't know. Just him, maybe. I'm not sure." "He carrying the same line?" "Yeah, but worse this time, more intense somehow." Ritchie tried to keep the smile. He remembered all right, much too well. The whole story was crazy, normally enough to get the kid off with a life sentence in the criminally insane ward. But it was a little too crazy, so the psychiatrists wouldn't buy. "Can't get his words out of my mind," Kaplan was saying. His eyes were closed. "Mister, tell them. If you kill me, then you'll all die. This whole world of yours will die." "Because," Ritchie remembered, "you don't exist, any of you, except in my mind. Don't you see? I'm asleep and dreaming all this. You, your wives, your children, it's all part of my dream. And when you kill me, then I'll wake up, and that will be the end of you." "Well," Ritchie said, "it's original." Kaplan shook his head. "Come on, Max, snap out of it. You act like you never listened to a lunatic before. People have been predicting the end of the world ever since year 1. "Sure, I know. You don't have to patronize me. It's just that, well, who is this particular lunatic anyway? We don't know any more about him than the day he was caught. Even the name we had to make up. Who is he? Where'd he come from? What's his home?" "My home. A world of eternities, an eternity of worlds. I must destroy, hurt, kill before I wake always. And then once more I must sleep. Always, always. Look, there's 100 vagrants in every city. Just like our boy. No name, no friends, no relatives." "Then he doesn't seem in the least odd to you, is that it? Is that what you're telling me?" "So he's odd. I never met a murderer that wasn't." Ritchie recalled the lean, hairless face, the expressionless eyes, the slender, youthful body that moved in strange, hesitant jerks, the halting voice. The clock bonged the quarter hour. 15 to 12. Max Kaplan wiped the perspiration from his forehead. "And besides," Ritchie said, somewhat too loudly, "it's plain ridiculous. He says, what? We're a dream he's having, right? Okay, then what about our parents and their parents, everybody who never heard of the kid?" "First thing I thought of, and you know his answer." Ritchie snorted. "Well, think it over, for God's sake. He says every dream is a complete unit in itself. Haven't you ever had nightmares about people you'd never seen before?" "Yes, I suppose so, but—" "All right, even though they were projections of your subconscious, or whatever the hell it's called, they were complete, weren't they? Going somewhere, doing something, all on their own." Ritchie was silent. "Where they were going, what they were doing? See? The kid says every dream, even ours, builds its own whole world, complete with a past and, as long as you stay asleep, a future." "Nonsense! What about us, when we sleep and dream? Or is the period when we're unconscious the time he's up and around? And keep in mind that everybody doesn't sleep at the same time." "You're missing the point, Hank. I said it was complete, didn't I? And isn't sleeping part of the pattern?" "Have another drink, Max. You're slipping." "What will you wake up to?" "My home. You would not understand. Then what? Then I sleep again and dream another world." "Why did you kill George Sanderson?" "It is my eternal destiny to kill and suffer punishment." "Why? Why?" "In my world I committed a crime. It is the punishment of my world, this destiny." "Then try this on for size," Ritchie said. "That kid's frozen stiff with fear. Since he's going to have to wake up no matter what, then why not sit back and enjoy it?" Kaplan's eyes widened. "Hank, how soundly do you sleep?" "What's that got to do with it?" "I mean, do you ever dream?" "Of course." "Ever get hold of any particularly vivid ones? Falling downstairs like, being tortured, anything like that?" Ritchie pulled at his drink. "Sure you have." Kaplan gazed steadily at the clock. Almost midnight. "Then try to remember. In that kind of dream, isn't it true that the pleasure, or pain, you feel is almost as real as if you were actually experiencing it? I remember once I had a nightmare about my old man. He caught me in the basement with a cigarette. I was 8 or 9, I guess. He took down my pants and started after me with his belt. Hank, that hurt, bad. It really hurt." "So what's the point?" "In my dream I tried to get away from my old man. He chased me all over that basement. Well, it's the same with the kid, except his dream is 100 times more vivid, that's all. He knows he'll feel that electric chair, feel the jolts frying into him, feel the death boiling up in his throat just as much as if he were honest to God sitting there." Kaplan stopped talking. The two men sat quietly watching the clock's invisible progress. Then Ritchie leaped up and stalked over to the bar again. "Doggone you, Max," he called. "You're getting me fidgety now." "Don't kid me," Kaplan said. "You've been fidgety on your own for quite a while. I don't know how you ever made the grade as a criminal lawyer. You don't know the first thing about lying." Ritchie didn't answer. He poured the drink slowly. "Look at you and Ruth, screaming at each other. And then there was the other tip-off. The way you defended the kid, brilliantly, masterfully. You'd never have done that for a common open and shut little killer. Max, Ritchie said, you're nuts. Tell you what, at exactly 12:01, I'll take you out for the biggest, juiciest, rarest steak you ever saw. On me. Then we'll get loaded and fall all over ourselves laughing. Ritchie fought away the sudden picture of steak, rare steak, with the blood sputtering out, sizzling on an electric stove. The clock began to strike. Henry Ritchie and Max Kaplan stood very still. He uncoiled. The dry pop of hardened joints jabbed wakefulness into him until finally the 20-foot-long shell lay straight upon the steaming rocks. He opened his eyes, all of them, one by one. Across the bubbling pools, far away, past the white stone geysers, he could see them coming. Many of them, swiftly, giant slithering things with many arms and many legs. He tried to move, but rock grew over him and he could not move. By looking around, he could see the cliff's edge, and he remembered the 1,000 bottomless pits below. Gradually the rest formed, and he remembered all. He turned to the largest creature. "Did you tell them?" He knew this would be a horrible punishment, worse than the last, the burning, far worse. Fingers began to unhinge the thick shell, peel it from him, leaving the viscous white tenderness bare to the heat and pain. "Tell them, make them understand, this is only a dream I'm having." They took the prisoner to the precipice, lingered a moment to give him a view of the dizziness and the sucking things far below. Then nervous hands pressed him forward into space. He did not wake for a long time. End of Traumerei by Charles Beaumont. Read by Roger Melin.
The Dead Sailor by A.L. Hodges. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alexander. The Dead Sailor by A.L. Hodges. The sailor was undoubtedly dead, and there was a mark on his head as if he had been shot. But they could find no bullet, and besides, the men who witnessed the accident heard no shot, nor saw anyone else around. There was no doubt about the testimony. Too many men verified it. The sailor had been lowering an experimental half-shell from the side of the ship when the rope broke and the shell dropped into the sea. Some of the witnesses claimed they saw a bright object come up from the sea and hit the sailor, but no bright object was found. The device which was being lowered was a half-sphere, open at the bottom, and with a short length of small pipe fixed in its top. This pipe was open at both ends. One of the scientists on board resolved to clear up the mystery. He had an idea and decided to follow it out, but to do some computations before he told anyone, for he was a serious scientist and did not want to be laughed at, for practical men are given to ridicule. He finally came to the conclusion that the sailor was shot and killed with a bullet of water. After many expressions of doubt on the part of the rest of the party, he proved conclusively to them that it was not only possible, but that was just what had happened. He proved it in this wise. The entire weight of the heavy shell was used when it hit to compress the air caught under it. The air, of course, would start leaking out of the small pipe or shooting out very rapidly. When the end of the small pipe was submerged, however, which operation took place almost instantly, the compressed air shot a plug of water up to the sailor's head with the force of a bullet and slew him. The scientist fortified his remarks with citations from accidents from Waterhammer, etc., that clinched belief. We know neither the day nor the time. End of The Dead Sailor by A.L. Hodges.
The Noise Killer by A.M. McNeill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Randalaxe. The Noise Killer by A.M. McNeill. The strangest experience of all my flying days never got into a report for two reasons. For one thing, I was afraid of losing caste with my superior officers if I had handed in an exact record of what I went through. They would probably say that I had become permanently lightheaded from the altitude and was not to be trusted with another plane. Nevertheless, if the report of my last attempt to establish a transcontinental non-stop flying record had been complete, it would have told of that foggy sky out of which I dropped to a place hard to believe of this world. I had been bucking headwinds for several hours when suddenly my engine stalled. With so much depending on keeping in the air, I put her into a tailspin with a pretty sick feeling. The cloud bank through which I cut in a hurry was much thicker than I'd expected. When I straightened her out, I was almost uncomfortably close to compact white buildings, piled in neat square formations of a city. Then it was I saw that I must land for minor repairs to the fuselage received in my steep climb and swift fall. Knowing that the chance of making the coveted record was lost, yet still tense with the effort, I cruised about over the city for signs of an airport. Of course, there was the great wide river upon which to settle in case of need. At last I sighted an open space on the margin of the river and tried to read a name painted on the hangar's roof. Some letters must have been obliterated, for all I could read was a terminating Ville. It was the most deserted haven into which I had ever taxied. Overcoming a sense of unreality, I ran across the tarmac to rattle locked doors and frantically shout for someone to get me the needed materials. Not a sign of life could I raise. At last, concluding some important occasion had perhaps called everybody uptown, I went off at a great heat towards the main thoroughfare. The moment my stamping feet left the soft, dry grass of the fields for the hard pavement, I knew for certainty that something was very wrong. My heavy boots made not a sound. I might have been walking on cotton wool. For a horrible moment, I knew the feelings of a person who learns for the first time he has lost one of his senses. I thought I must have become deaf. Perhaps the sudden change of altitude had brought it on. Sometimes I had known a throbbing in my ears from such a cause. I shook my head until I thought it would fly off, and pounded both sides of my skull like a madman, but still my footsteps were inaudible. Unable, as it were, to believe my ears, I went on for further signs that would prove my deafness. Though I walked the length of the principal street on which the City Hall tower rose tall and alone, I met only staring windows, echoless walls, and empty sidewalks. Papers swept past me without a rustle. A bird perched on a telephone wire quivered with a burst of silent melody. A hungry-looking mongrel rushed out to bark without menace, because without sound. I picked up a stone and heaved it at him. It hit the asphalt as noiselessly as a wind-blown feather. Have I gone crazy? I asked myself. Or did I bring down my plane in an unexpected crash that sent me wandering in outer Hades? Just then, to my inexpressible joy, I sighted a plane passing overhead. Assured that I was still on Earth, I watched it fly close, only to be plunged into deeper bewilderment. It was accompanied by no familiar throb of the engine. Letting out my breath in what should have been a yell, I waved my arms frantically and ran back towards the airport. My lungs were heaving with great, noiseless, panting gasps. I never slowed down until I came within sight of the open field of the airport and the blessed spread wings of my own plane. Here was something familiar. If I were in the other world, I had the comfort of knowing my old ship could be there with me. I flopped down in the shade of a wing with a great heaving sigh. As I lay there in its homelike lee, it suddenly occurred to me that I had heard that sigh. I sighed again just to prove it. Sure enough, excitedly I sat up and shouted, "Whee! Yippee!" like an Arizona Indian. That yell immediately brought results. The moment I ceased, I saw cautiously advancing around the rudder of my ship the scraped shoes and frayed pants of a man who finally appeared under the wing at me, his little blue eyes squinting and his white beard chin working in agitation. "Are you hurt?" he finally said. No, just frightened. I saw no chance of hiding the fact. When I tried to gain my feet, I was so weak from shock that I sank back upon the ground again. The old fellow stooped and drew himself slowly under the wing on his hands and one hip. "This is a hell of a place," I blustered to hide my shaky voice. "Are you alive or just walking around to save funeral expenses?"
"Oh, I'm alive," he said, looking at me quizzically. "But I'm the only one in this town who is."
This, uttered in a tone hollow and as if coming from far away, was enough to add new terror to my already shaken mind. I edged away from him. He noticed my movement.
"I'm harmless enough," he chuckled. Then suddenly becoming serious, he added, "But you won't find another human being in this whole city. I helped to kill some, and the rest just left."
A lunatic. What next? I thought, and summoned my returning strength in case he should spring. He was too uncomfortably close.
"Oh, I'm not crazy," the old fellow said, reading my eyes, "though heaven knows I've had enough to make me so. I'm the brother of Sanford Lewis, the inventor. You know."
"So you're his brother." I had heard it was best to humor the demented.
"Yes. He was the only one of us who ever made a name for himself. You see, we came from an old pioneer family of this city, and my brother took such a great pride in it that all his inventions were toward its betterment and progress. I expect you've heard the motto, 'The best in the West.'"
"Oh, yes."
"The best in the world was my brother's slogan for the city."
"And of course he realized his ambition?" I asked, with a sarcastic smile toward the scene of devastation I had quitted in such a fright.
"No," he answered soberly. "He failed miserably, but he ain't to blame. He died in the attempt."
"That's too bad," I sympathized, for I really pitied the poor cracked fellow.
"Yes, he gave his life to his great idea."
"And what was that?"
"He aimed to make this a city without noise."
"Without noise?" I asked, wondering where the old man's craziness was leading us.
"I mean, without the terrible racket and thunder of its traffic. My brother tried to make this a city without noise. Think, man, what success would have meant. People would have flocked to it. Every city in the world would have copied it."
"I should think that anything which would kill noise outside of buildings would kill it inside. Nobody would be able to hear themselves talk, and you'd be as badly off as before," I objected with an arousing interest.
"That was the trouble. I don't pretend to understand these scientific things. Wouldn't take any more grammar school education, but my brother could have told you everything about his invention. He used to make himself so clear that even an ignoramus like myself could see what he was driving at. And then 5 minutes after he was through, I couldn't tell you what he said. My family were all patient with my stupidity, but just the same, it was me that caused that."
He stretched his hand towards the dead city. His voice was casual enough, but I noticed a peculiar twitch of his whole body, as if all his nerves suddenly contracted, then relaxed. Whatever terrible thing had happened, he had evidently trained his mind to review it dispassionately, but his inner self could not be trained to look back without a quiver. At first I thought it would be unkind to resurrect the past for him, even though I was dying to know just what happened. Then it occurred to me that lonely people sometimes find relief in talking about their troubles. So I led him on. "Can you remember," I questioned, "how your brother overcame his great difficulty in making a noiseless city?"
"Yes, I can remember that. It appears to me his air fluid was supposed to kill all sound produced by metal, but not that produced by human voice. Yes, I know all sound is just waves of air. But there are different qualities of sound, aren't there? Well, this fluid of his was of such a subtle nature that it neutralized and bulked only the waves which were caused by the ring of metal. At least that's what he claimed."
I saw several demonstrations that seemed to me to prove he had succeeded. Why, I saw the demonstration that convinced the city council that he had a great thing, and induced them to let him try an experiment on the air of the city itself. I can tell you it was a long, hard pull to bring those autocrats of the city hall to that state of mind. But one day, a moving picture magnate came here from Hollywood. He had read in a scientific journal of my brother's invention. One of the scientists at work on his sound pictures had seen it. This moving picture man, I forget his name, offered to move his entire studio here if the sound-killing device of my brother's proved successful. He said that other companies would follow if they were sure of finding a place where they could make sound pictures without the danger of outside sound interference. That prospect is what moved the city council to give my brother a trial. They even hope to make this a second Hollywood. How did you go about a demonstration of this sort? I asked, beginning to see the bearings of his story. With a band and speeches. He smiled down into that funny little white beard of his. The night my brother came home and told me the mayor was going to let him try his experiment on the city, I didn't sleep a wink all night. Neither of us did. I was terribly worried, for I was to operate the projection machine from the roof of the city hall. He raised a shaky finger to the one skyscraper outlined against the setting sun. On that roof, from which the central tower springs the machine, was to be installed. It's the highest point in the city. I can tell you I was nervous. Why didn't your brother control the machine himself? I asked, to draw him from his reverie. He had to be across the street in the City Hall square with the rest of the celebrities to see how things turned out. He did his best to help me through. He explained the workings to me a dozen times. It didn't seem humanly possible to make a mistake. But I was scared, and I didn't take in half of what he said. He left, and I waited for my cue to turn on the substance that was to work miracles. My cue was the sound of the brass band playing the Star-Spangled Banner. When they got to that part where it says bombs bursting in air, well, I was to work the magic. I was so nervous I hardly recognized the tune when it came, and in the end, I just turned it on in any old place in music. I did it for him, my brother. I meant only the best for the city. I turned it on. What happened? You stop in the worst places. What happened when you turned it on? I urged. Nothing. He spoke as one coming out of a dream. Nothing except silence. Dead silence. What did you do? I waited, for I hardly knew what. At last I went to the parapet and looked over. Well, what did you see? I saw hell. A silent hell. The street was thick with people. All up and down as far as I could see, the buildings were emptying just as they do after a heavy earthquake. Seems like folks had the terrified feeling that goes with a great calamity and wanted to get clear of the buildings, out in the open. And they did the worst thing they could do. They stampeded toward the City Hall square. Directly below me they swarmed in a great eddying mass like a silent whirlpool. 2 streetcars, not being able to hear warning bells, collided and made a sort of snag in the rushing torrent. People kept running out to help those already injured and getting knocked down themselves. Automobiles smashed here and there, injuring more. Everywhere lay men and women and children injured or dying without audible cries or groans. It was ghastly, like a motion picture of warfare. I don't think about it any more. It would drive me crazy. I respected his silence for some time, and then asked, gently, the experiment was unsuccessful? Well, it killed all sound within a radius of a mile. All sound, caused by metal or anything else. You notice our voices sound kinda hollow? Well, we're on the rim of it. It is getting faint Here. But you couldn't hear a cannon shot in the city itself. Why didn't you turn the infernal machine off when you saw what it was doing? I offered. That's the terrible part. I couldn't. And I saw tears in his pale blue eyes. I tried. Oh, how I tried. But I forgot how. Why didn't you get your brother to come and turn it off? I tried to. I beckoned him like fury. I could see his tall black silk hat in the crowd milling around the bandstand. He pushed through the crowd there and came running across the open space. He was waving his hand and looking at me. In the middle of the street, an automobile hit him. He couldn't hear it, you see. He died. Instantly. For a long time we sat there in silence, looking out upon the city over which the sun had set. And so it was never turned off. I really knew without asking. It was never turned off. I couldn't remember what my brother had said, even when I was calm again several days afterward. I tried until I thought I would go mad, but it was no use. Why didn't you take the machine away and junk it? I said hopefully. No use. Once that stuff was on the air, nothing would do any good except to neutralize it. And my brother was the only one who could do that. And he was gone. No, there was nothing we could do. People were frightened and left the city. All those who weren't killed. And you, what makes you stay in such a gruesome place? I asked, crawling out from under the wing. I don't know. What makes any of us cling to lost hopes? I never quite gave up the hope of being able to remember what my brother said. Someday, perhaps, when I'm dying, it will come to me, what he said, and then I'll be able to lift the curse from this beautiful city that people can live in it again. Can I help you, young fella? I have the keys to those buildings, and anything in them is yours. Before night actually closed in, I had made repairs and was on my belated way again. As I tilted my wings and droned up into the air, it occurred to me that the only name by which I could identify the place was a half-obliterated ville I had seen on the shed. In this lack of definite data lies the second reason why I could not include the strange visit in my official report, and why I am writing it now for the first time. Clearly, it was the only course for me to follow. End of The Noise Killer by A.M. McNeill.
Sunrise in the Moon by John Munro. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Sunrise in the Moon by John Munro. I am alone and seated upon a rock, but I know not where. It is night, and the sky above me wears a strange aspect. There is no shining moon and lustrous clouds. No familiar planet beams like a golden lamp. No brilliant star flashes a living gem in the blue and limpid depths of ether. I see only an immense black vault, to all appearance hard and fretted with pale blue points of light. It is a dead funereal sky. And to compare small things with great, it reminds me of a coal mine studded with corpse candles. All about me is buried in darkness that would be absolute, save for the faint glister of the starlight on the white and frozen surface of the ground. Not a living thing is to be seen. An awful stillness reigns. Not a breath of air fans my cheek, and the cold is more than arctic in its rigor. Suddenly a splendid meteor shoots athwart the sky, its head blazing into green and blue and its long trail sparkling with fire. It seemed to strike the earth quite near me, for I could hear the shock and the rattle of splintered stones. After a time another followed, and I began to grow alarmed for my safety, when a peculiar light in the distance attracted my attention. It appeared as a bluish-white glow revealing itself in the darkness, like an emanation of some aurora borealis. Dim and vague when first seen, it slowly and surely became brighter, more extensive, and more definite. At the same time, I was sensible of a growing illumination around me. Spires and pinnacles of hoary granite, tinged with the same blue radiance, stood forth weird and ghostly in the blackness. One might have thought that day was breaking on the mountain tops but for the electrical blueness of the light and the changeless pall of the heavens. The luminosity in the distance began to assume a crescent shape, but not like that of the moon, for it was horizontal, not vertical. Moreover, I could now see not one but several patches and crescents of the bluish luster which ere long waxed into complete rings, and appeared to float in the darkness like purple isles and atolls in a shoreless sea of molten pitch. Shoreless, did I say? No, that was only for a space. Beyond the atolls, I began to discern a curving band of light, which broadened imperceptibly until it resembled a wall of high cliffs forming the coastline of a continent, illuminated by the rising sun and trending away into the gloom. In keeping, too, with the effects of sunrise were the long and luminous beams that shot through great gaps and passes in the mountain range on which I now perceived that I was sitting, and fell in purple splashes on the flood of darkness. I knew from the constellations, however, that the light was coming from the west, and moreover its color was neither the amber tinge of sunrise nor of sunset. How strange and funereal was the spectacle of that black sea, with its purple archipelago enshrined beneath the black sky and the eternal stars. Funereal, yet magnificent beyond all power of language to express. Even the imagination of a Doré could not have conceived the awful sublimity of that valley of the shadow of death. It seemed to me that I was gazing upon the bier of a dead world within the hushed and solemn sepulchre of the universe. By and by, a golden light appeared in the east behind the distant line of cliffs, and a vast orb resembling the moon but many times larger rose with serene majesty into the heavens. Unlike the moon, however, it seemed to shed no radiance around it, for the sky remained as black as ever. The light from its poles was of a dazzling luster, owing perhaps to the polar ice fields, but that from the middle zones was dimmer and more shadowy, and varied in tint from a pale green to a ruddy brown and a clouded blue. The blue patches were probably seas, the brown and green ones continents with their deserts and vegetation, and I fancied I could trace a configuration like that portion of the earth comprised between America, Africa, and Europe, even to such details as the British Isles. The light around me had grown so much brighter that I turned to see where it came from, and beheld a still more marvelous sight. Away to the westward rolled a wild chaos of darkness, commingled with bluish light, which I can only compare to the waves of a stormy sea, when tipped with lilac phosphorescence. And above the distant horizon in the funereal sky, a strange and glorious meteor was blazing like a comet. Its disk was equal in size to that of the sun, and of blinding intensity, but its color was a kind of lavender blue inclining to purple, and a silvery white radiance, like that of the Milky Way, extended from it far into the night. What was that brilliant luminary which reminded me so forcibly of an electric arc lamp when its carbons are burning blue? I turned once more to the prospect which had first engaged my attention, but I needed not linger on the succeeding phases of dawn. It is enough to say that as the splendid star mounted up the sky, the illuminations became stronger, until a gray-blue daylight showed all the features of the landscape. I then saw that what I have called a sea of darkness was in reality a vast gray plain, and that its purple islands were the peaks and craters of volcanoes. The high cliffs beyond were not the shores of a continent, but part of a stupendous wall of rock, which encircled the plain like a rampart. I discovered that my own station was near the verge of this tremendous precipice, and my brain sickened when I found that its crags dropped sheerly down to the plain many thousands of feet below. The summit was jagged with lofty pinnacles of rock, standing as towers along the wall, and enormous gaps like the embrasures of a battlement. It cast a long, sharp, pointed shadow as black as jet athwart the gray plain below, on which the craters of the extinct volcanoes, as yet unpenetrated by the light, resembled wells of ink. But as the meteor ascended higher and higher, the shadows by degrees drew back or became lighter. Not a vestige of human occupation or animal life or vegetation could be seen anywhere. Apparently there was not a drop of water, stagnant or running, and the rise of a sort of mist from the ground here and there was the only sign of energy. Although it was broad daylight, the sky, except in the neighborhood of the luminary, remained as black as ever, or at least an indigo blue so deep as to appear black, and the stars had a cold, harsh, bluish aspect. When I looked in the opposite direction, I saw a still more unearthly prospect, a weird and rugged wilderness of serrated mountain ranges, extinct volcanoes, conical peaks, isolated hills, and bosses of rock, walled plains and cindery deserts, traversed by streams of solid lava or cleft by deep, wide canyons, and interspersed with the cones of exhausted geysers or the basins of dried mud and mineral springs, like the terraces and paint pots of the Yellowstone. The earth and rocks were of all colors, from the white of a deposit like snow and the species of granite or milky quartz, to the yellow of sulfur, from the red of a vermilion to the green and blues of other natural pigments of volcanic origin. But the prevailing tint was gray, and the light of the sky so checkered the scoriae and blistered surface with black shadows that it seemed to be carved out of ivory and ebony. Here, too, I could see no trace of life, unless some splintered columns on a hillside were the petrified trunks of an ancient forest. And again the idea came to me that I was looking on the rigid lineaments of a defunct planet. Dead, perhaps, but not absolutely free of life. For as time went on, I began to observe that low forms of vegetation, such as lichen and cacti, were shooting from the arid soil in the growing heat of the luminary, and even imparting a ruddy or green tinge to the gray plains and mountains. Nor was that all, for I was nearly frightened out of my wits on discovering a huge serpent gliding past me as I lay upon the ground. Another and another followed, and not snakes alone, but monstrous toads and flying insects as gigantic as crocodiles or the winged dragons of past geological eras. They were of all colors and patterns to match the earth and rocks, but the majority were black and white. Occasionally a serpent gobbled up a toad, and a toad snapped at a dragonfly. But still the legion marched on like a great army. I wanted to run away, but I was rooted to the spot, and, horror of horrors, an enormous snake glided over my prostrate body. In an agony of fear, I struggled to escape from its bloated and slimy folds, but all in vain. I yelled aloud, and I awoke. At first I did not know where I was, for the trail of the serpent was still over me. Yet I became aware of my identity, and that I was not really where I had thought myself to be. For a moment it flashed upon me that I was crazed, and then I recollected that I was in bed, and that my gruesome experiences were only a dream, evoked perhaps by the rays of the dawn falling across my face. I believe it was a case of what is known as double consciousness, in which the brain seems to be conscious in two different centers. The ego had awakened while the rest of the mind was under the influence of sleep. The mystery of my dream became clear to me, for I remembered that before going to bed I had been reading about the moon in the pages of Proctor, Sir Robert Ball, Mr. A.C. Ranyard, and other eminent writers on astronomy. I found, moreover, that there had been a creative method in my dream, that it was, in fact, a vision of sunrise and the moon, such as it would appear to an observing eye placed in the moon itself, and not to an astronomer upon the earth. My point of view had been on the southwest wall of the great crater, or walled plain of Clavius, in the third or southeast quadrant of the moon, and the time was that of sunrise, when the terminator or fringe of daylight was creeping over the surface and illuminating its salient features. The azure of our sky on the earth is due to the dispersion of the light in the atmosphere, but if the moon has any atmosphere, it is extremely rare as that some 50 or 60 miles above the earth. Hence, both night and day the lunar sky appears black. On the summit of Mount Blanc, there is a decided darkening of our own blue sky. Again, the golden red of sunrise and sunset on the earth is owing to an absorption of the blue rays by our atmosphere, such as may be observed in a gas lamp, which appears redder in a fog. Seen beyond our atmosphere, the sun would in reality be of a blue color, like Herschel's lavender, tending to purple as Professor S.P. Langley has found, and hence, as the moon has little or no absorptive atmosphere, the sunlight there will show a purple tinge. The solar disk will also appear to be enveloped by the chromosphere and white corona, with its meteoric extensions, including the zodiacal light. The crater of Clavius is over 142 miles in diameter, or twice the area of Wales, but the absence or purity of the atmosphere favors length of sight. It is surrounded by a bulwark of rocks, in some places attaining a height of more than 17,000 feet above the floor, which compromises about 90 craterlets. Even from the earth, a sunrise on Clavius, when viewed with a good telescope, is a very sublime spectacle. At first, the sun lights up the western wall of the crater, which remains in shadow and appears as a dark bay encroaching on the bright part or southern horn. As the sun rises higher, his rays strike on the craters of the plain and makes them shine as golden atolls in a sea of ink. The eastern wall of the crater catches his fire, and shafts of light dart through the gaps in the western wall into the bottom of the crater, an effect employed by Mr. Rider Haggard in his celebrated romance to enable she and her companions to reach the flame of immortality in the caverns of Kor, which was also a walled plain similar to those on the moon. At last the sunlight reaches the plain, the long black shadows are forced to shrink away, and the entire floor is illuminated. The moon may be regarded as a mummied world which has died young. The earth is much older as a planet, and many traits of its fiery youth have disappeared. But in the aspect of the moon we are able to read what it has once been like. On the volcanic surface of our satellite we see long mountain ranges, but none so high as the Andes or the Himalayas. Those of the moon are evidently the works of plutonic forces. The Andes and the Himalayas, on the other hand, are built of rocks which have been deposited under water and upheaved by the sinking in of neighboring areas. In some terrestrial ranges, however, the original core or backbone is volcanic, and comparable to the ranges of the moon, but it has become overlaid by sedimentary materials, just as a primitive trait of human character is sometimes disguised by later habits or experience. There are few great craters, rings, or walled plains on the earth, and these are not so large as some on the moon. Probably those of the earth have nearly all been denuded away by wind and water, frost and fire. But examples can still be seen in Java and elsewhere, and the crater of Kilauea in the Sandwich Islands is one still active, where the molten lava is forming a ridgy floor or gray plain dotted with craterlets which are the last vents of the expiring volcano. The so-called seas of the moon, such as the Sea of Serenity, the Lake of Corruption, and the Bay of Rainbows, are apparently dry flats or deserts, like the prairies and pampas of America, and their greenish-gray or reddish hue probably comes from the earth and ashes or from vegetation. The pits or cup-like depressions are perhaps old craters which have lost their rings. The clefts are long narrow gorges or cracks remaining open, and the faults are doubtless closed cracks, both the result of shrinkage as the moon parted with its internal heat. The bright streaks which radiate from some of the craters across valleys and mountains are perhaps frozen lava streams, and the long banks are probably intruded lavas similar to the trap dikes of our own planet. The sulfur plains, extinct geysers, and mineral springs which I saw in my dream have not yet been recognized on the moon because, of course, they would be difficult to discern. But we can hardly doubt that such like products of volcanic action are present there. The seeming absence of air and water in the moon has been accounted for in several ways. It is more likely that the particles of air have stolen away into space during the lapse of ages, as Mr. S.T. Preston has supposed, than that it has frozen in the extreme cold or been absorbed by the crust. The water may have been absorbed or frozen out rather than evaporated, but there is a growing tendency among astronomers to believe that both an atmosphere and water exist in the moon, though in a diminished quantity. During the long night, lasting 2 weeks, this water would undoubtedly be frozen, and the peculiar whiteness of the moon's surface, especially at the poles, may be caused by ordinary snow, as well as by frozen carbonic acid or chemical salts, such as borate of lime. If there be some air and water on the moon, and this is the view which I have taken, the long day of 2 weeks would, of course, vaporize it. Rains would follow, and probably the lower species of plants would flourish. That vegetable life and animal life of the higher grades once existed on the moon is questionable. Probably there was never any man in the moon, although the likeness of a very beautiful woman and a very ugly man have been traced by some astronomers. There is no reason to doubt, however, that many of the lower kinds of animals once haunted the gray plains and wooded slopes of the mountains, and it is even possible that some of these yet linger on in more or less modified types and migrate with the sunshine like our swallows, thus elevating my awful nightmare to the rank of a prophetic vision. End of Sunrise and the Moon by John Munro.
Wreck Off Triton by Alfred Koppel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Randalaxe. Wreck Off Triton by Alfred Koppel. His plans were thorough. Every risk had been closely considered. Now Ron Carnarvon, ruthless convict, was ready to loot the wrecked spaceship of its sapphire treasure and thrust his warped power around the entire antagonistic EMV triangle. Ron Carnarvon had been the skipper of the late Thunderbird, and it was common knowledge in every port of the EMV triangle that he had scuttled her. There was a price on his head, and the High Space Guard was combing the space lanes for him and for the Thunderbird. For the Thunderbird was a treasure ship. But Carnarvon was a cautious man, and no fool, for all that he'd committed barratry. He left the Thunderbird in a Trojan orbit 1,000,000 miles off Triton, ruptured and spilling corpses into space. He took a spaceboat and jetted sunward to the Holocomb Foundation outpost on Oberon. Then he stowed away on the mail ship to Canalopolis, still carrying the chart that showed the Thunderbird's position. In the Canal City, Carnarvon evaded the EAX Guard cordons and found himself a renegade Martian hypnosurgeon to change his face and fingerprints. From then on, it was easy. Across Syrtis Major by Sansky to Marsport posing as a prospector, and from Marsport down the Grand Canal to the Spaceman's Boneyard at Yaki. It was there that he met and hired Pop Wills and the Carefree. Ron Carnarvon acted with characteristic caution when he chose Pop and the Carefree to do the ghoul work on the ship he had murdered. Pop's ship was a rusty bucket, but well enough fixed to reach Triton where the Thunderbird's corpse orbited, her vault heavy with plutonian sapphires. And Pop needed work, badly. He was almost too broke to outfit his ship for the flight. Carnarvon noted, with curling lip, that most of Pop's assets had long ago been liquidated to buy gin. The long years in space had taken a toll on the old man. Actually, a greater toll than ever Carnarvon could have imagined. Pop and the Carefree fitted in with Carnarvon's plans to perfection. Pop had been in trouble more than once with the High Space Guard. Pop was an old soak who wouldn't be missed. When something happened to the Carefree, the rest of the breached wrecks in Yaki would only shake their heads and agree that Pop had pushed the old bucket a few G's too hard somewhere. That was just the end the wrecker had in mind for Pop, when his job was finished too. It was only reasonable. He couldn't let Pop live to tell the guard that Ron Carnarvon had had a hypnosurgical metamorphosis. Even a fortune in sapphires couldn't buy the High Space Guard. It was far too well heeled with the Holocomb Foundation money, and it took its duties to the inhabitants of the Earth-Mars-Venus triangle seriously. A cautious man would realize this and take the proper steps. In this case, the proper steps would be the elimination of Pop Wills when his job was done. But everyone makes mistakes. Carnarvon made one when he selected Pop and the Carefree. With all the rusty hulks dotting the ramps of Yaki, and with all the even rustier skippers there, he should have hired someone else. Anyone else. Ron Carnarvon should have connected Pop Wills with the 12-year-old cabin boy of the Thunderbird. The youngster's name had been Wills, too. But of course, Carnarvon couldn't have been expected to remember everything. Just coincidence, but those things do happen. So, these two lifted from Mars together. A captain who had wrecked his own ship, and a gin-soaked old man whose only son had died because of it. and neither knew the other for what he was. To Carnarvon, Pop was just a fall guy doing his job in proper sucker fashion, and to Pop Wills, Carnarvon was just John Smith, who wanted to go to grid M33225489 OK, off Triton, and was willing to pay well for the privilege. The wrecker ordered the course, and Pop set it. Mars began to dwindle, and the belt loomed ahead. The Carefree threaded her way through the rocky maze and on past Saturn and Uranus in a free-falling arc. She was slow, but in space, slow is a relative term. The outer planets were in triple conjunction, and with their help, the old boat made time. Carnarvon checked the course daily, and Pop accepted the corrections without protest. After all, John Smith was paying for the trip, and he seemed to know what he was doing. No questions asked. Carnarvon liked that. No questions, no trouble. He couldn't have been more wrong. It's hard to say in mere words what old Pop must have felt when he picked up the wreck of the Thunderbird on the radar. He recognized the image, of course. The Thunderbird was unique among spacers. Then he checked her position against the chart that Carnarvon had marked, and realized why they had come. He realized, too, who this John Smith was, and hate pulsed through him in sickening waves. Pop wasn't a brave man, and he was past his prime, but he could still hate. Almost without conscious thought, Pop broke out the ultrawave and began calling the guard. He broadcast full particulars, coordinates, descriptions, everything. He was at it when Carnarvon found him, and sent him crashing against the control panels with a smashing overhand right to the mouth. Pop sprawled on the metal decking and watched the wrecker carefully smash every communicating device on the ship's panel. There was a throbbing pain in his head where he had struck the shabbily padded control console, and the thick taste of blood was in his bruised mouth. He watched Carnarvon like an animal, a hurt, impotently raging beast, and he began to be afraid. Even his hate couldn't spare him that, for Pop was afraid to die, and he knew just what his chances were now. Carnarvon, on the other hand, didn't waste time hating. He didn't know why Pop had called copper, and he didn't really care. Pop wasn't important. The sapphires in the Thunderbird's vault, they were important. He'd come too far to abandon them now. It would take 9 minutes for Pop's radio appeal to reach the nearest guard base, Carnarvon calculated, and it would take 6 hours for the fastest guard ship to reach them after that. He could board the Thunderbird and loot her in not more than 2 hours. That would still give the Carefree a 4-hour start on the guard, and in deep space, 4 hours were as good as 4,000. Carnarvon still wasn't worried. The wrecking of the Thunderbird had been the work of months, and he wasn't going to panic now. Ron Carnarvon wasn't that sort of criminal. Blaster in hand, he motioned Pop to his feet. He wondered vaguely just why the old man had taken such a chance. He couldn't have any notions of collecting the reward for Carnarvon. The amount was less than the amount he was getting for doing this. Carnarvon smiled bleakly. Salvage job. And the old man was a coward. He could see it in the trembling of the blue-veined hands, in the shifting faintness of the watery blue eyes. The wrecker shrugged aside the thought as unimportant and set to work. With a blaster in his ribs, Pop Wills did as he was told. He braked the Carefree to a stop 20 miles from the ruptured hulk of the liner. There were beads of sweat standing out on Pop's forehead, and his hands shook on the firing console. A thin trickle of dark blood marred his stubbled chin. His battered lips were unsteady. For a few bad moments, Pop Wills thought Carnarvon was going to blast him as soon as the Carefree lost way. But then, even his gin-soaked mind began to understand that the end wasn't quite yet. Carnarvon needed help looting the murdered liner. If he was going to lay his hands on her valuables before the guard appeared, he'd have to get Pop working with him. Maybe if Pop had been more of a man, he could have stopped the wrecker cold right there, but long years of boozing had left Pop weak. He could hate well enough, but fear conquers even hate, and that blaster that followed him in every moment made Pop's thin blood run cold. Life, even a life like Pop Wills, was better than the black void of death. Pop was ready to buy a few more minutes of life at almost any price, even from the man who had killed his boy. The old man was like a rusty watch spring, battered and wound to the utmost limit, and jammed there, frozen by the reality of that ugly blaster and the cold eyes behind it. Pop would help Carnarvon. He couldn't help himself, and his hate expanded to include his own senile weakness. The Thunderbird spun slowly in the light of the faraway sun, the rent in her hull gaping like a mouthful of jagged teeth. She had been a beautiful thing once, but she was ugly now in death. She had not died gracefully. Her black head had been broken and her innards scattered. She orbited sullenly, and around her spun the broken fragments of her inner body, the bloated, frozen corpses of the men she'd carried. Against the backdrop of the stars and the blaze of the Milky Way, she seemed to be a blot on the heavens. Pop Wills and Ron Carnarvon watched her, each of them with his own thoughts. Then the wrecker motioned toward the suit lockers with his blaster. It took a bit of doing to get into his own pressure suit, and still keep the blaster pointed at Wills, but Carnarvon was a large man and supple, and he managed it well enough. The Carefree had no escape boat, so there was nothing for it but to rely on the suit motors to take them across to the Thunderbird. It promised to be slow going, for the suit motors were weak and produced only 1/10 G of thrust. Almost anything thrown out ahead by a man in a cold spacesuit was enough to stop him cold. The recoil overcame the suit motor with a ridiculous ease, and though the motor labored mightily, it would take a long while to re-establish the original direction of movement. But Carnarvon had an answer for that too. A quick check of the radar showed that there were still no guard ships within hailing distance. Carnarvon's original estimate of the time it would take the space guard to arrive on the scene turned out to be surprisingly accurate. He connected his suit to Pop's with a short cable and snap hooks, and together they made their way to the Carefree's dorsal valve. Carnarvon had no intention of sweating out a long, slow crossing to the hulk, so he ran the lock pressure up high and waited until the outer hatch was lined up with the derelict liner. Then, with a sudden movement, he spun the wheel and popped the outer portal. Pop and Carnarvon shot into space like grotesque bolas. The Thunderbird loomed up ahead. Pop kept his mouth shut and his eyes open. He saw more than an old man might be expected to see, too. For instance, he saw that Carnarvon, cautious though he might be, had neglected to take an extra magazine for his blaster. That meant that there were just 3 shots in the weapon, one of which, Pop figured, would be used against the vault of the scuttled liner. Not that the old man was making any plans. He was still too weighted by his fear and his sense of impotence for that. He merely noticed, and prayed to the gods of space, that one of these shots in the blaster might not be meant for him. As they drew near the liner, Pop felt nausea, churning in his stomach. The ship was surrounded by satellites, space-bloated bodies, naked and misshapen in the bitter light of the dim sun that reflected off the pitted flanks of the burst vessel. Spread-eagled grotesquely, the corpses circled their ship, puffy things of horror with staring eyes and extended fingers. Other things, too, circled the hulk. Small commonplace items, a clock, a chair, shattered crockery, tiny inconsequential things, all mutely accusing, all muttering silently that their ship had been betrayed by someone who should have protected her. Pop glanced over at Carnarvon. Through the steel-glass bubble of his helmet, he could see the wrecker's face. There was no expression on it, other than concentration. And greed. Pop knew about greed. He'd lived with greed and degradation a lot in his last few years. He hated Carnarvon, even more now for having reminded him, but he was still too sick with futility to do more than tell himself that he had done all he could do. He had called the guard, after all, and then for an awful moment he found himself regretting that he had done even that, and thereby lost all hope of life. Their magnetic shoes touched the Thunderbolt's hull, with a sound faintly carried through the air in their suits. They stood on the curving surface, etched in black against the starry sky. A few feet away from them, the Terminator was inching toward them as the derelict rotated slowly. With Carnarvon leading the way, they clumped heavily to the ripped and tortured hull plates where the Thunderbird had been sundered. By the light of their helmet lights, Pop could see the thoroughness of the wrecker's work. He had been her captain, this Carnarvon, and he had known just how to murder her. The outer hull was a shambles, and the pressure hull holed in 3 places. It had been a thorough job. Only one prepared for the sudden horror of her death could have survived it. Pop Wills thought of his boy and sobbed. The dark companionways were empty, brown, clean by the violence of the Thunderbird's death. Ron Carnarvon led the way down into the ship to the purser's office and the vault. Rubble cluttered the small room, bulkheads bent awry and pipes and wires littered the deck. Carnarvon turned Pop loose and set him to work cleaning out the path to the vault. Pop's breath was coming in shuddering, grating gasps when he finished the work a half-hour later. Carnarvon nodded approvingly and motioned him away from the vault. Pop watched while the wrecker braced himself and took careful aim at the vault's lock mechanism with the blaster. There was a searing flash of blue flame, and red sparks showered as the oxyhydrogen bolt sliced into the steel of the door. Pop found himself praying fervently that it would take 2 more shots. Carnarvon fired again, and the tiny room blazed. Pop muttered shakily under his breath, and waiting for the wrecker to blast just once more. The lock surrendered in a trickle of white-hot slag, and Pop felt himself sink low. There was still that 1 shot left for him, and he wasn't needed now. The door swung open, and Carnarvon knelt to rifle the vault. When he had last straightened, he held a pool of jagged blue fire in his gloved hand. The gems sparkled with a life of their own. 24 faceted beauties, each worth a king's ransom, and each bought with a man's life. Presently they stood again on the outer hull, under an unreal canopy of stars. Nearby, a ghastly satellite was swinging inward toward the ship. Pop stared at it, and back to Carnarvon. He began to understand what the wrecker had planned. He was going to leave him here, on the wreck, and he would die here. He understood that the shot that remained in the blaster wasn't for him after all. Carnarvon wasn't going to waste it on him, and there was a spanner in the wrecker's hand now, and he now advanced purposefully toward Pop Wills. Pop stepped backwards, retreating from the heavy figure of the wrecker. Fear was surging in waves through him, fear mixed with the blind hate and contempt for himself and his senile weakness. Overhead, against the stars, the awful satellite drew nearer. Carnarvon reduced the power in his magnetic shoes and moved lightly toward Pop, and the spanner raised to strike. The old man stumbled against a long shard of steel on the hull that floated upward at his touch. Fear paralyzed him, and he stood now, waiting for the blow of the spanner that would smash his helmet and leave him a distended corpse spinning through space. Above him, the satellite spun inward. Pop glanced up, into the agonized, dead face of a 12-year-old boy. He shrieked. The sound deafened him in the bubble of his helmet. All the fear and weakness turned to a bitter hate and surged forward in one insane motion towards his tormentor. The long shard of steel came to hand like a lance. The rusted, warped old watch spring that was Pop Wills recoiled and unwound in one raging moment. He charged Carnarvon. Carnarvon evaded the clumsy charge instinctively, with an almost unconscious motion. He raised the blaster and fired, point blank. The searing bolt caught Pop Wills in the chest and spun him around. Tattered ribbons of charred flesh and melted metal from his suit intermingled. He curled inward upon himself in an awkward, graceless fashion and sank to the hull plates, a nimbus of ice flowing from the gap in his suit as the water vapor and blood spurted into the vacuum. But there was something strangely like a smile on his face as life left him. Pop had conquered his fear, at last. But Carnarvon, on the other end of the bolt of fire that had ended Pop Will's life, spun outward, away from the Thunderbird, away from the Carefree, end over end, driven by the fiery recoil of his own weapon, at a speed considerably less than the muzzle velocity of the blast, but still much higher than the best speed of the feeble suit motor. Ron Carnarvon spun into space, out and away, the precious sapphires spilling out of his hand, glittering in the faint sunlight as they took up their orbits about him, like tiny, mocking moonlets. UWR Message Priority AA High Space Guard Corvette M233 to EMV Base 1 Oberon. Stop. In response to alarm broadcast by RS Carefree, comma, this vessel proceeded to grid M33225489 OK, comma, located there, missing RS Thunderbird. Stop. Radar searched located missing Captain Ron Carnarvon, wanted for murder and barratry. Stop. Carnarvon unaccountably found at considerable distance from vessel, dead, of asphyxiation due to exhaustion of pressure suit supplies. Stop. Case may be considered closed. Stop. End message. Quinby Corvette M233, Commander HSG. End of Wreck Off Triton by Alfred Koppel.
The Whispering Spheres by R.R. Winterbotham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lincoln Hill. The Whispering Spheres by R.R. Winterbotham. An alien life form, metallic, sinister, threatening all mankind with annihilation. Chapter 1. The Cauldron. The factory sawtoothed the horizon with its hideous profile as the moon rose in the east. The red glow of the furnaces bathed the tall buildings, the gigantic scaffolds, the cord-like elevated pipelines, and the columnar smokestacks in the crimson of anger. Even the moon seemed to fade as the long-fingered smokestacks reached toward it, belching their pollution. The air, which should have been clean, was filled with a reek of unfamiliar odors. From the machine shop, where giant cannon were forged into smooth, sleek instruments of death, came noise. Unchecked, unmuffled, blasphemous din. But something odd was afoot. There was a sudden hush. It seemed as if a giant hand had covered the metal city to muffle its screams. In the nearby city of box-like houses, where the workers lived, there was an echoing stir. Lights glowed in the windows of the tiny homes. People were awakened in the night by the sudden cessation of din. Something was wrong in the factory. But there couldn't be anything wrong. The factory was enclosed by a high electrified fence. There were guards on duty night and day, armed to the teeth and ready to shoot an intruder who failed to give an account of himself. There were wars and rumors of wars on the face of the earth, and there was need for the uninterrupted production of sleek cannon. But if something were wrong, why didn't the whistle blow? There were signals. 3 short blasts, repeated many times, meant fire. 1 long blast meant a breakdown. 5 toots meant a layoff. But now the whistle was silent. Heads popped from the windows of the houses in the city. They listened. Was it a whistle that the workers heard? No. It was a whispering, barely audible at first, then louder. It was the whisper of tongues of flame. But no flames were visible. Only the red glow of the furnaces lighted up the factory's profile. One by one, the lights of the city went out as workers went back to bed, to toss restlessly. Without noise, there could be no sleep. The tongues of flame still whispered. A car moved rapidly through the streets of the city. At the wheel was a man dressed in a captain's uniform. The machine whirled onto the highway that led toward the factory. A barricade, lighted by torch lanterns, barred his path. A sentry with a bayoneted gun stood to one side, signaling a halt. The car slowed. "Captain Ted Taylor, Ordnance Department," the captain said, extending his pass toward the sentry. The sentry signaled him on. The car came within a stone's throw of the factory, where it turned into a parking lot. The officer climbed out noiselessly and moved into the shadows. Once, Captain Taylor had been a scientist, but that was long ago, before wars had made biology very unexciting. Out of the shadows, a second figure moved. He was a short, stocky man compared with the slender, graceful figure of the captain.
"Psst, Captain."
"Masters."
"I was afraid you'd be asleep. He came late, but he's in the tunnel now."
"Who is it?"
"A fellow we've suspected all along. Poses as an ignorant laborer, but he's not ignorant by a long shot. His name is Hank Norden."
Masters pointed toward a clump of bushes. As he did, he caught the captain's arm with his left hand. The bushes were moving. A black hole appeared at the base of the bushes, and from it emerged the head and shoulders of a man. Taylor drew his pistol. The man's head turned, searching the shadows to see if he was observed. He failed to detect the figures of Taylor and Masters, huddled nearby in the shadows. The man scrambled from the hole. He closed the trapdoor behind him and then started to move rapidly away. "Halt!" barked Taylor. The man began to run. The captain's pistol spat, kicking up dust beside the running feet. The fleeing man jumped to one side to spoil Taylor's aim on the next shot, but as he did so, he stumbled and fell. A moment later, Taylor had landed on top of him, pinning him to the ground. The faded moonlight showed angry eyes, a jutting undershot jaw, and a sharp, pointed nose.
Damn you!
Spat the captive. Taylor removed a revolver from the prisoner's clothing and tossed it to Masters.
It's Norden, all right,
Masters said, scrutinizing the captive.
I know that John a million. What are you doing here, fella?
I am blowing the factory to hell, Norden said between his teeth. You can't stop me. Everything's fixed. In a minute, a bomb will go off. You, I, everyone will be smashed to atoms. And I'm glad. For the fatherland. We know why you're doing it, Taylor said. Come on, Masters. Get your shortwave working. Notify the factory office. Where's the bomb, Norden? Come on, speak up, or I'll pull you to pieces. Norden said nothing. Masters was calling the office. He turned to the captain.
I can't raise anyone.
We'll go to the gate. Taylor prodded the prisoner ahead on the run.
You can't make it in time,
Norden panted.
We'll die trying.
A floodlight turned the area in front of the gate into a patch of daylight. An armed sentry challenged from a small building. The captain answered. Sorry, but you can't come in. Strict orders. After hours, the sentry said when the captain asked to be allowed to pass. But it's urgent. Life or death. We've got to use your telephone. Or you call the office. Tell the super there's a bomb in the plant. The sentry's jaws gaped, but only for an instant. Down the road, inside the plant, came a running, bareheaded figure, screaming. Let me out! Let me out of here! Halt! Shouted the sentry. The figure stumbled to a stop at the gate. The light showed the pale, sweating face, trembling with fear. What's the matter with you? The sentry asked. The metal pots! They're alive! Big orange bubbles are floating from the cauldrons! Nuts, said the sentry. You're drunk. But as the soldier spoke, there was a trembling movement of the ground beneath the feet of the men at the gate. Captain Taylor threw himself on the ground, but there was no blast. The red of the sky glow suddenly faded to orange. Up through the roof of the casting room crashed a huge, glowing sphere that floated like a will-o'-the-wisp in the moonlight. Chapter 2. The Spheres. When the sentry faced the captain again, he stared into the mouth of a service pistol. Sorry, said the officer, but I've got to get inside. Captain Taylor turned to Masters. Keep him covered. I'll be back unless a bomb goes off. The bomb, whispered Norden fearfully, should have exploded. I was double-crossed. They sent me here to get caught. The dirty... Watch Norden. You might keep your eye on Funky here, Taylor said, pointing to the slobbering man who had dropped to his knees at the sight of the orange sphere. I'm going inside. The captain moved through the gate. The silence was uncanny. Since the war began, this factory had never been idle. Thousands of cannon made, contracts for countless more. But now quiet, save for an undescribable, whispering overtone that seemed to permeate the air. Something glowed in the semi-darkness ahead like a pile of hot ashes on the ground. Taylor entered the long forge room. A white-hot splinter of metal hung from the crane. There were a dozen heaps of the glowing ashes scattered about the room, but no sign of life. He moved on into the finishing room, where the long tubes of howitzers and field pieces lay in various stages of construction. Still, there was silence. The whispering grew louder, like a breeze stirring dry cornstalks. The silence suddenly was broken by a scream, then another. There was a sound of running footsteps. Taylor dropped behind a lathe. Through the door came an orange glow. Sharply outlined against the airy light ran a human figure, a man in overalls, carrying a hammer. On the fellow's face was frozen fear. He halted, turned, and looked behind him. The darkness vanished as through the doorway floated a huge orange sphere of light.
"Stop! Go back! I mean you no harm!"
screamed the workman. The ball of orange fire floated on toward him. The man's arm raised. He hurled the hammer straight at the sphere. The missile rang, bounced back, and fell to the sandy floor. A small flicker of flame wafted over the surface of the sphere. Then it lashed out like a whip toward the trembling man. His entire body glowed like a torch, then crumpled to the floor in a heap of ashes. Scarcely daring to breathe, the captain watched the sphere float over the ashes of its victim for a moment, then, apparently satisfied that the man no longer lived, floated back through the doorway. Taylor took a deep breath. It might be well if the bomb would explode, but he knew now it had been silenced. In an insulated panel on the wall were the remains of an electric switchboard. The copper switches were fused, the wires burned through. The huge cables that brought the electric current to the switchboard lay molten on the floor. The bomb probably was electrical and undoubtedly had been fused like the switchboard. The captain had one objective now: to get out of the plant before the orange spheres discovered him. He didn't know what he faced, but something told him that it had never faced mankind before. He had no weapon to combat the sphere. Taylor reached the forge room again. He stepped over more glowing piles of ashes. Then his ears caught a crescendo of the whispering that he had heard before. He looked behind him. In the doorway was an orange glow. The sphere was coming, looking for him. Behind the forge was a machine which had been used to operate the crane. Behind it was Stygian darkness. He might hide there. The captain slipped toward the machine. Every bit of electrical wiring on the controls had been fused. The room grew lighter, the whispering louder, and then, through the doorway, floated the dazzling sphere. Something gripped Taylor's shoulder muscles. A mild electrical shock coursed through his body, as if an invisible feeler had passed over him. The sphere halted, changed its direction, and floated slowly toward the captain. Instinctively, Taylor backed into the corner behind the machine. He dropped to his hands and knees and was free of the invisible feeler. Again, the orange sphere halted, as if trying to relocate its victim. Taylor rounded a pillar which supported the track for the crane. His fingers struck an accumulation of rubbish that had been tossed into the corner. He started to push it out of the way when the floor beneath it moved. It was a trap door. A gasp of surprise came from Taylor's lips. He had a chance, but the sound gave him away. The electrical feeler touched him again. The shock jerked at his muscles and the sphere started floating nearer. The trap door swung back. Taylor's right boot touched the top rung of the ladder. He moved his left boot down to the next rung. Each movement seemed to take ages, and every exertion of his muscles was agony as the electrical shock gripped him with increasing intensity. He forced his body down into the opening. He saw the flame flickering over the surface of the sphere as the thing prepared to strike. The sphere seemed to pulse briefly as he released his grasp on the rim of the opening and shoved himself downward into the hole. He dropped several feet. Above him, a brilliant flash of fire lit the opening. The sphere itself hovered above the hole. Chapter 3. Primary Objectives. The sphere pulsed again, but this time no flaming whip sprang from its surface. There was a single flash. For an instant, Taylor caught a glimpse of bestial eyes looking angrily at him from the center of the flash. Then there was nothing. He was in the darkness of a tunnel. Even the charred embers of the wooden trapdoor above him seemed dimmed by a cloud of dust. The sphere had simply exploded. Taylor had no time to analyze the situation. His hands groped along the side of the tunnel, the one Norden had used to enter the plant on his spying expeditions. Taylor crawled slowly, feeling his way. It seemed eternity until at last he reached the end of the passage and felt the trapdoor overhead. A minute later, he rejoined the others, huddled in darkness outside the gate.
"The searchlight went out,"
Masters explained.
"Something wrong with the power, I guess."
"I know what it was," Taylor said gruffly. He turned to the disarmed sentry.
Has anyone come out of here since the factory stopped working? Nobody but him, sir.
The soldier said, jerking his thumb at the sobbing man huddled against Norden.
He said his name was Orkins, Jim Orkins. He works in the warehouse, but you can't tell anything about the rest of what he says. He just babbles, sir. Something about living lightning and balls of fire. He ain't drunk, sir, so he must be crazy.
Help him get up, Taylor ordered.
Masters, you take charge of Norden. We're going back to the car.
Excuse me, sir, the sentry said, hesitantly.
But that's against orders. I can't leave. I'm to guard this gate, sir.
Your orders are cancelled, the captain said.
If I desert my post, it's court-martial,
the sentry explained.
How do I know you want a spy? Captains don't go around making privates break the orders of the day. If you got business in the plant, why was I told to keep everyone out? Why didn't they tell me to pass Captain Taylor? I got a duty here. I'll do it if it kills me. So help me, sir. Sergeant O' the Guard.
The echo of the sentry's bellow rattled against the bleak factory buildings. A sphere bobbed up through the hole in the roof. Orkins opened his mouth to scream, but Norden clapped his hand over the man's lips, choking him off.
Quiet,
Taylor ordered hoarsely. He addressed the sentry.
See that thing? It means death to you, to all of us if it finds us. The sergeant of the guard, probably all the other sentries are dead. Every workman in the plant is dead. Somehow we were missed. The searchlight power went off before they found this post, I suppose. Now then, all of you follow Masters back to the car. I'll bring up the rear.
I won't leave, the sentry said stubbornly. Masters stepped forward and put his pistol against the soldier's back.
You'll go,
he said.
Maybe this ain't regulation, but neither are the spheres.
The stubby little Secret Service man pushed the soldier ahead of him. The sentry marched with his hands in the air. Drawing his own pistol, Taylor turned to Norden.
Help Orkins to the car,
he said. Norden drew himself up stiffly.
Go ahead and shoot,
he said.
It'll save the firing squad some trouble.
Taylor took one step forward. Norden faced him unflinchingly. Taylor's hand shot out, caught Norden's coat, and threw him after Masters.
Don't leave me alone,
Orkins cried, crawling after Norden and clasping him about the legs. Norden kicked him aside.
Keep moving,
Taylor ordered Norden, who had halted. Norden did not move. Taylor swung his fist. The blow connected, and the officer caught the falling man, swung him over his shoulder, then turned to the cringing Orkins.
If you don't want to be left here alone, follow us,
he said. Orkins suddenly regained his ability to use his muscles. Masters, watching over his shoulder, chuckled. There was a faint wink of one eye, visible in the moonlight.
Kinda screwy, ain't he?
He said, jerking his head in Orkins' direction.
I don't know that I blame him much,
Taylor said.
Look at the plant.
Over the roof and the smokestacks floated the yellowish-red ball of fire. Another sphere was emerging from the hole in the roof.
What are they? A new kind of bomb?
Masters asked.
Norden's bomb never had a chance. Compared with what actually happened in there, a bomb would have been a picnic. There's not a living person left in the whole place.
Hold on there, Cap. Do you know how many were working?
They're all dead,
Taylor said. Briefly, he outlined what he had seen in the plant.
Norden, the blankety-blank,
Masters swore.
Shooting's too good for him.
This isn't connected with the war. At least, not directly. It's something else, Masters. What? I don't know yet. But I'm beginning to think that it's something the human race has never met before. Those spheres have killed a couple of hundred workers with bolts of energy.
I'm no scientist, Captain.
That's the best I can describe this force, Masters. I might call it heat bolts, but it's probably partly electric and partly heat. Not entirely either. You see, Masters, heat is energy, just like electricity and light. The energy those spheres shoot out is a mixture of energies. We can imagine a spark of electricity shooting out and striking a man like a bolt of lightning, but it's hard to visualize heat behaving that way.
Say, mister, the sentry interrupted. My arms are getting tired.
Okay, buddy,
Masters replied.
If I let you put your arms down, will you behave like a nice little boy?
I'll be a perfect angel, the sentry said, lowering his arms.
You'll be an angel if you aren't, too,
Masters added.
What's your name, soldier?
Taylor asked the sentry. Private Pemba, sir. Company A, 110th Infantry.
All right, Private Pember. You can carry this fellow.
Taylor shifted the faintly stirring Norden to the shoulders of the soldier.
If it will make you feel any easier, Pember, the captain went on, I can assure you the exigencies demanded your removal from your post. Your life was in danger, and you could do no good by remaining there. In fact, there was nothing left to guard. You can do more good for your country by coming with us.
Yes, sir, Pember said. I guess you are right, Captain.
You're a good soldier, Pember,
Taylor went on.
A situation like this is unique. It demands use of individual initiative, rather than blind obedience to orders. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, Pember said, adjusting the burden on his shoulder. They reached the car. A dozen of the orange-red globes now floated above the plant. They were circling slowly in widening arcs toward the limits of the factory grounds.
Searching for human beings,
Taylor decided, watching them. Orkins clutched Taylor's coattails.
They're coming out,
he cried.
There's hell to pay.
Taylor took Orkin's arm and forced him down on the running board of the car, where Norden already was coming out of his daze.
Keep quiet,
Taylor ordered.
They'll discover us. They'll find us anyway,
Orkins said, frantic with fear. He groaned loudly.
Okay, he asked for it,
Masters said. There was a splatting sound as Masters' fist landed. Masters made a face over a distasteful duty done and turned to Pember.
Put them both in the car,
he indicated Norden.
Here's handcuffs. Lock them together.
Taylor and Masters watched the circling spheres. Suddenly one darted down. From its pulsating body shot a flash of flame. A human scream rent the air.
It's the darndest thing I ever saw,
Masters said with a shudder.
Those fireballs squirt heat electricity out at a guy and roast him.
Yes,
Taylor said with a nod.
And that isn't all. Those spheres act as though they were alive. When that one went out above the opening of the tunnel, I thought I saw a pair of eyes.
Masters studied the assertion, then spoke.
Captain, I may look dumb, but I've been in the Secret Service long enough to be found out if I really am. I have a hunch you killed that sphere.
I've thought of that, but how could I? I didn't touch him.
Maybe you don't have to touch him to kill him. We don't know what they are, except they're different.
We don't know the real natures of anything, as far as that goes. Man's a mixture of chemicals, but that doesn't explain him. The spheres are a mixture of energies. We can observe that much, but it still doesn't explain them. Where are they from? Why did they come here? What are their primary objectives?
Primary objectives? That's a military term, ain't it?
Partly military and partly scientific. We know the secondary objective of the spheres. It's the same as man's or any other living creature. The spheres are alive, and their objective is to keep on living, but that isn't their primary motif. The primary objective is the difference between a good man and a bad one. Whatever is more important to a man than life itself is his primary objective.
Life's pretty important, Masters said solemnly.
Yes, but life isn't everything. Any man, no matter how yellow or mean he is, has some ideal he's willing to die for, or at least he's willing to risk dying to attain. Look at Norden. He's hard, cold-blooded, and doesn't think twice about putting a bomb in a plant to wipe out scores of lives. He dared me to kill him, rather than help us. His code as a spy is his primary objective. Look at Pember. He must have been frightened by the spheres, but we had to force him to leave his post. We've shown him that his duty now is with us. He realizes that the spheres are the immediate enemy of his country, and he'll do his best fighting them. And you and I have ideals. We know each other too well to list them.
I get you so far, but what about Orkins?
The man's not afraid of death, but afraid of the unknown. Men like him commit suicide rather than face reality. He wants security. He's afraid of uncertainty. He lives in an unreal, imaginary world, and when uncertainty, which is reality, intrudes, he is completely lost.
You make me feel sorry for the poor devil.
That's because you understand why he's funky. Primary objectives make men do what they do, but understanding Orkins doesn't solve our problem.
No. What are the spheres? Are they alive? If so, they must want something. What do they want?
The conquest of the human race? Taylor pondered. Maybe, but it isn't likely. They can't gain much by conquering us. It wouldn't do man any good to stage a conquest of earthworms and swordfish, since neither could pay taxes. The spheres are as different from man as man from an angleworm. Are we a menace to the spheres? Apparently, the only time we really menace them is when we crawl into a hole like a rabbit. Maybe there's something in that will help us. I don't think that's why they kill us. Are we a nuisance? If so, why? Are we a food? There is energy and sunlight and chemicals in the human body. A creature of energy would feed on something like sunlight, not chemicals. His menu would be electric wires, storage batteries.
Great Scott, Captain, Masters interrupted. Let's get away from this car. There's a battery in it. Food for the spheres.
Masters looked nervously up at the circling globes. Taylor, deep in thought, did not stir. Instead, he continued his speculation. Maybe they kill us for sport. He was thinking of small boys torturing frogs, of Roman emperors at the circus, of sportsmen exterminating game, of the mob watching the guillotine on the streets of Paris. It was Zarathustra who said that when gazing at tragedies, bullfights, and crucifixions, man has felt his happiest. And when man invented hell, he made hell his heaven on earth. Couldn't this be a characteristic of all life? Couldn't the spheres be cruel and ruthless too? Man, the mighty hunter, had become the prey. A sphere detached itself from the group and circled toward the car. I guess you're right, Masters, Taylor decided as he watched the spheres. We'd better move. Chapter 4. Prey. Masters unlocked the handcuffs of the two men in the car. He disposed of his shortwave set in a ditch, for it, too, had batteries which might attract the spheres.
Get out of the car, Orkins,
he ordered. Watch him, Masters, Taylor warned. If he starts yelling, choke him.
But not too hard,
Masters added.
If we're going to be rabbits, human values will change. Men who run into holes will live to eat turnips. Those who bare their teeth won't. Orkins might be the forefather of a new race. A hell of a race. Come on, Orkins. Get out. Hurry up, Father Abraham, or I'll drag you out.
Orkins, cringing, emerged. Taylor took charge of Norden, who followed Orkins out of the machine. I hate your guts, Norden,
he said. You're a dirty, lousy rat, and you ought to be shot. But after all, you're a man. You've courage, and I admire it, as much as I hate the way you use it. Overseas, there's a war between countries. Here, there's another war between humanity and a species of alien monsters. Whether we like it or not, we're allies. Norden's undershot jaw moved in a grin. I know about these fears, Captain, Norden replied. I overheard your remarks to Mr. Masters. I've listened to Orkin's babble. Will you help us? I will bargain with you. For your life? You know I can't do anything about that. I'll do my best. I'll speak a good word at your trial. Try to save you from the firing squad. But I'm only a captain. That's all I can do. I haven't the power to do anything more. Then I will not help. Do you know what we're up against? It looks pretty bad, doesn't it, Captain? But consider my hopeless case. We have a chance, Norden. I know, more than any other living man perhaps, what those spheres are. I've seen them close at hand. Any hope of defeating them rests in us, using the meager knowledge I've gained from contact. What happens to your fatherland after the spheres finish on this side of the ocean depends on whether we conquer them or they exterminate us. Norden stopped smiling. When you put it that way, Captain, how could I refuse? He asked. I'll cooperate, not to help you, but to help the fatherland. The moonlight showed a gleam in Norden's deep-set eyes that Taylor did not like. They moved to a wooded spot in a nearby field. There was a feeling of semi-security as they settled down to rest under the trees. Orkin's moans of fear were silenced by sleep. Norden sat motionless, and Taylor could not tell whether he was asleep or awake. Pember removed his pack and used it for a pillow. Masters snored peacefully on the grass. Only Taylor remained awake. A sphere floated overhead. Taylor, watching, saw the leaves of the tree stir restlessly as the invisible feelers probed toward the earth. It was a reddish-orange orb, like the setting sun. Taylor once more got the impression of deeply embedded eyes glowering beneath the shining surface. Were the eyes an illusion? Did the creatures really have eyes, like those of higher forms of animal life? Illusion or not, the eyes seemed to be there, intense, glaring, and savage. They seemed to peer into the depths of Taylor's soul. Taylor sat motionless, almost positive he was under observation. He expected to feel the jerk of the electric shock of the feeler. Instead, the sphere drifted on. The eyes had not seen. A moment later, flames streaked down from the sphere toward the parking lot. There was a roar as a gasoline tank exploded and flames shot skyward. There goes the battery, Taylor muttered. The others were roused by the explosion. Orkins sobbed hysterically. Masters, Pember, and Norden watched the roaring flame.
We'll never escape them,
Orkins moaned.
They'll find us sooner or later. They can sense us.
They're not infallible, Taylor said. Remember, I got away from them in the tunnel. He turned knowingly toward the others. Perhaps if we dug a cave. Sure, said Masters. It's a good idea. Yes, sir, Pember said with a nod. He pulled his trench tool from his pack and handed it to Orkins. Maybe you'd like to dig, Mr. Orkins. It'll keep your mind off them things. Orkins seized the small shovel almost instantly. Taylor half smiled. He had made the suggestion for Orkins' benefit. The cave probably would never be finished. One deep enough to offer a refuge for 5 men could hardly be dug in a practical length of time. Dawn was not far off, and the spheres were drifting over the town. Already streets were filled with panic-stricken people. The appearance of the strange balls of fire brought residents from their homes in the middle of the night. Some fled in terror, believing a new type of raider had been invented by the enemy. Others stood watching. The spheres circled. Taylor watched them, realizing he could do nothing to stop what would happen. There was no way to warn these helpless people that the spheres dealt death in a most sudden and violent form. Something nagged at Taylor's mind. Why had the sphere gone out when he crept into the tunnel? What had caused it to die? Had the sphere been grounded, trying to reach him under the surface of the earth? Not likely, otherwise the creatures would not be able to attack a man standing on the ground. The bolt, besides, was not electricity, like lightning, but heat, which is not grounded easily. Where had the spheres come from? They surely were not of this world. On the basis of biological evolution, they could not be the children of any life known to science. Had they evolved suddenly, by accident? Some scientists thought all life had grown by accident. The right combination of circumstances had occurred, and a chemical action had followed. Had the right combination for the spheres come about as a result of the war and the releasing of untold amounts of energy? But even if life had begun on Earth by accident, all other types had taken ages to develop. These spheres, thinking creatures, could not have evolved overnight. These seemingly invincible creatures could not have come from this world. Biological development comes through struggle and survival. An invincible creature does not have to worry about its existence. In fact, struggle was necessary to develop an invincible being. These spheres must be from another world. Refugees, perhaps, from another, even more powerful race. Or maybe they were seeking a new world to conquer. One was circling overhead again. The leaves rustled. Taylor thought he heard a choked-off scream. Orkans. He gritted his teeth grimly. There was only one link of hope in Taylor's chain of thought. There must always be a check to every form of life. Terrestrial plagues of insects were followed suddenly by flocks of birds. In western states, an increase in the number of jackrabbits always is a forerunner of an increase in the number of coyotes. But the jackrabbits carried parasites fatal to the coyotes. If man was a rabbit, then perhaps he harbored the check to these creatures of flame. What check would limit the whispering spheres? No germ, surely. What possible check was there except man's nature? What part of man's nature? That was the answer Taylor wanted to know. His chain of thought was suddenly interrupted. Pember was coming on the run. The private saluted the captain.
"Something's wrong, sir. Orkins is throwing a fit." "Can't you quiet him? The spheres are near."
Norden held his hand over Orkins' mouth, but it made Orkins worse.
I think it's serious, sir."
Taylor followed Pember to the place where Orkins had been digging. Norden was there, bending over Orkins, who lay on the ground. Masters, standing behind Norden, shook his head.
"He's dead,"
Norden said, straightening.
"He was scared to death by the spheres,"
Masters said.
"No one harmed him, except to hold a hand over his mouth. He wasn't choked. He could have breathed through his nostrils."
"Wait." Taylor held up his hand. Something clicked in his brain. Masters had said something about the spheres that fitted. He said, maybe you don't have to touch him to kill him. Figuratively speaking, Orkins hadn't been seriously touched either.
The answer.
Chapter 5. An Escape. Taylor ordered Pember and Norden to bury Orkins where he had been digging. Then the officer took Masters aside.
"We've got a weapon,"
Taylor announced. Masters grunted.
"Yeah, Indians had bows and arrows too. Look at what happened to them."
"This is different. A new weapon. We can beat the spheres through their emotions."
"You mean fear, love, hate? All that stuff? How do you know these spheres have emotions?"
"What is life but a series of sensations and emotions? If the spheres are alive, they must have something which correspond to emotions. The emotions may be different from ours, but they'll be emotions just the same.
Orkans died of fear. Of course, you can call it heart attack, but fear brought it on. That sphere that had me cornered in the plant died too. Do you see?
Was the sphere afraid of you, or the tunnel?
Don't be flippant. The emotion wasn't fear. It might not have been any emotion we have, but an emotion that we'd expect a creature made of energy to have. An emotion of frustration. It had me cornered. I escaped. The energy sphere met resistance. When energy meets resistance, it changes.
I don't get it.
Look, Masters. If the spheres are mixtures of energies, like we are mixtures of chemicals, death means extinction, just as biological death means the extinction of the chemical action in our lives. Theologians say we don't die, that there's a change and we go on existing in a spiritual life. Now let's take a peep at what science tells us about energy. Newton says energy is never extinguished. When it ceases in one form, it changes to another. What happens when you run electricity through a resistance coil?
It turns to heat, of course.
And when you enclose light where it can't escape?
It turns to heat.
Master's face brightened.
And if you pen up heat, it turns to light. I learned that in school. Resistance causes a change. But what do those spheres turn to?
Radio energy, Masters. Something absolutely harmless to man. These living energy spheres will change to radio energy when they meet resistance. Frustration is resistance. Frustration is an emotion, an overwhelming emotion for the spheres. The sphere is frustrated, meets resistance, it disappears. In other words, it dies. From the city came screams and cries. The spheres had attacked at last. The men in the wooded field could see the darting balls sending their searing bolts down on the heads of hapless victims. The crashing roar of the slaughter sounded like distant thunderstorms. Streets were jammed with panic-stricken human beings fleeing from the unknown menace which slashed with bolts of heat energy. From the hole in the factory roof poured more spheres to join the destruction.
They breed fast, the devils, said Masters.
A figure in khaki approached Taylor. It was Pember, with blood running from a cut on the side of his head. He saluted briskly.
Norden escaped, sir, he blurted. The dirty so-and-so cracked me over the head with the trench tool and got away.
I never thought he'd turn yellow,
Masters said.
Well, maybe it's a good thing he's gone. I never trusted him anyhow.
Which way did he go?
Taylor asked.
He went toward the factory, sir,
Pember replied.
He didn't knock me out, just a glancing blow. I was too dazed to stop him, but I saw him running toward the factory.
He'd rather take it that way than the firing squad, I guess,
Masters decided.
Masters,
Taylor said.
We overlooked something. Norden knows something we don't know. He was around Orkans most of the time after we left the plant. He listened to what Orkans said. Orkans was in the factory when the spheres first appeared. I overlooked Orkans as having an answer to the problem. I thought I knew it all, but I was wrong. Orkans knew more than I know about the spheres.
Sure. I should have thought of it, too. How did Orkans get away when everyone else got killed? I never asked that. I just took it for granted that he got away by accident. Orkans might have known enough to help Norden get the spheres on his side.
Taylor already was running toward the factory. At his heels came Masters and Pember. Chapter 6 Inferno. They found no sign of Norden as they approached the factory. Several times they had to take cover in ditches and weeds as whispering spheres floated overhead in search of prey. But they escaped the electrical feelers which stirred the grass and brush around them. Pember recovered his Garand rifle, which had been left near the sentry box during the retreat. Taylor led the group into the tunnel, with Masters following and Pember bringing up the rear. The din of the slaughter in the town and the shrill whistle of the spheres was blotted out underground. They reached the far end, where the ladder led upward to the sphere-haunted factory. Taylor ascended. He could hear the shrill whistle of spheres dinning through the bleak building. He peeped into the forge room. The first flush of dawn was streaming through the windows. Norden was there, creeping along the barrels of some naval guns toward the casting room. Norden halted at the door. He took a deep breath. From his lips came a shrill, whispering whistle, a close imitation of the call of the spheres. An orange light was reflected from the room beyond. Still whistling, Norden stepped back a few paces. Through the door, floating toward the spy, came an orange sphere. Taylor watched, expecting to see a bolt of heat lash out toward the spy. But the sphere pulsed slowly, as if half pleased by the sound Norden made with his lips. So this is how Orkans escaped from the plant, Taylor thought. Orkans had imitated the creatures. They'd spared him as a pet, like a man keeps a talking parrot. Norden stood very still, whistling while the sphere approached. A little tentacle of flame reached out toward him. Taylor expected to see Norden disappear in a flash of fire, but the flame seemed to caress. A soft glow seemed to diffuse from the man's clothing and body. The sphere, too, seemed to change, growing softer and more mellow. It wasn't a tangible substance, but something ethereal, like the flicker of flame over an open hearth. Some tremendous force seemed to hold the sphere in globular shape. Taylor could see the chimerical eyes peering through the surface of the sphere. He looked into the depths of those eyes and still could not be sure they were not an illusion. The intensity of the creature's intelligence seemed to shine from within, giving the impression of staring, haunting eyes. They were not organs of sight, but they were the windows of the mind. They were the source of those tenuous flames that seemed to caress Norden. As Taylor looked at the eyes, he felt plunged into the pathless depths of a vast, powerful brain. He was in contact with an infinity of intelligence far beyond limits of human comprehension. It was a surging intelligence of energy, abysmal, vaporous, and limitless, transcending the dimensions, outreaching boundless time, overshadowing matter. The eyes made Taylor forget he was a man. His own mind seemed merged in the intellectual energy floating among the monster machines of the forge room. Dimly, he was conscious that this power was not directed at him, but at Norden, who stood, still whistling, in front of the globe. The sphere was whistling too, and the sound transformed itself into music of the stars. A discordant note rose in the song from Norden's imitation of the voice. Norden was shrieking hatred for Taylor's nation, for all those who opposed the self-designated supermen of the world.
My race must be preserved.
The thought was Norden's, reflected to Taylor from the shoreless depths of the energy brain.
All other peoples are evil, decadent, and are doomed to slavery under the man of the future. The future man will be a child of my race. My race is superior. From it the Uberman will rise. You must help. Prey on these inferior peoples. They do not deserve to live.
The sphere's hues changed reddish, then yellow, back to orange.
Is this Norden a man?
Came the sphere's questioning thought.
Why doesn't he flee? Why doesn't he scream in terror? He's different from the others. Perhaps he is, as he claims, a superior being. There was one who called himself Orkans, who talked with us. But when Orkans saw us slay, he ran away in terror. This Norden begs us to kill. It is only through destruction of the weak that the strongest survive,
Norden answered.
Man is a cruel but noble creature. Those who fail to kill are weak.
The sphere's whistle grew thunderous.
You speak the philosophy of my world,
it said. From the depths of the sphere, a rhythm of thought arose. A whispered epic sang through the fibers of Taylor's mind, telling of a world of energy whipped into a storm of war. Spheres of energy overwhelmed a weaker race made up of gaseous clouds of atoms. In the midst of this titanic battle, a huge disk appeared, carried by the gaseous clouds. It was a concave lens, like some powerful optical instrument. But instead of focusing beams of light, it reflected not only light, but all forms of energy. As the spheres attacked, they were shattered into spores and shot away through space. The whispered song told of the flight through space. Behind lay a world, unlike the Earth, which the spheres called home. It was a gaseous, flaming world where matter and energy mingled as one substance. It was mottled with spots of cold gases which warred with the whispering spheres. It was the sun. The sun was power, yet a ceaseless struggle between energy and matter. But neither energy nor matter was in control. Should matter control, the sun would cool. If energy triumphed, the sun would explode. It was war, like the wars of the earth, where one philosophy was based on power and the other seeking justice. A victory for might would make a ruthless world. Justice was worthless without injustice. The ideals were mutually dependent, yet always at war.
The cold gases tricked us,
whispered the sphere.
The weak have no right to outwit the strong. The weak has no right to survive. Justice is an unnatural condition. Progress means nothing except on the road to glory. Your race, sharing our philosophy, can build another great energy reflector to send us back. We can aid our people in triumphing over these inferior beings who claim rights in a world of might.
We can build what you wish, Norden promised. It was a promise, like other promises Norden had made, Taylor thought. Norden once had promised to help Taylor fight the spheres.
I will call the others.
The sphere floated upward toward the hole in the roof. It circled the factory and moved away toward the town, where a score of other majestic, glowing globes floated like bubbles of fire. Norden watched, a smile cracking his jutting jaw. There was still a whispering sound. A single shrill hiss came from the casting room.
Why do you claim superiority, Norden?
Taylor spoke. The spy turned. For the first time, he saw Taylor.
Himmel!
Norden's eyes looked beyond Taylor and rested on Masters, who was emerging from the tunnel. Is it because you pose the doctrine of slavery and destruction? Is it because your cultural contributions are keyed to military conquest? Is it because of your lies and broken promises? Is it because you are more skillful in butchery? Is it because you have refined the art of terrorism? Taylor was advancing, half crouching, toward Norden. Norden's arm swished in a swift motion. He drew an automatic pistol from his pocket and leveled it at Taylor and Masters.
Because I am the stronger,
Norden said. Taylor had not expected Norden to be armed. He had overlooked the possibility that the spy might have an extra weapon hidden in the tunnel. Chapter 7. Humanity's Army. Taylor and Masters raised their arms. They were caught.
There is nothing you can do to save yourself or your country,
Norden said.
Nothing. The spheres will destroy you and your people. They will destroy every living creature who does not surrender to my nation. Might will come into its own.
Are you sure the spheres are so invincible? Taylor asked.
Remember, they were expelled from the sun. They must have been checked on the sun many times. Otherwise, they would have destroyed the creatures who opposed them. They are greater than anything on the earth, Norden said. The spheres are not for the earth. Our battles are not theirs. By betraying your world to these creatures, you are betraying the whole human race. This is not so, Norden said thickly. I know how to handle them. Orkins told me. He said he imitated their whistle, and they spared him, while they killed the others in the plant. He didn't realize the value of his discovery. He was too much of a coward. Norden beckoned his prisoners to him and disarmed them. He pointed to the door of the casting room. Look! In the center of the room was a metal pot used for small castings. It was filled with molten, glowing metal. Beside it sat a single orange sphere, spraying the pot with bolts of heat to keep the contents warm, for the electrical energy that had supplied the melting pot had long since been cut off. In the center of the pot, an orange-red bubble was rising from the metal. A sphere was forming on the surface of the metal. The rise of living energy, Norden said. Our own kind of life may have begun ages ago in much the same way. A spore from some far-off world may have drifted here through space, found conditions just right, and taken root. Thus the spore of the sun, the whispering spheres, found a set of conditions fitted for growth. That metal pot is filled with seeds of the spheres. One by one they will hatch and grow into a force that will bring extinction to all men, except those of my race. The spheres do not want the world. They want the sun. We will see that they go back to the sun after they have had their sport, killing the weaklings of your nation. Taylor shuddered as he looked at the growing sphere. This deep, intense intelligence, which found sport in killing human beings, already seemed to be pouring from the depths of its half-formed body. The fact that I am alive proves my superiority, Norden said. Your people ran in terror at the sight of these spheres, but I bargained with them. I made an alliance. You and your superiority, Masters growled. If you really were smart, you'd have counted us. Don't you know there are 3 of us who aren't afraid of the spheres? As Masters spoke, the point of Pember's bayonet touched the small of Norden's back. The soldier had crept from the tunnel, unobserved by Norden, who was engrossed in the mental torture of his prisoners. With a cry of rage, Norden whirled and fired. But Taylor had expected such a move. Even as Norden swung around, the officer sprang, knocking the spy off his feet and spoiling his aim. A warning whistle came from the sphere heating the cauldron. Back! Out of the doorway! Taylor shouted, grappling with Norden. I'll take care of him. Pember obeyed orders. He jumped back, dragging Masters with him. Taylor wrenched the gun from Norden's hand, just as the spy landed a jarring blow to the body. Taylor staggered, lost his balance, and dropped the gun. Norden leaped forward to retrieve the weapon, but Taylor blocked the move. He drove Norden back with a hard right. The 2 men closed in and stood toe-to-toe, trading blows. The screaming of the sphere grew louder. The creature by the metal pot seemed to be calling the others over the town. The half-formed sphere in the melting pot joined, and the entire building rang with the shrill screams. Taylor was slowly driving Norden back toward the door of the casting room. A tentacle of flame reached out from the monster by the metal pot, but it only circled the men. Apparently, it was afraid to strike, for fear of destroying friend as well as enemy. Norden's knee came up. Taylor dodged in time to avoid a crippling blow, but the leg caught him on the thigh, sending him back and upsetting him on the floor. With a cry of triumph,
Norden dived toward his foe, but Taylor rolled on his back, doubled his legs, and met the hurtling body with a two-footed kick. Norden grunted with pain. He staggered back, straight toward the sphere by the metal pot. A whistled warning had no effect. The momentum carried Norden crashing into the orange nucleus of energy. There was a blinding flash. A small pile of glowing ashes appeared on the floor. The whistle of the sphere stopped. It pulsed once. A feeble ray of heat lashed out toward Taylor, but the bolt halted in midair. A plop cracked in Taylor's ear. The sphere disappeared like a bursting soap bubble. "Cap, are you all right?" Masters appeared in the doorway behind Taylor. "Gosh!" His eyes settled on the pile of ashes, the remains of Norden. He turned to Taylor. "Are you all right, Cap?" Taylor nodded. "Where's the sphere?" asked Masters.
"He died of frustration or sorrow over having killed the wrong man,"
Taylor said grimly. Taylor indicated the half-formed monster in the pot.
"Now we've got to get rid of that one and all the unhatched spores."
"If that metal pot hatches them, we will," said Masters. "We'll dump the metal." The undeveloped sphere made no move to launch a deadly bolt toward the men. Apparently, at this stage of incubation, the spheres were harmless.
"Pemba!"
"Yes, sir." The soldier appeared in the doorway, carrying his bayoneted gun.
"Keep a lookout for the other spheres. Masters and I are going to dump this metal pot."
"Yes, sir." An electric motor ordinarily dumped the pot into molds, but this motor, like everything else electrical in the plant, now was out of commission. Masters, however, found a block and tackle and rigged it to a beam above the pot. The hook he attached to the bottom of the pot. "Grab hold, Cap," he said, taking the end of the rope. Taylor loosened his tunic and seized the rope. "Heave!" Masters chanted. The two men strained. Slowly the pot tilted. Pember, standing at a window, called out over his shoulder. "They're coming back!" Above the creak of the pulleys rose the murmuring whisper of the spheres.
"Heave!"
Both men joined in the rhythmic call, putting their weight on the rope. The pot tilted more. The half-formed sphere whistled loudly, and the spheres circling over the plant answered.
"Hurry!"
Pember urged.
"Heave!"
chorused the men on the ropes. The pulleys creaked. The room suddenly blazed with a brilliant orange glow as a maddened sphere floated through the hole in the roof. It hung in the air, pulsating, scanning what was taking place below.
"Heave!"
cried the two men. The pot was at an angle. The hatching sphere screamed to the globe above. The floating sphere shrieked. Flame danced over its surface. It's got eyes," Masters said, spacing his words with tugs on the ropes.
"Don't look,"
Taylor warned.
"Heave!"
Pember faced the sphere. He patted his Garand. "Give 'em hell, boy!" He swung the rifle to his shoulder and fired. The bullet whined off the sphere as if it were steel. Pember jerked his head in despair. Angrily, he fired again. His tin hat slid to one side of his head at a rakish angle. "You spawn of hell!" he cried. Pember lowered his gun. The sphere pulsed ominously. Then the doughboy charged. Beneath the brim of his helmet, Pember's jaws were set. His half-closed eyes, glazed by the dazzling light from the sphere, were two slits of savage determination. There was something glorious in that charge. It was a soldier going into battle against hopeless odds. And it was more. The army of human civilization at that moment consisted of one buck private, pitting everything he had against something that even science could not analyze. The sudden attack seemed to surprise the sphere. It bounded back, moving swiftly out of the way of the advancing one-man army. Pember roared. There were no words in what he shouted. It was just a cry, the battle cry of humanity.
Heave!
Chorused Taylor and Masters. They too had a battle cry. Every man was doing his best and would die doing it if necessary. There was a crack and a hiss. A flicker of flame flashed over the charging soldier. An odor of charred human flesh filled the room. Then came a new sound, the hissing splash of spilled metal. The pot was dumped. Taylor dropped the rope and faced the sphere. He saw the charred pile of ashes beside the inhuman creature. Nearby was a fused tube of metal, all that was left of Pember's rifle.
All right, you devil,
shouted Taylor.
Strike and be damned. There's one thing you can't fix, and that's the metal pot. Your spores are dead. Your mistake was in having a metal pot for a mother.
Taylor sensed understanding in the sphere. Those eyes that were not eyes, but windows of the mind, seemed to fade. Flame licked out again from the monster, but it did not launch toward Taylor, nor was Masters the target. Instead, the flame reached toward the fading yellow hemisphere and the cooling pool of metal on the floor. There lay the hopes of the species on this planet, wrecked with a block and tackle. Plop. The hemisphere exploded like a bubble.
Plop.
The morning sphere disappeared. Plop, plop, plop. 3 more spheres appeared in the opening in the roof and vanished. Masters tugged on Taylor's sleeve.
Come on, we've got a chance if we can get to the tunnel.
Taylor shook his head.
No need. We're safe now. If they've changed to radio energy, the big broadcast is on.
The sky was filled with exploding spheres as the whispers sobbed the tale of the disaster. A score of the energy monsters, bred from the metal pot overnight, burst in the rays of the rising sun. Energy, meeting resistance, was changing to something else. The war of energy and matter might continue on the molten surface of the sun, but on Earth there would be only the wars of ideals. End of The Whispering Spheres by R.R. Winterbotham.
The Pacifists by Charles E. Fritsch. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pacifists by Charles E. Fritsch. Like a lone sentinel, the house stood apart at the edge of the village, a white cube with no windows. The door stood open, a dark hole against the white brick. The house was silent. The village beyond was silent. "They must have seen us land," Compton said, a little wildly. "You can't set down a rocket ship 100 yards from somebody and not have them notice. They must have seen us." "Unless no one lives here," Parker amended. "This may be a ghost city." "He's right," Hinckley agreed. "There might not be anyone living here, or any place on the planet, for that matter. We've found very little life in these alien star systems, and it's varied from primitive to ancient. Perhaps this society became old and died before any of us were born." The 3 Earthmen stood at the base of the spaceship, their spaceship headpieces thrown back so they could breathe in the cool, thin air. They stood there, peering into the deathly stillness. "I hope there are people living here," Parker said. "It's been more than a month now." "Well," Hinckley said, "let's find out." He waved them forward. They were 50 feet from the house when a woman appeared in the doorway with a silver vase. She was dressed in a gray flowing robe that covered her from neck to ankles. "A young woman," Hinckley breathed, staring. "A woman just like any on Earth." His voice was loud in the silence, but the woman took no notice. She stooped and began filling the vase with sand. The 2 men with Hinckley shifted anxiously, settling the sand beneath their boots. Behind them the great spaceship pointed its nose at the sky. Parker was staring intently at the girl. "I'm going to like this place," he said slowly. They walked forward, crunching sand. But the girl took no notice of their approach. She was kneeling beside the house, scooping tiny handfuls of sand into the silver vase. When they were within 5 feet of her, Hinckley cleared his throat. She did not look up. He coughed. "Maybe she's deaf," Parker suggested vaguely. His eyes wandered appraisingly over her youthful body. He licked dry lips. Hinckley moved forward and stood before the girl. Her small white hands dug into the sand, scooping around his boots as though not aware of them. "And blind, too?" Compton wanted to know. "And without the sense of touch?" There was a strange quality to his voice, as though some primitive part of his unconsciousness was telling him to run. Hinckley bent to tap the girl lightly upon the shoulder. "Pardon me, miss. We're visitors from Earth," he told her. But she paid no attention to the sound of his voice, and he stepped back, puzzled. "Now what?" Compton wanted to know. He looked around him nervously, at the house, the speckled sand, the rocket squatting behind them. "I hope all the natives aren't like this." "I do," Parker said, licking his lips thoughtfully and keeping his gaze on the girl. "I'd just as soon have them all like this. It might be interesting." Compton flushed. "What I meant—" "He knows what you meant," Hinckley said harshly. "And there won't be any of that going on here. You caused enough trouble on the other planets, and it's not going to happen again, not while I'm in charge of this expedition. We didn't come all the way out here just so you could satisfy your romantic inclinations." "And how about my off hours, Captain?" Parker said, emphasizing the word as though it were obscene. "Then may I fraternize?" "You have no off hours," Hinckley said sternly. "Here comes another one," Compton warned in a whisper. A man, dressed in robes similar to the woman's, came from the door of the house and walked into the yard. After helping the woman to rise, he picked up the vase, and the two of them went back inside the house. He hadn't even looked at the Earthmen. After a while, Parker said, "Do you suppose they're both mirages?" "Maybe that's it," Compton said. "Maybe it's all a mirage, the woman, the vase, the man, the house, maybe even the planet itself." His voice had risen in his excitement. "Take it easy," Hinckley advised. "Let's get back to the ship before the whole planet evaporates," Compton said. "Go back if you like," Hinckley said. "I'm going to investigate this. How about you, Parker?" "Okay with me. Always wanted to see what makes a mirage tick." He glanced contemptuously at Compton. "Okay," Compton said, gripping his rifle. "We'll all make fools of ourselves. Come on, then." Hinckley led the way into the house, hesitating only briefly at the doorway. Inside, a blue light flickered as the man bent over a flaming trough and poured sand into it from the silver vase. The flames leaped high, filling the room with a sweet fragrance. The man emptied the vase, rose, and took it to one corner of the room. He sat down on the couch by the woman. He did not look at the Earthlings. "He doesn't see us either," Compton said hoarsely. He cried, "Hey, you! You! Listen! We're Earthmen! Visitors from space!" His voice was explosive in the silence. The man didn't look up. The Earthmen became aware of music seeping from the walls, music strange and hauntingly beautiful, played on incredible invisible instruments. "I don't like this," Compton said. "I don't like it at all. Why are they ignoring us? Why?" "Maybe they can't help it," Hinckley suggested. Perhaps they actually can't see us or hear us. It's fantastic, but it's possible. I wonder, Parker mused. And before anyone could stop him, he struck the man across the face with a doubled fist. "Parker!" Hinckley cried. "You fool!" "That's a matter of opinion," Parker said steadily, rubbing his knuckles. "I found out what I wanted to." The man had fallen beneath the blow, but recovered seconds later. There was a large red welt on his forehead, but neither he nor the woman took any notice of it. "It's incredible," Compton said. "Evidently we can affect them physically, even if not mentally," Hinckley said. "You do something like that again, Parker, and I'll shoot you. I've got the authority to do it, you know, and sometimes the urge." "I know," Parker said, "but you haven't got the guts. Besides, I'll behave myself." He looked intently at the young woman. "I just wanted to make certain they're real, that's all." "Let's get out of here," Compton suggested. "There must be some way we can get a message through to these people. Perhaps someone in the village." Hinckley nodded and motioned them from the house. Compton went eagerly, but Parker lingered. The air outside seemed cooler now, and its freshness seemed strange after the pleasant fragrance inside the house. "Go back to the ship," Hinckley told Parker. "Compton and I'll go into the village." "I like it right here," Parker said. "We might need someone at the ship," Hinckley said. "That's an order." His hand caressed his rifle, as though daring Parker to refuse. Parker grinned contemptuously. "Anything you say, Captain. If you need any help, just yell." He turned away and walked toward the rocket. "Some day I'm going to kill him," Hinckley promised. He turned to Compton. "Come on, let's see what the village looks like." The village was a replica of the first hut, multiplied. Some of the huts seemed to have specialized purposes as stores or warehouses, but otherwise it was the same. People sat in the houses, listening to music or watching moving pictures swarm over their hut walls. Some occasionally ventured into the street. All of them ignored the Earthmen. "I don't know what to make of it," Hinckley said finally. "We can touch them and hear them. They appear normal in all respects, but they seem to be operating on a different level of existence." "I don't pretend to understand it," Compton said, "but I have a feeling I don't like whenever I think about it. I'd rather meet bug-eyed monsters than this." "I know what you mean," Hinckley said. "These people, even though they're humanoid, are out of contact with reality, at least with reality as we know it. It's like some kind of mass hypnosis, with everyone in a trance except us." "Think of how helpless these people would be," Compton said. "When we turn in our report, those who come out here with unhealthy designs won't have any opposition." "We have a prime example of that on board," Hinckley said disgustedly. "We'd better get back to the ship. I don't like to leave Parker alone. There's no telling what he'll do." When they got back, Parker wasn't there. "I was afraid of this," Hinckley said between clenched teeth. "Maybe they've done something to him," Compton suggested nervously. "That's too much to hope for. Chances are it's the other way around. If I know Parker, there's only one place he'll be. Come on." Clutching his rifle, Hinckley ran from the rocket. Compton followed, a bit more cautiously. Hinckley reached the lone house and peered into the blue-lit gloom. He entered, gun ready, Compton at his heels. "He's not here," Hinckley said, surprised. The man and the young woman sat on the couch and casually watched pictures move across the far wall. Hinckley, looking at the pictures, was not at all certain they weren't the reality and the natives of this place merely ghost images that might fade at any moment. On the wall, an empire was being formed. Tall buildings were raised by machinery that was unfamiliar to the Earthmen. Aircraft flitted across the sky like strange black birds. The buildings towered, the flying machines dove, spitting needles that exploded into blossoms of fire, and the buildings toppled into dust. People ran, screaming soundless screams. Columns of smoke rose to replace the buildings. The scene shifted. Great weapons were assembled and heaped carelessly. To the heap were added the skycraft and other weapons of war. The pile exploded, and the people rejoiced, clasping hands, dancing. The walls darkened. Actual or symbolic, Hinckley wondered. "What does it mean?" Compton asked him. "I think," Hinckley said, "we've just been given a short history of their race. They built up a great society here, but a warring one. Finally, they outlawed all weapons in order to save themselves from total destruction. We could probably take a lesson from that." "They'll probably be worse off when the Earthmen come here," Compton said. "Even if they could see and hear us, they wouldn't have any weapons left to defend themselves. We could loot and rape and—" "I think we'd better forget this planet exists," Hinckley said slowly. "If we don't report it, no one will ever know. It's one planet in a million planets. If we say it's empty, they'll believe it and never bother to check." "But what about Parker?" "Yes," Hinckley said in a disturbed tone. "Parker. We've got to find him before he does anything he shouldn't. He must be in one of the huts. Come on. You take one side of the village, I'll take the other. When we find him, we'll blast off." But they didn't find him. They searched through all the buildings, peered into all the faces. "I don't like it," Compton said when they met. "The people may be helpless, but that doesn't mean everything on the planet is. We've got to get out of here while we've got the chance." "Take it easy," Hinckley advised. "We can't leave without Parker. He's probably hiding someplace." "Hiding?" "Hoping we'll take off and leave him alone here. He'd be perfectly safe. He could take anything he wanted, food, drink, anything, and these people couldn't raise a finger to stop him. They wouldn't even know he was here, most likely. If I know Parker, that's what he'd want. He wouldn't care about the people as long as he satisfied himself." "We'll never find him," Compton said. "There's a forest beyond the village. If he got into that, we could search for months and not find him." Hinckley shrugged. "We've got to try." Night came before they returned to the rocket. Hinckley shook his head in the gathering darkness. "He could be any place out there, damn him." "Let's get out of here," Compton suggested again. "Leave him here, if that's what he wants. Let him do what he wants here. What difference does it make if the natives don't know what's happening?" Hinckley's look was cold. "We'll wait until morning," he said. "If he isn't back by then, we'll leave." But the next morning, the rays of the alien sun found the white squatting houses silent. Parker had not returned. Hinckley turned on the outer loudspeaker. "Parker," he said. The words crashed across the still village. "Parker, this is Hinckley. We're blasting off in 5 minutes. If you're not aboard, we're leaving without you." After a few minutes, Compton said, "He's not coming. He's probably dead, and so will we be if we wait long enough." "More likely he's ignoring us," Hinckley said, consulting his watch. "He's got 2 minutes more." 2 minutes later, Compton said, "Time's up." Hinckley nodded. He switched on the rocket motors. Deep within the spaceship, a turbine growled. The growl rose to a whine. "I still don't like to leave him there. Even though they don't know what's happening to them, I feel sorry for those people out there." He switched on the loudspeaker again. "Parker," he said over it, "last chance. We're blasting off." "He's not coming," Compton said shrilly. "He's not coming." Hinckley touched a button. Flaming rockets drove their fire into the ground. The great spaceship shuddered, rose on a column of flame. "At last," Compton sighed. "At last." "We'll have to come back, though," Hinckley said. "I knew we'd have to turn in a report, and now I know we'll have to come back here to find Parker, to jail him as a deserter, and perhaps worse. I hate to think of what'll happen to those people down there when the Earthmen come." They looked into a view screen. Below them the planet dwindled and became nothing. From the edge of the forest, Parker watched the spaceship rise into the sky and disappear. He chuckled contentedly. He had won the game of hide-and-seek, and the planet was his prize. Earthmen always took what they could from newly discovered planets, only this time he would have first choice well ahead of any others. It would be months before an Earthship would arrive, but he could last that long easily, longer if necessary. During that time he could make up some story to account for his absence. They'd have to prove him a liar, and that would be difficult. Any story he made up would certainly be no less fantastic than this planet certainly was. Meanwhile, there were things to do. He took off his cumbersome spacesuit and left it in a clearing in the forest. He wouldn't need that for a while, and it would only hamper him. He was in no mood to be delayed. There were a great many things to do, but first there was one special thing to do. There was a girl, he remembered, a young woman in a small hut at the other end of the village. He licked his lips in anticipation. There was a man with her, but there was nothing he could do, nothing at all. Parker laughed loudly into the silence and trotted down the street. When he reached the other end of the village, he walked eagerly into the house. The girl sat on the couch. The man stood nearby. The walls were unmoving, and the blue fire cast a cold light about the room. The Earthman sat down beside the girl, and his hands reached out, unhesitating. But suddenly the man said something in an alien tongue, a sound that was like a whiplash, angry and bitter. Parker felt his throat tighten. "What?" he said. "What?" He looked up into eyes alive with hate. No, that was impossible. It was only imagination. Only imagination, yet for a moment, he laughed guiltily, he'd thought the man was looking directly at him. Furiously, angry at himself, Parker forced the thought from his mind. He reached once more for the girl, but she shrank from his touch and leaped up. The Earthman followed her movement with startled, puzzled eyes, and then his bewilderment changed to a fear that held him with cold fingers. The man had taken a long silver knife from beneath his robe, and he held it in his hands so that its blade reflected the cold blue fire. His face was a mask, not pleasant to see, and he was looking at the Earthman, seeing him, watching him, hating him. A sudden flash of understanding came. These people had known all the time. They stayed indoors in dim light to enhance the illusion and watch with greater secrecy, so that the movement of eyes would not betray them. And they had waited. For what? Parker leaped up with a hoarse cry and ran, not waiting to find out. He was in the doorway when the silver knife caught him and slid easily between his ribs and released the breath of life that lay hidden there. Before he struck the ground he was a shell, with neither fear nor desire to trouble him. For a long moment afterward the man stood over the still body, looking down at it with a mixture of hate and disgust. The girl joined him. He looked at her and then at the sky. "We must learn to make weapons again," he told her. "These creatures will be back, unsuspecting, thinking us helpless. Next time we must be ready." Without ceremony they buried the Earthman's body, and then met others of their kind coming into the village streets. There was work to do. End of The Pacifists by Charles E. Fritsch. Read by Roger Melin.